Dude, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Shout out to y'all in here, man. What's going on? What's going on? So what's the word with y'all, man? Y'all know what we doing. Let's get this. He said, let's get this party started. Shit. Ain't no party. That's for damn sure. He's getting set up. I'm already set up.
Oh my God!
I'm in the building. Man, it's funny though how all these YouTube channels be defamating my character out there though. I like it, you know. That's funny when you go out and say some shit like, "Oh, T-REV said, you know what the fuck you're saying. Stop defamating my character, or I make you shit your whole channel." What's going on, homies? What's up? What's good? Cody, Kendall, Clap Show, the chick. I don't even know. Yeah, I gotta get your name right. Katie Bug, what's up? NC3, Katie Bug. Is that the Katie Bug from Discord? Correct me if I'm wrong. How many Katie Bugs is there? There's a decent amount. What's going on? Ray Douglas said from Indiana, live from Indiana. It's T-REV. Ray Douglas, what's going on? Defaming, defaming. I ain't famous. The fuck? Can't defame somebody who ain't famous. What up, baby girl? Let's see, Max. What's good with you, Max? Blocky Mints. What's going on? No chains, no more Skittles. Murphy, his breed doesn't shed and is hyper. Oh shit! I see exactly what you're saying. So what's going on, everybody? What's going on? 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 All right, figure this dude out. We're about to figure him out. Let's make a phone call real quick. Let's make this phone call real quick.
What's up, buddy?
The one and only. What's going on, man?
Hanging out and cooling out and chilling out.
We can hear the echo in your background. What you got playing?
Let me turn it down here.
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you.
All right.
Detective John.
How's everybody doing? Hey, buddy.
What's going on? So you know, let's jump into this because there's alleged that maybe there was investigators talking about that there might be a connection with the Oregon stabbing, allegedly.
Well, that's an open case from a year ago?
Mm-hmm.
When was that case?
To be exact, I had to go look again. I was just looking at it before. Pull that joint out.
It could be. I think, you know, from the beginning, 3 weeks ago when we first started talking, you asked me to profile this guy, and I think I nailed him. You know, I said he's going to be an in-your-face guy. He's not going to be a type of person that's going to take shit from anybody. He likes to fight, and everything that I've heard thus far, even from his aunt, is saying how he's OCD, and friends are saying that they basically stopped being his friend because he wanted to get in a fight every time. I read also that he was at college. He was getting in fights with students, arguing with them. He didn't appear to like women.
Right.
So that homicide very well may have been a trial run for him. I don't know what kind of evidence they have. I know it was a stabbing. I don't know much about the case. Was it established what type of weapon, what type of knife they used then, or is that even out there?
Nah, they didn't. From what I've seen on the reports, they didn't elaborate because I first seen it on the Idaho Tribune. Now they had matched up that they were similar, right? Like, so when when it first happened, they made a post, and it was in November. They mentioned the two murders that were in Oregon, and they were saying how it was eerily similar because they were killed in the night, and kind of in the same way.
Right. Could very well be. I mean, this guy is a criminal justice major, criminology major, and he's He's infatuated with serial killers. He sent out he wanted to do a study, and have volunteers come in so he could interview them, and try and figure out what goes through the mind of a criminal. I think that he may have done a trial run. He may have already done that. He's a psychopath, and he has morphed. He's morphed into the one thing that he wanted to figure out.
A lot of people are saying he was in PA, but I've seen 2 or 3 different news posts that I'm looking at. Hold up, that say possible connection. I don't know if they're just saying that or what.
Did they already establish an alibi for him? Is that what they're saying? That he was in PA at the time? Where did that come out? I didn't see anything. I mean, I don't know if Barbara, did you see something? Is there an article saying that he's got an alibi, that he was actually in PA at that time?
I don't know. They dismissed. I know that they dismiss rumors, but I've seen multiple people talking about it. I was just reading that news post that I was talking to you about before we got on here.
Well, this is throwing everybody a curveball. I mean, it's possible.
I personally, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I personally don't think they're connected.
I don't either, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, nothing surprises me as far as this goes.
I personally don't think it's connected at all. But I mean, this guy right here. Now, if you want to jump in on the profiling of this dude, because at the beginning, a lot of people don't know that you nailed this shit pretty much right on the head.
I nailed it. I mean, if Jeff could go back and find it and play it, I mean, I nailed it. I haven't heard, I'm not gloating, I'm just saying I haven't heard a single former FBI profiler or any other of all these other shows that I kind of gander at. No one even said remotely what I said. I mean, I nailed this guy. I mean, I nailed him. You
remember when I first brought you on, somebody was like, can you have, what would Detective John think the profile is on this guy? I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember
and you asked me based on that question, and bam, that's what we did. Of course, that was prior to learning anything about any of the other players that they kept eluding. Everybody was, pointing a finger at JD and JS. I don't even like to mention their names now because,
they got pissed.
I feel bad for those guys,
They got pissed on, bro. They got pissed on daily.
Yeah,
they did. At one point.
But they're full out exonerated, and everything's good. And I hate to say it, but they'll probably wind up making a little money on this whole thing in the end. Not that they want to, but they will. People will want to interview them. So they'll be okay.
What would you have to say to the people who think that Bryan Kohberger ain't the killer?
People are saying he's not the killer.
I've seen a decent amount. I've seen Freckles just saying that. I've seen people saying it. I've seen some people saying there wasn't. That there's not enough. There's not going to be enough evidence. But in reality, they got DNA tying them back. But is there blood DNA? That's the question. That'll be the one that would ring his ass, right? Blood.
Yeah. Well, touch DNA could ring him, but if like I said, from a defense attorney standpoint, that's a party house. This guy's attending college 10 miles away. Actually, it's 9.4 miles away. So, could he have actually been going to parties back and forth? Is that the connection he has with the frat? I don't know. I don't even know if he belongs to a frat. That's all going to come out in the wash here, but this is something that we're all going to be on pins and needles trying to learn details, but we're not going to get everything because Idaho has stringent laws about pre-trial info being released. They're not going to release major details for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody said, in my opinion, I saw in my opinion that he's not the killer. Okay. I don't know about that one. I mean, I believe, it's like we talked before, but when everybody was on that wrecked Elantra that was not even close, so what was that in? What state was that in?
What, the wrecked Elantra was in Eugene, Oregon.
It was in
Eugene, Oregon. Yeah, Eugene, Oregon.
And everybody's like, that's the car. And I said right off the bat that there's no way that's the car. That is not the car. And nobody's like, why does John think that's not the car? Well, A, because it sat there for 2 days. And B, we weren't getting a response from the chief or any kind of press conference from the chief because they already knew where that car was. They knew who the suspect was. They were probably doing surveillance on them, and they're just waiting on DNA to hook them up. And I believe I was right, because I believe around that time that's when they started tracking him. So they've known where he was for over a week, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, so from what I was able to find, I mean, I know they were on his ass for 4 days. So they called him, what was it, the 30th? Was it the 30th?
Yeah.
The 30th, as you go back, was the 29th, 30th. Well, you got to think they nabbed him allegedly that night or whatever, or, in the AM. So if you want to say, so they were trailing his ass. But in general, like, I see a bunch of people, like, I was on YouTube today just watching around, and I've seen multiple different, like, reports that kind of don't add up, in my opinion. That's why I was telling a lot of people I'm waiting for him to get back to Idaho so we can find out some facts here, because I've seen a bunch of different things going around on YouTube, bro, that are just, there's no way that you could be picked up on 5 different things. It's one, it's got to be one or the other, right? Like, you can't, I don't know. Like I said, I'm waiting for the facts to drop, bro, because I've seen people say, "Oh, he's picked up on DNA." No. He was picked up off the Elantra. They tracked him all the way down. It's like, which one was it?
Yeah, I don't believe DNA genealogy was the initial thing that hooked them up. I think what got them hooked on him was the car. I mean, you got to think about it. You're talking about the FBI here. So you've got 80 plus FBI agents assigned to this case. No, they weren't boots on the ground, but they were spread all over. And they, first thing I would do is he's got to get gas at some point. If he fled the area, he's got to get gas. So you hit every gas station within 200 miles at least, depending on, Elantra probably gets 250, 260 miles on a full tank. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But, you find video, he's going to have to get gas at some point. Now, from what I understand, his dad actually flew out. They're not saying what day that was. Have you heard what day his dad flew out to Idaho to drive back to PA with him?
Nope.
Do we know any of that?
Nah, that's why I'm saying, bro. Like, there's a lot of information out there, and I've seen some that contradicts each other. That's why I'm waiting for the facts to land in Idaho and for them to be provided before I go out, jump the gun, and grab shit and say, well, he was nabbed on that, or they got him on that. You know what I mean? Like, I want to wait till the facts come, because he's got to be extradited there first, and then we'll start finding out some real info.
Right. And he's waived his extradition, so that should come pretty expeditiously. They should have him out there within the next few days, and then they'll start the interview process.
How fast do you think they'll get him out there? Like, and this is a question. If you guys have any questions for Detective John, drop question and then ask the question, and I'll ask him some questions. But the first question I have for you would be, how long do you think they're going to come or wait to come pick him up? But, the severity of these charges, I don't think they're going to treat it like it's some small bullshit. I mean, they're going to, I think
typically the U.S. Marshals will do that. I'm sure they'll be sending their own detectives. I'm sure Idaho, Moscow will send their own detectives as well. But typically the U.S. Marshals will do the extradition. I would imagine they certainly will probably have them out there midweek, if not sooner. Freckles keeps saying that she disagrees. I mean, I'm not respecting your opinion, Freckles.
I think maybe she's talking to somebody in chat or something.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
we all respectfully disagree around it. I mean, we can respect. Everybody has a good. That's how I like my community to be, is respectfully disagree with each other. If you respectfully disagree, man, that's everybody's opinion, and we're all allowed to have one, and that's why I open up the lines, because everybody doesn't think like me or you or Mar or Skittles or Andrew or Donald or Kendall, or you know what I mean. Everybody thinks differently, in my opinion.
Right.
You got a bunch of different thoughts. So
I saw somebody asked if I believe the parents knew anything. Ooh, that had to be an odd ride back from Idaho to Pennsylvania with your dad. I can't see them not knowing that he had an Elantra, that he's a criminal justice major. He's highly interested in serial killers and wants to get in the head of a serial killer. What has happened with him? I think he went insane, and I believe that he morphed into, like I said before, he morphed into what he was infatuated with. So he became that serial killer. He's answering his own questions, his own theses. He's become that. Now he's in a kind of a sick, demented way. He's picking his own brain. What does it take to become a serial killer?
Now, do you think somebody NC3? Well, go ahead and finish up what you were saying, but I put a question on the screen for you.
No, I just believe that he morphed into he's a psychopath, and something has set him off. If you listen to the first accounts from former friends of his that said that he started becoming very aggressive. He was heavy set. He was overweight. And then he went on this diet. He had a heroin addiction in high school, but he also went on a diet, and he totally banned red meat from his diet, and wouldn't allow, from what I read, he wouldn't allow his relatives to cook anything for him on pots or pans that had meat in them at all.
Right.
This guy's he's extremely OCD, which I think I said in my profile. Something about him being OCD or very particular, and I think you're looking at a true psychopath that morphed into something that he was. It's like believing you're a superhero, and you become that when you put a cape on. He became this.
Do you think he acted alone? Killer.
Absolutely. You're wrong, but I think he acted alone.
So you think he acted alone?
Yeah, and the whole theory of he asked if anybody else was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he could have been referring to his dad. He could have been referring, I don't even know that that's true. I just saw it out there.
All right, question. He is looking forward to exonerating himself with this, or with his criminology background. What are your thoughts?
Well, he's a narcissist. One, I can guarantee he's a narcissist, and he's a psychopath, and he very well may be that condescending, student that thinks he knows everything because he's working on his master's and doctorate or whatever he was working on in criminology, but he's not an attorney. But he very well may have been watching this show. He may have been watching multiple shows, may have been watching all these other, crimes that have taken place throughout the years, because he's infatuated with serial killers. And he may defend himself. I mean, look at all of the publicity this last case had, where the defendant defended himself, and a judge. I mean, I give her props, but to allow him to do that and have the patience she had, the Daryl, what's his face?
Daryl Brooks.
Daryl Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was watching that, and I was ready to freaking strangle the TV because I couldn't believe that he was allowed to participate and do what he did. It was a mockery, but I got to give her props because she in no way gave him any opportunity to have an appeal. She covered everything, but we'll get off that. But this guy may do the same exact thing.
Right.
Or he may just be willing to sit in a cell the rest of his life and be interviewed because he's going to get the death penalty. I mean, Idaho has a death penalty. He's going to get the death penalty. No doubt in my mind.
So what do you think? All right. So here's another one. I'm going to try to go through get these questions a little quicker. Hold up. Detective John, is it possible Bryan has information that could cause problems to the investigation if other law students are involved?
What do you mean other law students? I don't get that, John. What do you mean?
Oh, you can see it on the screen. So you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Is it possible Bryan has informed and caused problems in the investigation if other law students are involved?
I think it's going to cause. It's going to cause problems.
Like a pre-law student that's friends with him that's trying to help him defend his case. I don't know. I mean, that's possible, but this guy, I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, if he does deny a PD, public defender, and he elects to defend himself. Now, whether he's going to be mentally competent to do that, I bet you they find a way to allow him to do that because they don't want a mockery to happen like happened with the Darrell Brooks case. But
can you see the next question on screen?
You think there's a connection to the two girls who were involved?
Mm-hmm.
I can't read say at the end. Is that his dad? Is that what it says? Read it to me. I can't read it because the feed is going.
Detective John, do you think there was a connection to the two girls who lived? You get what I'm saying? No. The two girls who lived. You know what I'm talking about. Bethany and Dylan.
Right. You mean as far as him targeting them and potentially wanting to go after them as well? I'm speculating.
No,
I don't know.
I think that person means a connection as in like they're involved. That's what I get from that question.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I do think we're going to find out in the wash that there is a connection with him and somebody in that house, whether it be Kaylee and I don't know when we're going to find out. What the different injuries were that distinguished that it was targeted toward her. Mm-hmm. And I still haven't heard that definitively. That's all been speculation. And by Steve, the father, he's the one that said that. He alluded to the fact that, her injuries were totally different than everyone else's. So did he try to decapitate her? Did he stab her in her genitalia? Did he lacerate her breast? Did he do something sick? That he didn't do to any of the rest of them.
Now, do you think? Okay, so question: H&Y Detective John, do you see anything, if any, that might not have the charges stick? That's what I think they mean.
No, but what I can see things. I can see evidence being thrown out based on what we all witnessed. I mean, walking into a crime scene. Leaning over evidence, potential evidence. I mean, it's obvious they're leaning over evidence with cameras and taking pictures, bending over possibly a body and swabbing, DNA evidence from the floor or wall or wherever they were doing it without a hairnet on, without covering your face, things like that. There's all kinds of things that the defense attorney is it's going to be a heyday.
What about this
one? He very well may, like I said, represent himself, and knowing what he knows about DNA collection, I'm sure he's been through all kinds of crime scene, schools where there's training, and he's a major, so he's probably got crime scene tech courses behind him already, so he knows what it takes. And if certainly he was watching this, and he may have even been hearing me complain that they were not acting in protocol, doing the things they were doing. That was like one common sense, basic.
I mean, come on, dude. The dude. All right, so this like it's basic knowledge here, bro. Like the dude was obviously into criminal shit. So if you don't think that this dude was paying attention to the news,
obviously,
and looking at fucking and being on YouTube and looking at videos, people would be bugging if you think he wasn't looking. And now I'm not saying that he was here, but I'm saying that I'd be willing to put anything on it that dude was on YouTube looking at some videos, bro. Guaranteed.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I put everything on.
For lack of a better term, he was probably getting off on it. He loved every minute of it.
Yeah.
But where he made a mistake is driving that car.
Allegedly. Now, Did you see this? Detective John, do you think Kaylee played with his emotions and secretly dated him, or used him but kept it a secret, got that truck and tried to dip to Texas? Something with that truck sugar baby vibes? What truck?
What truck are you talking about? I don't know anything about the truck. Unless you're talking about the truck that showed up in the videos. The white one? No. Mm-hmm. No, well, you know, whether he played with Kaylee's emotions or maybe you know, she shot him down or something. That's quite possible. I mean, hell, it's quite possible he could have been at the food truck. I mean, we don't see everybody that was there. He could have been, you know, in the shadows.
Question.
He could have been at the bar.
Could law enforcement watch? Hold up. What info could law enforcement gather watching him 4 days? A lot.
Well, they're just
in my opinion. I feel like they could clone his phone and all that shit.
Yeah, they had already cloned his phone. I guarantee you, they had all that. So any text that he was sending, any communication he was sending, they could even, you know, determine, you know, if he's doing it from his phone, what he's hitting up on the net, you know, what he's looking at. But they're also, you know, they're just looking for movement at that point because they were locked in on him. Like I said, you know, over a week ago, they already knew who he was, where he was, and they were just on him. That's why the odd to me was that Kraft Cilantro was not involved. There's no way. And people were going crazy. That's 100%. I'm like, and I told you, you remember me telling you, I'm thinking, that's not the car. That car was actually involved in an accident. There were two people in the car. Your head, you know, the side to side, and busted the passenger window out. You know, that was not the car. So I you know, we can all speculate on different scenarios, but you know, common sense, you don't have to be a former law enforcement officer or detective to figure some of this stuff out. You just got to kind of, you know, analyze it a little bit and don't overanalyze, but just think like a criminal.
Detective John, if he represents himself, do you think he might possibly cause a mistrial?
You can't cause a mistrial if you represent yourself. That's one thing that they tell you. You cannot promote a mistrial. You can't. If you represent yourself, you're on your own. You know, anything you say, you know, you're on your own. The court can't give you advice. The court can allow you all the time, you know, prior to the trial, give you law books, supply you with everything that you need, and they will. Mm-hmm. But they cannot lead you and they cannot help you. It's like the Darrell Brooks thing. That guy, I don't know. He had somebody advising him in jail. He wasn't, you know, that.
All right, so here's another one for you. Question: do you think he will stall like Israel Keys and not give details or motive?
I'd be surprised if he did that. I think he wants to be in books. He wants to be case study. He wants to be Hannibal Lecter. You follow me? He wants to be that guy that everyone comes and interviews to find out what goes through the mind of a serial killer. Mm. He wants to be profiled. He wants to help. This guy wants to help. You'll find in the end, he's going to be that guy that he's the Hannibal Lecter. They're going to come to him because he's not, you know, he's freaking on death row for 20 years probably. So he's going to sit there and going to be interviewed by a plethora. They're going to have students come to him, you know, and you know, interns and he's going to love it because he wants to be a teacher as well. He wants to be a professor. Did you know that? Did you hear that?
I've seen a lot on him, bro. I want to wait, like, for as far as facts on the case, though. I do want to wait till he gets back in Idaho to be able to speak on some things that I've seen others speaking on, which I feel like it'd be hard to really gather that information when the man hasn't even landed back. Like, we know what he's charged for, but I've seen already 3 different things. One person said he got nabbed up. Well, the DNA part, and then they tracked his car from state to state to state to state to state to state. So I've seen that angle, and then I seen another angle. So it was like
that's the most plausible to me. Is they found his car on surveillance at other places. He's got to get gas.
Listen, all right. So this question, there's a lot of questions coming in. We got 1,900 in here, so I want to try to get through as many people's questions as we possibly can. Do you think they will ever show us pictures from inside his house?
Yeah.
Inside of his house.
Inside of his house or inside the victim's house?
Inside of his house. She said inside of his house.
Probably. It depends on. Well, he had an apartment, and he went to his parents' house. Which house are you referring to? His apartment or his parents' house, or both? I don't know. I would imagine it would. I didn't see any video of them walking out with boxes of evidence. What's that?
His apartment that he had in Pullman.
Yeah, they'll show photos of that.
They took books out. They took books and all types of stuff out of his house.
Right. I saw the books in the window. They couldn't read the titles.
Jeff said Mad Greek, where Kaylee worked, was a vegan restaurant.
There you go.
Hey
Jeff, that's good info.
Yo, matter of fact, supposedly, allegedly, Kaylee's dad said that he's starting to put a connection together, but didn't state anything. And I've seen that report in a lot of places.
Right. That's the first. I mean, that's
now that would make sense because he's a vegan, right?
Absolutely. And he is a staunch vegan. I mean, this guy is OCD vegan. So he probably made a decision because he's a control freak, and he made a decision that he was going to change his life. So he cut meat out, and he got on his family members about it. And the guy, if you look at old pictures of him, I mean, he's lost.
All right. So do you remember the question?
70 pounds.
Do you remember the question where the person was talking about the vehicle or the truck? She said, I was talking about the Land Rover she got and planned to leave. He caught wind and got pissed like she used him, secret relationship or date.
He could have been coming to the restaurant regularly. Like Jeff pointed out, that's a vegan restaurant. And he could be infatuated. He could be like Jack Nicholson in that movie. What was it? As Good as It Gets or whatever it is. I can't remember, but he goes in and he's OCD and the female, he's infatuated with her. He'll only want her to serve. He could be very well, infatuated with her. That could be the connection right there. That restaurant. I'll be interested to find out exactly what the connection is. That's going to be important. I think the father will come out.
I'm gonna knock these 2 out before they disappear. Detective John, since the 2 new roommates moved in August, do you think he possibly moved there to enact his plan or just for studies?
Just for studies. He's been attending college there. He's been attending 2 colleges, and he just graduated. If anybody has seen the footage, that was very telling too. When he's receiving his diploma at his graduation, he was very, very straight-faced. Didn't smile. Just stoic. I mean, he was just a steel cold individual when he took that diploma.
Now, what about this one? Question: do you think the survey study was an attempt to gain an accomplice? Also, why do you think he left the 2 girls alone in the basement?
I don't think it was an attempt to gain an accomplice. I think it was just his demented way of trying to give himself ideas, because maybe he was struggling with the fact that he he was struggling with the fact that he's having these horrible thoughts, and he's wanting to know whether, you know, he's has the propensity to kill, and he's doing these research studies, yes, to write a paper or to write a book, but he's also, you know, doing it for himself, because I think this guy is an extreme psychopath. I think he is gone just beyond, you know, the imagination of what this guy, you know, what he searched online, what he's archived in photos on serial killers. He's probably really into Bundy, John Wayne Gacy. He could probably tell us more about those people than anyone.
Now, it's reported. Now, this is Thoughtful Thinker. Thank you. I appreciate you guys that sent the super chats, and you really don't have to do that. I'm gonna be picking random questions. I know some get by, and I'm not able to get to all of them because there's a lot of you guys talking, and I appreciate you guys in the questions. Now, here's the one on screen. It's reported that there has been searches on Google Trends made from Seattle, Washington area that shows all roommates being searched from as many as 50 to 80 times each, except for one of them, Dylan.
Oh my God! The house, wasn't she?
You said what?
I didn't know about that. Wasn't Dylan kind of new to the house?
You're breaking up. You're muffling.
Was Dylan kind of new to the house? I don't believe she was there as long as the rest of them, was she? Didn't she just move in?
I'm not too sure exactly when she moved in.
It seems like I heard. Or
I'd be lying if I said I knew when she moved in.
Well, he, you know, if he in fact, I believe he premeditated this. You know, so he may have been on their Twitter accounts. He may have done numerous searches to try and see what their trends were throughout the day, what they were doing, how many parties are they having, you know, so he could sneak in a party and get a layout of the house. You know, on Twitter, you know, when there's a party, they announce it. So he probably, I mean, it's free for all. You can walk in, walk out unannounced. You saw that based on just the fact that neither tenant was there during a huge party they were having.
What do you think about this, Detective John, or not Detective? I'm reading another question. Hold on. All this discussion, Uncle Benny. Shout out to you, Uncle Benny, man. Good conversations you be bringing when you call too. He said all this discussion of him as a guilty person compromises an impartial jury in a fair trial. What do you think about that?
Well, we talked about that a long time ago. What did I say? Remember me saying that whoever it is, when they get him, it's going to be very hard to find a 12-member jury pool that hasn't heard about this case. And they have to do that.
Yeah, but what if they lie about it? You know, some people, you know what I mean?
And they will. People will lie about it, but you know, they'll for a case like this, they'll actually ask for electronic devices to see if they viewed anything on YouTube or watched anything to clear this case. That's a great question
that I wanted to ask you. How would they know if they, you know, if he takes it to trial? How would they know, you know, these people haven't heard of it? Even if they go out on the limb and lie, would they check their social medias? Do they?
Yes, they will. Absolutely, they will. On a case, especially on a case like this, they will, because part of the jury selection process will actually ask you those exact things, and they will want proof.
Thank you, Mr.
You know, they will want electronic devices. They'll want to, you know, voluntarily. They're not going to, you know, ask for a search warrant for that kind of stuff, but they'll ask the jurors to provide that info for them so they can research it. And it's, you know, it's a civil duty for anybody.
That's what Uncle Benny says right here. Pretty good odds he'll walk within the next 2 weeks. Let's face it. What do you think about that statement?
Absolutely no way. Absolutely no way.
No way he walks.
There's no way. There's no way this guy's gonna walk.
How much would you put
now,
on that?
There may very well be evidence that's suppressed. They have what's called suppression hearings. There may be evidence that's suppressed because, let's face it, there's going to be a plethora of evidence. But you know, there's no way I'd stake my life on it that this guy walks. There's no way.
Detective John, since the 2 new roommates moved in August, do you think he possibly moved there to enact his plan? Oh yeah, I just already read that. My bad. I'm at 9:20 on comments and it's 9:26. That's how much you're breaking into these questions. Hold up, let me get down here. All right, do you think Bryan's parents will come to his trial?
Well, from the statement they released, they sound like they're Christian for one, and right now they're supporting their son. So, I don't know the dynamic of that relationship, but I mean, obviously they're tight, or the dad wouldn't have flown out there just to drive back to Pennsylvania with him. My question is, why would he even drive back? Why wouldn't he just fly? I mean, I don't. Unless he wanted it, unless he just, he's got to get out of Dodge, but risking, but we don't know when that happened either. So there's a timeline here, and that's going to be important to know when he actually left Washington to head to Pennsylvania, because I've heard rumor that he actually went back to school the next, the next day
after Thanksgiving, right? That's what you heard?
Yeah. Right. That's what I saw online, and I read that somebody's witnesses were saying that he's actually in school. So at that point, I believe it was several days before they released anything about a white Elantra. So that may have sparked him to head back, and maybe the dad. Here's what I would do. I'd like, Dad, hey, it's like a 35-hour drive. So, hey, Dad, why don't you fly out here, and we can swap out driving, and then he can recline back in the seat, and you got an older gentleman driving the car that doesn't fit the profile at all.
Now,
what I'm saying?
What do you think about this though? Question, Detective John. You said you were writing a book. When will this book come out? It sounds intriguing. Would love to read it.
I've got several chapters done, and to be honest with you, I've been writing that book for a long time, and I was really into it at one point, and then just life kind of got in the way. And my kids have read it. My kids are like, Dad, this could be a movie right now. And it's basically, in the end, it's about a kid that becomes a serial killer, and in the end, he's just like this guy. This is crazy. Just like this guy, he's got aspirations to be in law enforcement, and he's got aspirations to become an FBI agent. And
a lot of people are saying that. Hold on, I didn't mean to cut you, but a lot of people are saying that Kaylee, clear it up. Kaylee didn't work at the Magritte.
Kaylee didn't work at what?
This vegan restaurant that people are talking about. See, that's why I said I'm waiting till he gets to Idaho to hear all the facts in this part. There's people are talking about the question. One of the questions that was asked before. One of the questions that was asked before about Kaylee working at a vegan restaurant.
Didn't both of them work at the same restaurant though? Kaylee and Maddie. It seems like I heard like they both worked at the restaurant.
No, it was Maddie. Together. No, it was Maddie and Xana.
Maddie and Xana. Okay, yeah, it wasn't. Okay.
It gets you can get scrambled with it easily.
Right. There's so much information out there, guys.
Ladies. Question. Since he allegedly said, has anyone else been arrested? Do you think there's others involved, or do you think that was a strategic on his part? Do you think it was?
I think it was strategic on his part, because you got to remember, this guy had not only the days prior to him leaving, but he also had like 35 hours of windshield time to think about this on the way back to Pennsylvania. So, I mean, this guy's probably laid out every possible scenario that's if he were to become apprehended that he's going to face. So he's going to have an answer for everything. This guy is going to be totally prepared. He's, like I said, I think he's going to be a very condescending defendant, and he's going to be the know-it-all, or he could fool us all and be like, yep, I did it, and this is why I did it, and bring the questions on,
Trev, do you think that it's possible the girls were not there and came home after, but law enforcement wouldn't reveal it?
It's going to be telling what actually
comes out.
What actually comes out, and how much he actually reveals. Hopefully he'll be forthcoming and he'll tell them because he's proud of it. But you know, I'm of the impression that he was probably laying wait in there, and he premeditated this. I don't believe that he just came there while they were all there and went in there. I think he was probably laying wait inside.
Nanu says, do you believe this crime has been a fantasy of his since he was young?
100%. Good point, Nanu, because I believe this. There's the point in his life where this guy just totally became infatuated with death, killing. He probably did torture animals and did all the things that we've speculated about. Whether that dog and that rabbit were part of this thing, I don't know. Everything's up in the air. I mean, anything's possible. I mean, he could have been seeking attention by killing a dog and seeing what kind of attention that would get through the PD and the media. And you know, I don't know. It's like
somebody said, why doesn't Detective John just hop on StreamYard already? Why don't you just come on and answer questions on here?
Well, we haven't set it up.
I can sling you the link. It just takes 2 seconds. I can sling you the link right now. We can sit right up here and take questions like you're doing right now, but you'll just, you know what I mean?
Well, I guess I could do it on the phone because
you'll be able to do it from phone easily. I could just sling you the link real quick, and we could just grab questions across the screen, and you can answer. We can talk back and forth.
And they'll hear me at the same time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
100%. They'll hear me and you at the same time. We'll be on the same time frame.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, man.
Here, I'll sling you the link. All right. So look at your phone right now. I'm gonna sling you the link right now through the text.
All right.
I'm glad Lex said that. I'm like, yeah, why don't we just do that? It makes it easier. So I slung you the link just now. You should have got it.
Not yet.
There you go.
Right.
Boom. I just slung the link to you, so you have it. You can hop up here. We can answer some questions. Hey, T, good to see you on today. Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody in the chat showing love. I see you. I'm behind. I'm at 9:27. It's 9:33. So I'm behind.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, I'm laying in bed watching this on TV, so nothing.
Nah, you're fine.
Formal. I'm not going to be sitting in a shirt and tie like some of these guys are.
We're bringing Detective John on panel. Don't worry. Yeah, he's in bed chilling, but I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? 9:33. You know, we'll answer. It would be better to answer some questions that way. Uncle Benny, Happy New Year. Jamie Lee said the Delphi case are asking change of venue. Yeah, I know they're gonna have to change that venue for sure. Ain't no doubt that case was huge.
I'll just continue with YouTube.
Yeah, it'll bring you in, and you could just hang up the phone once you come in.
Yeah, but it's asking me. Let's see.
The Delphi case. All right. If they have his DNA mixed with the victim's blood from the T-REV and the sink, it's game, set, and match. And I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
Somebody said they heard running water. And I talked about that. I said they would take the pee drain out, and they did all that. That's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Even when we were doing dope cases, we would take the pee drain out because people flood, and even go out to the sewer lines and put a catch basin at the clean out, so we would catch all the dope when they flushed it. So they'll do the same thing with blood DNA.
Are you able to get in? I'll see you at the bottom as soon as you come in.
It's asking me email or phone.
Yeah, just put in that, and then it'll text you a confirmation. You put the confirmation in, and then it'll bring you up. I'll bring you backstage. I'll be able to bring you up. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate that, Maris. The way this has been publicized, he would ask for a change of venue. I agree with that, Jamie.
He will 100%. because he's smart. This guy is a genius.
That whole town knows. The whole town knows. I mean, that's guaranteed, bro. There's no way the whole town doesn't know about it. In case you got, you're older and you're struggling with dementia or something, they don't know about it. But I guarantee that the whole entire Moscow community knows about this.
All right, entering studio.
Yep, enter studio. We're gonna bring up Detective John. Everybody, give a hand for Detective John, guys. Kaylee did have an OnlyFans. I saw earlier on after the murders. Let's say allegedly, but I'm pretty sure I saw the profile. I see you, Detective John. You ready? I'm gonna hang up the phone call. All right, here's Detective John. Detective John, what's going on, Detective John? Make sure you give make sure you let your mic get access. Yeah, you got to give access to your mic and you'll be good to go. So if you you should be able to click somewhere on your screen and turn your mic on. You got to unmute your mic. It's muted right now. People think Rittenhouse was guilty. Must be getting news from CNN.
You there?
There you go. Yeah, I can hear you.
Got muted. Okay, let me turn the TV down.
Can you see the you can see the questions on screen, guarantee it.
Yeah, I can see it. People think Rittenhouse was guilty. Must be getting news from CNN.
Yeah.
That's why you don't watch CNN, people. Sorry.
Everybody say welcome to Detective John.
Oh my God.
Your hand for Detective John coming on up, man. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. A lot of info I have here, but some is it's being spread as speak that he in fact has had his phone paying at the same locations as the phones of the victims, and more so Maddie and Xana. Hence, the Greek seems likely.
Right. Very good point. You know that you know that they're pinging his phone. They know exactly where he was. If he had his phone with him, I'm just going to say it. If he did that, he's an absolute idiot. If I was going to commit this crime, I would not have my phone with me. My phone would be at the Washington campus. It would not be with me, period. I mean, he's clearly a genius based on, allegations that he's a straight A student and he's trying to be a professor and all this stuff. He's a smart cat, but he lacks common sense, obviously, because, he's not thinking like a true criminal. If he's driving a car that could be linked to him, if I'm going to do this and I'm going to lay in wait, I'm going to calmly walk out of that area and I'm going to walk far out away and I'm going to sit back. I'm not going to leave the area right away. I'm going to sit back and mingle with other people and then, watch the shit show as it happens. And then I'm going to mosey on out of there, but I'm not going to drive out of there. I'm going to figure out a way to get out of there. I think the car is what nailed this guy.
So Marie says he was stalking Kaylee for 2 weeks. The original stalker story was true. What do you think? I haven't seen that, but if that's true, that's some shit, ain't it?
That would be great if they can establish that he was the stalker. But the stalker story, again, it was debunked. I don't know if it was debunked. Heard it was debunked. It was two guys in a restaurant. Well, it was in a restaurant, right? Or no, it was at a grocery store. It was at a grocery store, and they went and interviewed those two. But hey, she could have had another stalker, and it very well could be this guy that was at the restaurant wherever she worked.
Enlightened Being brought up something pretty good right here, saying, how do you think BK will explain away DNA at the scene? And I think, I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he will immediately go to, I was over there at the party. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I said when we were speculating on the players that were potential suspects. Mm-hmm. No matter what anyone says, just the mere fact that we have multiple calls there for noise complaints for parties. They've got that on body cam footage. They're showing people in and out. They're showing, girls walking out the front door, the sliders. People are in and out of that. a defense attorney would say, yeah, you know, Bryan was there. He attended parties. He was at the frat party across the street and came over with them. I mean, he's got a defense when it comes to that, you know. And your other, you know, member sent in that, you know, it's going to be hard to find somebody that hasn't heard about this case, and you know, we're covering all these scenarios, and it's true. We're not the only one covering it. I mean, but getting a different venue, it's going to be very hard for him for them to try this case in Idaho.
Baby girl's going ham in chat. Hold on. BK didn't drive to PA alone. Dad flew to Washington. Yeah, well, I seen that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I seen that. Thank you.
I brought that up earlier. Why did, you know, his dad flew out there? Obviously, there's a good relationship there. You know, he's not disgruntled from his parents. I mean, you know, that's a pretty good dad to hop on a plane and fly out to Washington to drive back to PA with his son. I would have loved to have been a fly on the headliner of that car.
Dude, you see the question on screen right now?
What do you think the 911 call and 2 girls calling friends to come over before the night? You're talking about kids. You're not talking about, you know, you're talking about somebody that just walked upstairs, or came downstairs, wherever he was in the kitchen or whatever, and walked into a morbid, horrible freaking crime scene. There was probably blood everywhere. These girls ran out of the house. One of them allegedly passed out. I can't wait till they release the 911 call. But that's a very viable explanation for the initial call saying someone was passed out. It was probably one of the girls that was passed out because she just witnessed this horrific scene. And, you know, we're not of the old age. You know, you can text people within 2 seconds. She's probably texting, oh my God, get over here. I need you here. I don't find that to be a problem at all. No problem with that. That's
Jennifer Swain. She says, Detective John, if the parents knew when dad flew to Washington, could they be charged? It's a good point. I think they can.
That's after the fact. I mean, they could be, if they can establish that they knew. If they could establish through maybe a text conversation or email, or, you know, any other means that they actually had a line of discussion about these murders, and him being the one that did it, absolutely they could be charged. I think they would have to be idiots, though, and in extreme denial and not watch TV at all to not suspect their own son.
Damn. So there is talk. He wants to be exonerated. Can you believe that, T-REV? I absolutely believe it. I mean,
of course, because he's a narcissist. This guy's a psychopath. He's a 100% narcissistic psychopath that wants to be exonerated. So that's telling me, if that's true, if he actually said that, I know his attorney came out and said that, then he's prepared to fight. Again, you're talking about a man that's had he's had 49 days to think about this. He's ran every scenario possible through his demented mind.
So Detective John, MYVDIN, is studying media and comm. If you need a ghostwriter for your book, a ghostwriter for your book.
Ghostwriter.
I'm dead. Dude, I'm at 9:35 on comments. I'm like 10 minutes behind in comments right now.
Right on.
That's how fast. That's how many comments are coming in, bro. A lot.
Yeah, I'll have to pull it up and start writing again, you know, but thank you, Susie.
Thank you, Susie. We appreciate it. Question, Detective John, could they move the trial to Cali?
They could move the trial to Cali, which is a very liberal state. I mean, it's a very liberal state. They want facts. They want evidence. They want, you know, look, they exonerated OJ. I mean, come on. I mean, you're talking about a major shit show if it goes to frickin' California.
It said chat's going full speed. I think it's all the members that are in chat. I mean, I could slow it, but I hate slowing chat. I already got it at 60 seconds. So if I put it on what 100, that shit's flying right now. I'm looking over at it. This shit is flying. Chat's got wings right now. Literally. I'm not even joking, bro. Chat's got wings. If I put it on 100-second slow mode, like I literally, all right, here it goes. Super slow mode, guys.
What was that
There's
one I
1
just saw?
minute
Do
and 40
I think
seconds. Like, damn.
Someone just said Detective Jong, he spelled it with a G. Do I think he's butthurt? Can you go back and find that one? I didn't catch all that. I'm interested to see what that said. I just caught the end of it. Do you think he's butthurt?
It's flying, bro. Here's another one. Why is Kohberger denying if he wants notoriety? Doesn't make sense.
Because of course he's going to say that. Of course he's going to say it. Hey, it doesn't matter whether he wants it or not. He's going to get it. I mean, he's had it for 49 days.
He has access to a phone during his 1 hour out of cell per day by law.
No, he does not. Not right now. He does not have access to a phone. I can guarantee you.
T-REV, why is Nerd Report so triggered by you? Because they're spewing false information on my name.
Exactly.
I mean, you shouldn't go out there and say that I 100% said or put out that that phone call that we got on the show was this, alleged killer, which it wasn't.
Because
I said I could not confirm it. I said I don't know. Let the FBI do their job. I gave him the number. I gave him the number and the dude's name and sent the clip in. So I mean, they have let them do their job.
For everybody out there that doesn't know, T-REV immediately was upset that people were saying this, and he totally covered himself. And I had a conversation with him. We don't know that. That's someone else pointed that out. You didn't point that out. Took you a while to even remember it. I mean, and then you remembered it. I remembered hearing it.
They brought it up. They brought it up the day Kohberger was arrested. So when I brought the phone call up, bro, people were in here from like TikTok and all that, and they recorded it, went to Twitter, bro. I swear to God, like right now, it's got over 15 million views on all these platforms to combine. And it's like literally like people are like, T-REV said it's the killer. Like, no, the fuck I did not.
T-REV did not. T-REV did not. He didn't on Twitter. He actually said it on this show. No way. He's 100% not saying that it was.
I can't confirm something, bro. I can't confirm something when I don't have his voice to compare it to. So how can I confirm something that I'd never heard?
That was people running with this to,
They're just literally throwing. They're taking that and trying to and running with publicity, but literally it's all firing. But I see it coming in my comments. Like, you said that was no, I did not. I said, is it? I don't know.
Oh my God! Breaking news! The killer called T-REV show. Blah blah blah.
Exactly. I put it up. It's a guy named Dave Morris. I think he's trolling. To be honest with you, now after today, after some things that I've seen in my Discord, he allegedly responded to somebody and said, word for word, that it's a nothing burger. So I don't think this Dave character would be responding if it was Kohberger in jail. So there goes that right there, debunked. Allegedly, he responded to somebody, and I did see it. So
well, you know how that is. Anybody can make shit up. I mean, I would come up with something better than nothing burger if it was me. I would say, hey, guys, I'd elaborate a little bit, but maybe this guy's personality is this is bullshit. It's nothing burger, and that's all he's going to say.
Here, Stone Cold says, I believe he may have cleaned the interior of the car using supplies from the university's criminology forensic lab. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, he's got access to it. Yeah, he may have had luminol. He may have sprayed the whole inside of his car already to find blood that he may have deposited. I mean, this guy's been through everything. He's had the training that most criminologists would have. He's already got it. He's preparing to teach. So maybe he was actually going to teach a criminology course on forensics. We don't know. I can't wait till we see his curriculum from college.
Mm-hmm.
His transcripts. I would love to see that, to see what actually was it a master's or I don't remember what he had, but I think he was trying to be a professor. So
Thank you, baby girl.
he's got
Hey,
he's got way more education than most detectives and cops have. I can tell you that right now.
Baby girl says, I don't think he is a genius. For fuck's sake, he drove his own car to kill. If that's smart, please tell me what stupid is.
No, I said he was. I said he's a book genius. He's a genius when it comes to college. But I just said he's an idiot for driving his own car. And if he carried his phone in there to put him on the scene, he's an idiot. I just said that. Did I not just say that?
No. You did that was, dude. That question was 11 minutes ago, or not question, but that statement that baby girl made was
this meaning he's a genius. I mean he's probably got a very high IQ. I mean, this guy's read multiple books. He's an extreme debater. He's an intellect, but he's got a switch, and he is in your face. Doesn't take shit from anybody. Like I said weeks ago when I was asked to do a profile, I nailed this guy. Nailed him.
So Sandman says, I wouldn't be surprised if he represents him. And thanks for the 5. I appreciate you guys, all the support. I wouldn't be surprised if he represents himself playing a game and try. Oh, that just disappeared while I was reading it. And I haven't even got down that far, but I'll read that when I get to it.
Well, we already talked about that. I said the same thing, 15 minutes ago. He probably will represent himself. But if I'm the court, I'm going to strongly try and find a way for that not to happen. And one way, unfortunately, one way is going to be his psyche. If they can do a psych evaluation, they determine that he is a freaking maniac.
Can you see that question on screen?
Do you guys think he took these classes, PhD, to get around being convicted? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that was his initial. Again, I'm speculating. He's got an infatuation. Has he been planning this for 7, 8, 9 years? Possibly. He's had fantasies of doing it, and he's going to school to study the psyche of a killer or a criminal in general. So I think, like I said, I think he's at some point gone insane, and he has morphed into what he has wanted to investigate or wanted to study. He's become his scientific project.
Okay, so hold up, Charles reading something totally different. Cops were watching BK when he fled town. Game on. Cops followed big time in game.
I believe that. I believe that's strongly possible. Strongly possible. Probably absolutely true.
Rocco says, do you think he will try and put on an act in court, maybe in a way, put on a show for the cameras?
Well, I said that too, just a bit ago. Remember when I said I wouldn't be surprised if he represents himself, and he's a condescending narcissist.
2 foot Fred, my dog.
He's Mr. Know-it-all, and he's going to try and be that his own defense attorney and destroy any evidence that is. He's going to object to everything. You're going to have suppression hearing after suppression hearing that he's going to file motions to dismiss over and over. And if he does that, if the court allows him to do that, it's going to be a shit show. I promise you. You think the Darrell Brooks case was a shit show? This will be 10 times worse, because this guy is smart.
How did his dad not know everyone was looking for his car?
What did I just say a few minutes ago?
Thank you.
Parents would have to be absolute fools or very, very, very in a state of denial to not think for 1 minute that their son did this.
So
and just don't have any media or don't watch any TV.
So this another question is, what about if DNA was mixed in with victims' blood?
Very, very, very. We talked about that, before as well, because they're going to know who the first victim was based on cross-contamination. So, like I said, if he killed Kaylee first, which is speculated, and then he killed Maddie, or let's say Kaylee and Maddie were laying next to each other and he was kind of flailing in between both of them and they both got stabbed. It's going to be hard to determine which one was actually killed first. And that goes for the other two victims. I mean, but if he killed Kaylee and then he killed Maddie, then Kaylee's blood's going to be on Maddie. So you're not going to have a cross contamination. And then you're going to have Kaylee and Maddie's blood on the next victim and vice versa. It's just going to, they'll be able to determine.
All right. So Detective John, will crime scene investigators' lack of PPE be a major issue?
I've said that from the time first of all, if I'm in charge of that crime scene, those windows are covered, not from the inside, but from the outside. Those windows are covered. They have multiple ways they could have covered those windows. I would have never allowed an opportunity for any camera to zoom in on the inside of that house while we're processing the scene. There's no way that would have happened if I'm the crime scene, if I'm in charge of that crime scene.
Another one is there was a call on someone's live claiming that Kay was not a target, but simply was the one who screamed, which caused him to stab her rapidly, which caused this false idea spreading.
There was a call on someone's live. I mean, how would somebody know that? And who was this call? I mean, again, I can't confirm or deny that. None of us can. It could be true. It could be true. I mean, we don't know. Do you
see what's on screen right now? Detective Jong.
Yeah, that's the guy. This one, the butthurt one. Do you think he's butthurt?
They said you were fake news. No, it's fine. Detective Jong, you think he's butthurt? He doesn't have a fancy killer name given by the media. Like you get what I'm saying? I get that comment.
No, I get it. Like I said, I think in the end we're gonna all come to the summation that he wants recognition. This guy is not going to go down without a fight. I can promise you that. What date was the Taylor call?
Yeah, what date? I think it was the 26th or maybe the 25th. Between the 25th and the 26th. At the least the 24th. It's in that range, I guarantee it.
Right.
Okay, so now I need nerve exposure. Hold up, Shelly says Bundy denied it, but wanted the notoriety. Exactly.
He did, and you saw. Yeah, I predict this guy's going to be a lot like Bundy. I said it earlier. He probably studied Bundy more than anybody. And, Bundy was a very, very smart individual.
Amy said, Detective John, you were on here majorly hyping him up, though, respectfully.
Majorly hyping who up?
I have no idea.
Who is I hyping up?
I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if he represents himself playing a game and tried to beat the rap on his own.
Yep, that's exactly what we've been talking about. I would be, like I said, we could compare it to Bundy because I think he's going to be a Bundy. Yeah, this guy's even got more education than Bundy. Bundy was an aspiring attorney, but this guy's trying to be a professor. So I'm telling you.
What about this question? Do you think this case will impact the way that the crimes are able to be covered by YouTubers, etc., other media outlets?
No,
absolutely not.
Yeah, we live in America. It's never going to happen. Hopefully, it'll never happen. We're all allowed to speculate. Everybody has the right to voice their opinion, and that's what this platform is giving everybody, and that's why it's
exactly, Betty. Now keep going. You good?
That's why it's followed by so many people because T-REV has provided a great platform, and people are allowed to voice their opinions without scrutiny.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I opened it, because I spent plenty of times on panels, bro. Just like me and you were up here right now. I probably did over 100 hours easily.
Right.
Easily. And that's why I was like, man, I gotta open up these lines and let everybody speak. What if they found his DNA on the victims, under their nails, or on them, for instance?
Well, the first thing they do, they're gonna bag their hands, and then they'll pull DNA from under their nails. That's with just about any crime scene, any homicide, they do that. So there is quite possibly that they did get DNA. I would hope that he would be that stupid, but like I said, it was wintertime. He was probably heavily clothed. I'm sure he wore gloves. But DNA is so easily obtained. You just walk in the room and you're leaving skin cells. You're leaving things that you would never think they could find, and they'll find it.
Do you think, or Detective John, do you think BK is butthurt? He has no fancy nickname from the media.
We already asked.
I think I've already read that. He was his own experiment. Thank you, Shelly. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Let me go to the next question. Can Detective John use his detective eyes to tell us if he thinks it's Bryan at the grub truck on Cluminati's video? I mean, we could take a look at that. Email me that video right now as you're speaking, Sam.
Are you talking about the shadowed person that's been referred to kind of back in the background?
Send it to me. We'll check it out. We'll check it out right now or whatever. We'll go over whatever you want us to go over. Oh my God, Detective John didn't profile this guy. You guys were off base. Scam channel. Let me call in. Scam channel. All right. We won't pay that no mind. Hug somebody, love on them, let them know you love them.
Hey, Dr. TJ, I'm going to respond to that. Dr. TJ, You're wrong. I did profile this guy from the first conversation I had with T-REV. He asked me to profile him, and I profiled him, and I nailed him almost to a T. So you need to go back and watch some In fact, Jeff's supposed to find it.
It's within the first two. Within the first two phone calls. Because there was a profile question.
And saying that we're way off. No, none of it. I wasn't way off. I'm being asked, hey, what do you think about, Jack D or Jack S? What are their motives if possible? And that's all I'm providing.
You're being asked those things. You're being asked those things.
I'm not. I continually said, I'm not saying they did it. And in fact, I said, in the end, you guys might be all surprised. It's probably going to be somebody we never even heard of. Pull that up too, Jeff. I said it multiple times.
Yeah, no doubt. And this question, do you think law enforcement said the two roommates were when they really weren't, to try to scare the killer? Hold up. Maybe they actually came home then the next morning and called the police. So or they're saying maybe they actually came home then next morning and they called the police. What do you think about that?
No. I believe they were there. I believe his encounter with Ethan was what's probably, he had to haul ass at that point. He probably didn't. That probably wasn't an easy kill because Ethan was a big boy.
Yeah, dude. Ethan was definitely a big dude.
I don't believe that he snuck into Ethan's room and Xana's room and killed them while they were sleeping. I may be wrong. That's just me speculating, but I believe that I believe it was an encounter because I don't believe Ethan was even in the bedroom when they found the body. I think he was in the kitchen.
I mean, he would definitely, I mean, he would have to, if BK walked in and say he did encounter Ethan, he's going to have to attack immediately.
Right.
You figure, I mean, what are you going to do? Have a standoff with a knife? Like, you know what I mean? Like you have to act immediately, right? I mean,
right. And if there was a scream and Ethan heard a scream, so he's going to come out in a defensive mode. He's going to be looking for, what caused a scream. He's just not going to mosey on out there.
So are we coming from an aspect of, do you think now, and this is my question to you for the viewers, do you think from everything that you've seen, Detective John, do you think that BK went upstairs to the girls first?
Yes.
Allegedly. Speculating why.
Allegedly. If he wasn't already there laying wait.
Okay.
He may have already been there laying wait in Kaylee's room, but Kaylee wound up, again, I'm speculating, but he may have been in Kaylee's room because he knew where Kaylee's room was, and she never went into her room. She went to Maddie's room, and they probably laid there on bed. drunk, talking back and forth, giggling like, friends do. And either he was in Maddie's room or he was in Kaylee's room, or, again, we can speculate all day long. This is going to come out in the wash. Whether law enforcement can prove that he was in there without him telling them that's, we're all just guessing at this point.
Right. Now, question, what do you think about the paper of the map they found outside the house? He had a map of the house inside with whose room is whose. Interesting. I haven't seen that.
I've seen a map, but it wasn't that map. It was a map that somebody else had drawn out of the layout of the house. I've not yet heard. That doesn't mean it, baby girl, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The map that I saw that was drawn out with a green marker and a black marker with, indicating which room and the levels, that was somebody else's sketch of the crime scene.
No, so hold up. His CJ professor had ties to the known BTK killer for trying to understand the how, why, etc. And so it seems the professor might have introduced them, and BK might have been learning directly from BTK. Open that line. I got more.
So what he's saying is that the BTK who's incarcerated, he's chatting with BTK. Is that what he's insinuating? And he's actually doing an interview with BTK? Could, because that's his major. That's what he wants to do. He wants to be a criminologist. So he's going to try and figure out the mindset of a serial killer. BTK is clearly, decades he was on the loose, so, and he actually took a long hiatus. So that would be a good person to interview. Why did you stop? I don't know. He stopped for like 10 years or something, didn't he? If I remember right. And then he came back and started doing it again. And then he sent a letter. He played a cat and mouse game, and that guy was a dog catcher. So he had police scanners. His radio is linked in with the city's radio, so he heard every call that came in. So he was probably, I guarantee you BTK probably found vehicles they were looking for. He was probably out there looking for vehicles while he's, catching dogs. He's a wannabe cop.
I was putting something on here. What do you think about that? Hold up. They cannot try this in another state. It doesn't work that way. They can only change to a different place in the same state.
Yes, that's true. Yes, they would change venues, and if I said state, then I misspoke. It's the venue, which is, it's whatever court district they're in. They would have to move it to another. If it's like here we have 50 CA, you have 60 CA, you have 7, so they would move it, but they would probably move it far away from Moscow. North, south, west. Can't really go east because east is Washington, 10 miles.
Well, let me see this real quick. Okay, here we go. T-REV,
and you're right, the California thing. I didn't even think about that. That's good point. So thank you, Zevi.
T-REV Detective John, would police know if he sprayed luminol in his car?
Yes.
He's now being said that Maddie and Xana were the targets. It's now being said that Maddie and Xana were the targets.
Where's that coming from?
Yeah, where's that coming from? I'd love to know where that's coming from.
Hey, everybody, if you expound on, if you say something like this, please expound for us. So we'll, where you heard this, if it was a media, a new press release or something like that, let us know.
Here, let me see. Let me get that. Okay. He lived and went to school his whole life in Pennsylvania and moved across the country, and within months did this. Crazy. That is crazy as fuck.
Well, I think
I wonder if he followed him before, or followed the girls before he moved. I wonder. I'd wonder about
because
that.
they were seniors. Those two were seniors, so at least I know Kaylee was a senior, so she's getting ready to graduate and go. He could have. I mean, these are all things that they're gonna know.
If I
They're gonna
open up
know
the
the answers
lines,
to.
if I open up the lines, if I open up like the podcast lines right now, people will be able to talk. You'll be able to hear them, but they won't be able to hear you. They'll only be able to hear me. So that's where
Right.
the problem would set in with if people come on and talk on the podcast now.
Right. That's what we talked about before. That's what I thought you were trying to get me to do earlier, and I'm like, I don't
They'll
think that'll
only
work.
be able to hear from me because my mic's connected to my phone, obviously.
No chains, no more. We have free speech. Exactly right. She's probably referring to the question about, in the future, whether we're going to be able to cover cases like this and speculate. We're in America.
Sassy Bus said psych evaluations before going into or go to school to learn law enforcement or criminal justice. Keep up the great work. You the GOAT. I think she's talking to you.
Yeah. What's funny is,
thank you guys.
When you go into an interview, if you're being interviewed, they'll ask you questions like, why do you want to be a cop? And if somebody says, I've always wanted to be a cop, since I was a little kid, that a lot of times will actually disqualify them, because you don't want somebody that says that. You want somebody that's a little more open-minded, gives a little bit better answer than that. And they'll ask questions like, okay, you're in a 7-Eleven and you're with your partner. Your partner grabs a candy bar and puts it in his pocket and walks out. What would you do? And my answer to that question was, I'd pay for the candy bar, and then I'd go out and I'd confront him and say, hey, did you forget to pay for that candy bar you stuck in your pocket? And let him know that I saw it. And then my next trip would be into IAD, because I'd turn him in.
Gregory Worth said, allegedly, Idaho does not have an insanity defense. So do I hear a big hell yeah?
Hey, yeah, Gregory, you might be right. I didn't research that or any of that. I mean, I find that hard to believe.
Somebody said, Detective John, please turn on a lamp.
You're just going to get a silhouette right now, because I'm in bed. I've been going since 5:30 this morning.
Haha, Detective John, what do you think about my prediction? Y'all know I had a better chance of drowning in ocean water on dry land than getting that right. Oh, yeah, Regina Wright in Discord said, a week ago, she said on Friday, she goes, next on Friday or the Friday after Christmas, there's going to be an arrest. And that's exactly what happened.
Hey, good call, Regina. That's all I got to say about that. She
did say that. I remember.
But what about what I said? What did I say?
Tell him.
Based on the Chiefs interview, where he was standoffish before, but then he called that press conference, and he had that smirk on his face, and I said right away, I'm telling you, they are very close. They're about to make an arrest. And that was just 3 days before?
I don't know. They keep sending me this. Oh, shit. Everybody keeps sending me the same video that I've already seen. Let me see. Listen to his voice. Sound familiar? I swear I've heard this. If it's the one where he's like laptoping, I've heard it. Hold on. Let me look at it again. This is the one you sent, Donna, right here. This is the one she's talking about. Boom.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report,
yeah, we've seen this. I've seen that. So we definitely seen that. I've seen that, Donna. I've seen that like 2 days ago. Multiple times. Question, do you think one of the victims broke his nose?
No, because I saw earlier pictures of him, and he had the same broken nose. I think somebody's broke his nose at some point,
Kohberger is 6'2".
Yep. He looks like a tall, lanky guy. He's long, he could have easily handled Ethan, but Ethan's no slouch. He's a pretty big kid too.
Ethan is
But
a
it's
hero.
like I said, when I profiled him from the beginning, this is an in-your-face guy. He's not afraid of anyone. This guy went in there confident. He wielded a knife to kill 4 people. This is probably not one of those suspects that we have, because it doesn't fit their character that we've all heard of, so unless there was something totally different about them. But from the very beginning, I said this was an in-your-face guy, doesn't take shit from anybody, and he is very, very, very combative.
In my opinion, Gregory Worth says, in my opinion, Ethan's body released so much earlier due to no cross-contamination of blood like Xana would have been second. Gregory Worth says.
In my opinion, Ethan's body released so much earlier due to the no cross-contamination. I'm not sure. Do you follow that? I'm not sure. Is he saying Ethan was killed first?
Yeah, that's what I believe. I mean, that's what
Is
I
that
get
what he's
from
saying?
him.
Could very well be. I mean, we won't
No
know
cross contamination of blood. You know what I'm saying? Like there was no that'd be meaning he was hit first.
Yeah, I mean,
in my opinion, that's what I get from that question.
If in fact Ethan was the first killed, he's not going to have any cross contamination because he was not even in the bedrooms, from what I understand.
There's so many good questions. Bro, there's so many good questions in here. Allegedly, he might have met X and M at the Mad Greek restaurant. Blowburger was a vegan, and Mad Greek served vegan food.
Yeah, we covered that earlier. That's exactly
the only
right.
thing we got wrong was that Kaylee, Sassy Bus said for you. Thank you, Sassy. I appreciate that.
Right. I mean, those are all great points. We covered them earlier because I brought up the fact that this guy was very OCD, and he was an extreme vegan, did not eat meat, and and got on to his family members when he ate at their houses. They had to buy, I think it was his aunt that said that she had to buy new pots and pans because he stayed with them for a while and they couldn't cook anything on pots and pans that had meat in it before.
Bro, well, I can promise you this: every tray in jail has touched meat. Damn near. In case you're going to a fucking organized facility that has a separate, which they ain't separating shit for you, bro. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck, bro. In that kitchen, I've worked in the kitchen.
Right.
I know what goes on in the kitchen, bro. I know what goes on in that kitchen. Dirty shit. Roaches. There'll be a roach on your tray and they'll still serve it to you.
Yeah, you don't know.
They'll flick it off and put your food on there still. Nasty.
You'll never. There's actually, not to get off subject, there's actually accepted amounts of bugs that are allowed in rice and things like that. They're accepted. They find bugs on, no big deal.
I'll never eat rice again. He was writing a book about BTK. BTK's daughter did an interview about it today.
Really? Well, that's what did we just say? He was probably very intrigued with BTK. He wanted to know why the layoff, what brought him back into it. Yeah, I'm sure there was something that triggered BTK to come back and start killing again. I mean, he hung himself. For lack of a better term, he was greedy about his own demise. He sent letters to the police. He hung himself. It's like he wanted to be caught.
Mm-hmm.
And he was old news. He didn't want to be old news anymore. He wanted to matter. Just like this guy wants to matter. In the end, you're going to see that he wants to matter. That's what this is all about. It's all about him.
Aren't the Poconos a place for rich people to ski or something? Maybe they met there. Nah, it's not for rich people to ski. My aunt Jenny there. I've been to the Poconos. I mean, people do, but
there's mansions in the Poconos, yeah, but there's also middle class, and that house looks like a middle class house.
Let's see. Wonder what he did with that weapon or with the weapon.
He only knows. That no matter what, that's a trophy for him, in my opinion. I don't believe he discarded it. I don't believe it's never to be found. I think he put it somewhere where he could go get it again one day.
Let's see. I'm gonna find another good question.
We love
Detective John, they don't have an insanity defense. They abolished it in 1982.
Well, there you go. There's the answer to that question. Thank you, baby girl.
That shit's done for. So
it's funny. They abolished it in 82 and they reinstated the death penalty not too far before that, because they abolished the death penalty and then they bring the death penalty back and they abolished the insanity defense. So that's good, because, you know, an insanity defense will often get you off of a death penalty case. It'll get you, you know, you won't be charged, you know, you won't be sentenced to death if you can plead insanity. So there you go.
Frisco, who said you couldn't? You're allowed to. You're allowed to express any opinion and thought you have here. I mean, negativity and disrespectful ass shit though. Like, I don't.
Yeah, and maybe we missed something. I certainly don't dispel anyone's. You know, you asked me, I'm going to tell you what my opinion is, but I'm not going to say you're wrong. Everything is open for debate. I mean,
that shit wasn't a show though, Lex. That was a open podcast talking about this crime, and that call happened to come through. So in reality, I don't know why I say show, but it's not a show. It's literally like it's reality. We're talking about. I mean, these poor kids. They got. I don't even want to say it. They got unalived by this douchebag, and it's sad. I mean, it's sad that even somebody would come up and have the type of discussion that was on that. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Sat. Thank you, Sat and B. I appreciate it.
Somebody's watching my teeth. I did my Crest white strips, so they should be white, guys.
Let's see. The BTK thing is confirmed. BTK's daughter was just interviewed saying she is terrified. This could be an initial inspiration. He might have moved to because he might have moved to Washington because of the professor's access to BTK, and I'd rather call than go broke. I get you. Yeah, no. What do you think about that?
You know, like I said, anything's possible.
That's creepy as fuck.
It is creepy. So, you know, he may want to have been close to them. I don't know. I mean, but he also may, you know, maybe the major he was seeking was affordable at that school, because he's not a rich kid. This isn't a rich family. That already came out. He's, you know, he didn't even have his own car.
What's up, Rook? What's up, Rook? Shout out to Rook. Peter Puffer. Every time I see that name, I want to laugh. No Chains No More. Shout out to everybody in here. Regina Wright, Dirk Diggler. He used to be fat. He used to be fat, likely strong.
Right.
Crosshatch says because it's 9 in numbers. Hold on, in number and numbers playing big part in this.
Well, he also, according to one of his friends, they ran 7 miles together, often 6-7 miles. So the guy was in shape. You know, I think he was probably, you know, overweight most of his young life, and then he made a decision, and he became very OCD at that point.
This Bryan guy, I love you all, Trev and Detective John. Good night. Work early. Thank you, Josie Weaver. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Do I think his nose will get broke again? He's in protective custody right now, so he's not in general population. So my guess is that whatever correctional institution he winds up in, he's probably going to be. He's not going to be in general population. He's going to be in. He's going to be on death row. So they're not in general population.
Can I pull a list of questions together for Detective John from chat? My questions might get answered then. Sure. I don't know how you're gonna do that, but just put them on there. I'll get to a lot of them. Do you still believe his response? Has anyone else been arrested? Do you still believe that at all? I don't. I mean, personally, me, I think he's playing with investigators.
Do I believe he said that? Is she asking? Do I believe he said that, Kara?
Yeah, do you believe it? I think he did. I mean, but why would Bryan Ensign tweet that?
I believe he said it. I believe he said it because he's looking to cast doubt. He's looking to you know raise eyebrows. Why would he say that? Look what we're doing. We're asking about it right now. And his dad may not have been home. Maybe he's thinking his dad was arrested or taken into custody for questioning or what have you. Who knows? I mean, in the very beginning, when this was news breaking, there was 2 other kids that were supposedly arrested that were suspects. Remember when you called me? What did I think about that? I was like, what's going on?
His professor wrote the book. That's creepy as shit too. His
Well,
professor wrote the book.
Wrote what book?
Did they lock BK in early from Liz Lemon?
Did they lock? Did they lock B?
You might want to elaborate
Yes.
on.
Did they lock BK in, not BTK?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I believe. Remember when I said at the point where that car was found and they weren't biting all over that car.
Thank you.
That told me that they already had what they needed. They're just leading the public to believe, and he's watching social media and he's watching the news. That they want it out there that they have nothing. But I think the chief doesn't have a very good poker face because I read it right off the bat. I knew I knew it was over. Just by his body language and his demeanor.
I think he buried the knife in the woods. I mean, he went cross country. He drove cross country with his pop. So I mean, anything's possible with that. You would think though, after, and this is just my opinion, you would think after you committed murders with this weapon, you would get rid of it. You would be probably paranoid even having it in your possession afterwards.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like that's just my opinion though.
I believe he's, if I don't believe they've retrieved it yet, but I know he's hidden it somewhere where he can get it again. So I don't believe he threw it in a lake or anything like that. I would be surprised that he did that. I believe it's somewhere where he only knows, and it's not going to be something that would be easily found.
He probably was waiting for them hiding in the house.
That's what I've said. I believe it's called lay in wait. It's actually in a lot of states, it's a factor that goes into the state statute of the crime. If they're lay in wait, that means that it makes it the crime is higher, the charge is higher when you're lay in wait because it shows premeditation.
I wonder if he did something to that scene that will cause reasonable doubt at trial. If this was planned, he might have accessed the scene earlier to plant other DNA, etc., or brought something, says Buttermilk Mountain.
That anything's possible. I can't argue that fact. I mean, I think if he were to go to those extremes, though, he would have thought about not driving his own car or carrying his phone to the crime scene. I mean, I believe he thought this out, but I just don't believe he used his common sense. I mean, it's just crazy to me that he drove his own car. The car is what got him. Now
go ahead.
DNA, if they collected DNA, and they did genealogy, they would have tracked him down eventually anyway. But the car is what turned them on to him so fast. I don't believe DNA turned them on to him right away. It's the car.
How will being in jail and seeing how much it sucks there change his pre-planned strategy for what he would do if he was ever caught?
I think he wants to be in jail. I believe inevitably he wants to be the serial killer being interviewed. He wants to be the Hannibal Lecter.
He said he wants to be the Hannibal Lecter.
That's what I said. He wants to be the Hannibal Lecter. He wants to be that guy, Dr. Lecter.
Yeah, shout out to the Pascal show. I was on his live earlier for about maybe close to an hour, 45 minutes, chopping him up with about that phone call. And he asked me, I was like, man, I don't know. I never heard this guy's voice 50-50. You know what I mean? Like, You know what I mean? I don't know. It is what it is.
I think people, they wanted it and they ran with it. And you covered all the bases, man. So we don't even need to talk about it. If it comes out, I mean, to be honest with you, if there was any validity to it, the feds would already be in touch with you. And have they, Trev?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So
absolutely not.
I would kick that whole theory to the curb.
No, I would at this. I really like right now after what I've seen today. I don't. Now I'm more lean towards absolutely not. That's not. Beforehand, I was saying I don't know. I've never heard his voice beforehand. I was saying that. Now I'm at. I don't think it was him.
Right.
T-REV, dude. Get your followers. The chill makes you look bad. You can't. I can't make nobody do anything. This is an open opinion discussion for people in chat, people who call in, my guests, etc. I mean, the only thing that I don't like in my chat is disrespectful shit, arguing, stuff like that, drama. Like, I mean, talking amongst yourselves and going back and forth with theories and stuff like that's cool. But once you get to being disrespectful and arguing, I don't like a drama show.
Well, you've got moderators that handle that. They nix them right away, don't they? So
no, absolutely.
Shauna, I don't know what you want T-REV to do. This is an open forum. Everybody's allowed. As long as they don't get abusive, they can stay on here.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's see. Okay, talking about TNT. What?
The found glove was already dispelled. They had drone footage of the crime scene outside, and that glove was not there till after the crime. So I believe the glove
was dropped by one of the people working the crime scene.
Yeah, because they often put gloves in their back pocket. It was a black glove. It was a latex glove. I believe it was. And that was dispelled. That there's a lot of to do for nothing over that as well.
The professors in PA, Amy Burley says.
What professor?
BT, the one that wrote the book. BTK is forbidden media, no internet, no magazines, no interviews because the judge ruled no ego strokes.
Yeah.
He's narcissistic psychopath.
It's a good point because you know what? What better punishment than to put a serial killer in prison that wants the accolades of being a serial killer, not having that avenue to vent and talk to people. That's punishment. That was brilliant. I totally forgot about that. Good point. Very good point. But it still doesn't stop, interviewing family members and other people's daughter, things like that. It still doesn't stop, doing research on interviews and, the multiple interview interrogations that he gave voluntarily, without the presence of an attorney.
Do you think he picked the date? Do you think he picked the date purposely? I saw the report that Amityville was on the same date, 11/13 and 3 a.m., 112 address, etc. Coincidence?
That could go either way.
That's crazy shit.
You're talking about a psychopath that he premeditated this. He could have very well picked the date, I mean, that's very possible. I can't say yay or nay on that because we don't know. We won't know till we know. Stuff like that. And will he tell his story? I believe he will.
So do you think he's going to represent it? And this is something that I've been thinking about. It's roaming through my head, and I'm sure there's a lot of people thinking about this, right? Do you think that he is going to take this ego route and represent himself in court? Do you think that he's going to do that? Or do you think that he's going to really just rock with a lawyer and try to take it to trial and fight at the lawyer, get a defense team, or, I don't know how, much money his parents have or whatever, but do you think that he's going to do that? What do you think he's going to do with that? It's
been reported that they're middle class. They don't have a whole lot of money. They're not poor. They're middle class, and from what I've been saying from the beginning of this, whenever the perpetrator is arrested, the defense attorney will probably take this case pro bono because he's going to get so much attention. There's going to be so much media hoopla. It's going to benefit him to be on. He's going to be like, he wants the accolades too. So he's going to take it pro bono. And there's a lot of attorneys that are looking for that attention. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a cesspool of suppression hearings based on, you know, I hate to go back to the OJ case, but look at how many times they tried to criticize the investigative techniques, cross-contamination, gloves not being changed. I mean, all the stuff that we witnessed live on TV that a defense attorney is just going to have a heyday with. So unless, like I said, if there's just touch DNA, then I mean, he's got a great chance of getting a lot of the DNA, you know, thrown out. But if there's blood DNA, he's going to have a hard time explaining that.
Okay. Do you think he wanted to create a new category of class, or a new category or class of serial killer, with him being the first in the category?
What would make him the first in the category? I mean, there's nothing. I mean, serial killers generally have a modus operandi, and you know, their motive. It generally stays the same. I don't know what would put him in a, you know, I mean, you got Bundy, you know, you've got, you know, college killers, you know, that have done this before. He's not really done anything unique other than, you know, and he's not the only serial killer that's wielded a knife to kill people. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know what his psyche is, but he's clearly a psychopath.
Yeah, he like Christine is saying right now, John Wayne Gacy asked, did anyone else get arrested? He studied serial killers.
Right.
Thank you, Christine.
And that guy was full of deception. His whole life was a lie. I mean, there's things that came out about him. You know, he had a criminal history, criminal past, and he was a pillar in the community. I mean, you could never get away with what he got away with today. But back then we didn't have social media. We didn't have the internet. So, but today there's no way on God's green earth he could have got away with what he got away with as far as his criminal past. You know, being a pedophile and being convicted and serving time and then running for office and doing all those things never would have happened today.
Let me see.
In my opinion, Susie said it's all a game to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
is a fucking game to him, dude.
This is, you know, there's going to be a movie about this. There's going to be books written about this. That's what he wants. He wants recognition. For
the next generation? Hell yeah, they do that shit a lot.
Hey, he wants to be part of the, you know, part of classroom studies. You know, that's what he wants to be. You know, and maybe even kind of like my book, maybe even he thought that he would actually be talking about this case one day in front of students.
You see this shit right here?
Being an open case.
You see what she said? I read it. You got to read it. Did you read it?
No, I haven't read it yet. Let me see.
You'll get what I'm saying.
People now believe to have been Bryan. The acts. That's post hours before Bryan was arrested.
Yeah, the accounts. Last posts were hours before his arrest. That's crazy, right? What do you think? You think it was more than likely him, or do you think 50-50 on that?
50-50. I mean, you know,
allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
What, his last post? What she's talking about? No, I haven't went back to Reddit and looked at that. Absolutely not. I've been too busy watching other stuff on him.
Kara's saying then it's not him.
Thank you, Shauna. Let's see. Hold up. Where we at here?
Kara's saying then it's not him.
Looking for some more questions.
Is she saying if there was a post right before he was arrested that it's not him?
I don't know if Riley just came in. Question Detective John, with the little we know about Bryan so far, do you believe he is the killer in your opinion?
Yes, 100%.
And we've already touched on that pretty much, but I don't know if they were here or not.
100% believe that he's a killer.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Well, it doesn't matter if I say I believe it. Doesn't mean that I'm saying that he is. I believe, in my opinion, yes, he's the killer.
I agree. I think he wants to be in jail. He wants attention for life. He's so OCD that all the repetition and structure is his lifestyle. I think he wants interviews and books written about him.
That's what I've already said. That I believe I believe with you. You know, it's always complicated. I believe 100%.
I think this, like this, this is my opinion on him. I think this dumb motherfucker, and I'm just gonna speak what I feel. I think this dumb motherfucker went to college for criminology, etc., to try to beat the law, and this dumb motherfucker rolls up to the house in his car, and gets nabbed.
Yeah,
dumb, I mean, he's an idiot.
He makes the most elementary mistake.
This dude isn't even smart, bro. He's not smart at all. He's actually the opposite of what he was in college for. Just because you made it to college don't make you smart. I really think he's a fucking idiot.
Well, that's
just my personal opinion.
This is what I think. I think he may have been thinking about doing this, and then he had a weak moment where he just acted. So he really didn't think it out, and it wasn't as premeditated as it should have been. And I think he just had an impulse that he couldn't shut down, and he just acted on it. Because if he truly premeditated based on his education and what he knows, then he would have thought about all these different scenarios.
Dude, he's a fucking coward. He killed 4 people pretty much in their sleep, dude. Like, yeah, and like, come on, like you're a coward. Yeah, you didn't even give him no one-on-one shot. He went in there and just did what he did, bro.
You can say he's a coward. Anybody that kills anybody is a coward, but he's a brave coward, if that makes sense. I mean, because
fuck being brave.
Who takes a knife in to kill people when you can take a gun and kill them just as easy? Maybe he didn't have access to it, but
I personally think he staked them out. I think he staked them out because
and
I'm thinking from a criminal aspect, right? Let's think from a criminal aspect. He had to case it out because you're not walking in a house with 5 cars parked out front. If you walk in a house with 5 cars parked out front without casing a joint,
you know what's up.
You're a fucking idiot. Like I mean, you could be walking right into your death.
Well, I think I'm quite sure that they're going to find that he was stalking them on social media, at least one of them, because Kaylee was constantly on her phone. I mean, her parents even said, I mean, her phone was her life, is exactly what they said.
Right.
So you could probably get on her Twitter account and follow every step she makes. He probably knew she was at the food truck when she was at the food truck, knew when she was at the bar, leaving, going to the food truck because she was texting then, and he probably knew about when they were going to get home.
What about Chris asked, Chris Jitsu, he says, will the fact his car is a 2015 versus 2011, 2013 matter? That'll definitely be in the defense, in my opinion. That right there will be a defense fight for the defense team. I really do believe that, because they said 2011 to 2013, right? So you got a 2015. That's definitely going to be in the defense, in my wholehearted opinion, bro. Like
that could all be explained away because there's such subtle differences. It's like if you look, if that's if that's an SE model versus a sport model, there's going to be differences in the front grille, usually, but below the headlights, there's either fog lights or not fog lights. The tail lights might be different subtly. I mean, that's I don't believe that's anything that's going to be a defense. Basically the body lines on the car are the same. Again, the things that are going to be different are probably headlights, taillights, and those little subtle things.
It's right on the profile. Hold up. When BK gets to Idaho, will his first appearance be televised?
It depends on if the judge allows it. That's all up to the judge.
Now, Detective John, kind of like Richard Ramirez, aka the Night Stalker, he loved people coming into the courtroom, especially his groupies. He got a buzz of interviews, etc.
Right, exactly. I mean, the guy he was a martyr. You know, at the end, people still love him. You know, I mean,
think he took
look at
trophies?
Bundy. Not to bring Bundy up, Bundy proposed to somebody. That was a pen pal of his.
Sick bastard. Do you think, Detective John, do you think he took trophies?
I believe I don't believe he got rid of his clothes, which were blood soaked. That's a trophy. Those are trophies in themselves. The knife's a trophy. Do I believe he took items? Could possibly have. I mean, I don't know. You know, we don't know how long he was in the house. We don't know if it was wham bam, see you later, kill you, go, or he, you know, he was meticulous and he walked through the house after the murders were done. Whether he tried to pick up the crime scene at all. And there allegedly the girls heard water running.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could be something, you know, the pee drain like we talked about before. I mean, they pulled all that. If they determined that he was, you know, washing off or he showered and he changed clothes before he left, he very well could have done all of that.
Right.
That's something a psychopath would do.
I think he fantasizes about authorities coming to him to help solve other cases. He thinks they will ask him to study other cases. He a special mystery to all?
What did I do? What did I say earlier? He wants to be Hannibal Lecter. He wants to be Hannibal from Silence of the Lambs. 100%.
Sharon Fisher says, "Do you think BK was taking steroids? Mugs have the same feel." Talking about the mug shots, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. You look at his traps, he doesn't look like he's got much there. I mean, I doubt it. He looks like a skinny dude to me. I mean, I'm speculating. I mean, steroids keep coming up because of the frat guys making an accusation that, you know, somebody was on steroids. I mean, steroids are everywhere today. I mean, you know, you can only put on so much muscle mass in 12 months. You know, it's virtually impossible to put 30 pounds of muscle mass on naturally within, you know, 6-7 months.
Right.
I don't care what anybody says. I'm a former bodybuilder. I know the game.
Oh my God. I wonder if any professors worry they could potentially be teaching future killers. I'm
sure that goes through people's minds, you know.
That's been happening for years.
Yeah. I mean, it's, you know,
why? You never know who's a killer. You just never know.
You want to know.
What I'm saying? The person next to you right now can be thinking about killing somebody.
Yeah, people model themselves after athletes. Certain athletes want to be like another athlete. There's no difference in somebody that's having, you know, evil thoughts, you know, wanting to model themselves after, you know, another, you know, Ted Bundy or whoever.
Bill Reagan said an In-N-Out burger bag is seen inside apartment. Closest one is in Pullman. Evidence of contact with delivery or girls trip going there.
Who knows? I mean, Pullman's, again, you're talking about it's a hop, skip, and a jump. It was only 9.4 miles to the university from that house, from what I read. So, I mean, move a couple more miles to the west and you're even closer. So they could have had a delivery.
Well, I know what, and also I think if I'm correct right now, that when you go in, they put you in right now, as far as 2020, since COVID came out, they put you in quarantine. And I don't know if I don't know. Yeah, I know you got to go in for at least 7, right? But I don't know if he put the turtle shell on because he said he was gonna, you know what I'm saying, do something to himself. I mean, that's what I think personally, but
that
PA jails are weird, bro. It's a Commonwealth state, so it's different.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably pretty common considering the levity of the case itself. that, you know, they put him in that garb. So he's, you know, even if he's not threatening suicide, they're gonna watch him. I mean, look at a witness in a major case that just allegedly committed suicide when he's in jail. You know who I'm talking about. Very political.
Did anyone report his white Elantra? Was it parked there at the apartments where he lived? No, it was called. It was from what I heard, it was taken from where he was at his parents.
Yeah, it was from what I've heard as well. They recovered the car because
from what I read,
his dad flew out and they drove back together. That's everything I've heard. I mean, I haven't heard. I don't know if I've heard law enforcement say that yet, but
now this question is probably for you right here. Do you think he's making a mockery out of the justice system?
I don't know that he's trying to make a mockery out of it. I think he respects the justice system. I think he highly respects the justice system. Maybe he's trying to find a flaw that he can exploit. But I also believe, like I keep alluding, that he's trying to be, he's morphed into what he desired to know about. He's morphed into a serial killer. He created that himself. And, perhaps he was a split personality.
I think this motherfucker is making a mockery of that shit, bro.
I think he's potentially a split personality. Maybe he's,
maybe you're right about that. I think he's making a mockery, but that's just my respectful opinion. But I mean,
well, we won't know. We won't know till trial starts. If the trial starts and he's representing himself, then he's making a mockery. If he seeks representation and he keeps his mouth shut and he doesn't testify, then he's trying to get off. But I don't know. We don't know. I think he's probably thinking he's smarter than everybody. I'm sure he's very condescending. In fact, it's been reported that he got onto one of his students and didn't agree with something she was saying, and she left the classroom in tears.
One of whose students?
One of his students in class, because he was running a class. He had his own office at the college, from what I've read. He was basically, I don't know if it's an internship or what he was doing, but he wanted to be a professor. So he was highly regarded by, professors there. So his aspirations were to be a professor, from what I read.
Now, the more he is publicized, the richer he will get. We can't feed him. This is a sad situation. Kohberger is about to be one rich killer due to this attention.
No, he won't.
Definitely agree with you, Detective John. That's what
he won't get a dime. He won't get a dime. The judge will actually mandate that he not receive any kind of.
You want to know what? You want to hear some crazy shit though? I've already seen people supporting him, saying he's innocent. I've seen videos already. Videos of people saying this dude's innocent and he's the plant.
Yeah.
I've seen videos on it already.
Yeah, he's the fall guy, right? I mean, no, there's no way.
Detective John.
You guys all have to believe in the judge and the criminal.
Did you read this question?
No.
It says Detective John, does no murder weapon, contaminated crime scene, and change of venue lead to reasonable doubt?
Well, it's like I said about DNA. Today, DNA, 25 years ago, even 10 years ago, wasn't as big as it is today. It's an evolving science. So that's why so many cold cases are being cleared today. But it's almost a bad thing in that you expect DNA in every crime scene now. And if you don't have DNA, and you don't have, a corpus delicti, which is the body of the crime, or you don't have a weapon, you don't have any of that stuff, then it'll lead to a potential juror. You got to have 12 to convict. So you could sway one juror and, you're done.
Thank you, Laura.
It's not hard to cast reasonable doubt in today's
Misty says, I think he is most excited about this next phase. He wants to outsmart them in this next part.
He is. He's a narcissist, and he's an extreme intellect but lacks common sense, in my opinion.
Yep, a lawyer. Oh, Patricia said she heard from another channel he had lined up a lawyer in Idaho already.
Well, he could have done that. I mean, it's quite possible. So I'm telling you right now, lawyers are lining up to represent him. They are lining up. They're begging for his business, and they're not going to get paid by him.
He's not even a serial killer by definition, more of a mass murderer.
Well, I said that from the beginning. He's only a serial killer if he's done this before.
I agree with Cara too on this.
He's only a serial killer if he's done this before.
Gary Widgeway asked if
he's a mass murderer. He's like a mass shooter at a university. That
DNA is in his car.
But that doesn't change the fact that he's wanted to investigate serial killers. So his goal was to become a serial killer, in my opinion. This was his first one. Unless we determine he's done others.
You calling that peanut butter and monster? Gotta jump off a minute. Marcy says, is there any indication that he took any trophies from the crime scene? Let me catch all the way up, bro. I'm back at 10:43 right now. It's 10:57. That's how backed up we are with questions.
Somebody asked about the trophy scenario. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he didn't take a trophy. I mean, but he's got a trophy. He's got the weapon, bloodstained freaking knife. He's got his bloodstained clothes. Those are all trophies. He doesn't necessarily need anything. He's got their blood, and obviously he used a knife to perpetrate this crime. So he's got a ton of blood.
All right. So, question: since he thinks he's so smart, do you think he hid the knife at the coordinate on one of his posts?
I don't know. That's.
You ever done time? You talk about me? Yeah, I've done time before. Absolutely.
That's open for debate. I don't, I mean, he could. The numbers thing could be a viable,
T-REV's done time. I was across state lines with my handgun, and I had cash on me, like a lot of cash, and then I had a pill bottle without my name on it. Yep, I did time before. Just one time though, as an adult.
But you didn't do
as a juvenile. I got in trouble a lot.
Didn't do time for a violent crime though.
No, absolutely never. Never did time for no violent crime ever. Never would do nothing violent to nobody. Dude, I would never harm nobody. In case you try to come after my family, that's it.
Or your dog.
Yeah, but that's my family.
Yeah, that's right.
For real, my dog is like my son. Yeah, literally. I heard he drove a white Kia Forte.
That came out early on. I mean, that hasn't been confirmed as far as I know.
I think thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Dooley. Thank you, Port 21 Productions. I appreciate you guys. I think at first he didn't mind if he was caught because he would finally be credited with this crime. But once he spends some time in jail and sees how terrible it is there, he will fight to get out.
Hindsight is 20/20.
Let's see. So she was not on OnlyFans. I know that's cap. That OnlyFans shit. Thank you, Nicole. That's just bullshit. From what I seen, the account, I think it was made out. But the only thing that stood out about the Maddie OnlyFans account is that people from Washington and Idaho were following her. But that doesn't mean shit.
Right.
The practice.
But I can tell you right now, they've got it. If it exists, they've got it.
Detective John, why didn't we see a coroner removing the bodies, and when did they remove them?
We covered that a few weeks ago. Listen, we think what we want to think about the press, but I've been on crime scenes and I've asked the press to step back, not do any video out of respect for the families, and they've complied. They have a radius around the house that they can widen the radius to keep people out. I would have probably, and there was a lot behind the house that they could easily have driven up to and taken the bodies out of the backsliders and up that, that wasn't a big hill. And that's probably how they got the bodies out, or we would have seen them. And the back of the house is covered with trees and lined with trees, and there's a path up to that lot. I'm speculating, but I believe that's how they removed bodies.
Let's see here.
I would make that happen. I said that before. I would make that happen.
Reddit user Inside Looking speculated to BBK, speculated to BBK. John, you're talking about Carol and Boone, says Rook.
Right.
Appreciate you, Rook. Let me see. Let me get down. We're at 10:51. It's 11:01, man. These questions. There's tons of questions. I see tons of really, really good questions. Have you seen them? Can you see them?
Carol Ann Boone. I don't know. Who's Carol Ann Boone? I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm ignorant. I don't know who Carol Ann Boone is.
He is proud of. He is famous now. He is in the news more than the victim. Sad. That's true. It is sad. I'm from Pennsylvania. He was wearing it because he was a danger to himself or others. Check your email.
Somebody said he's possibly sexually dysfunctional. That's very plausible. I mean, he could desire something that he can't have because he can't get it up. Who knows? We don't know these things. He's only 28 years old, so I mean, I'm not saying that 28-year-old people can't be impotent.
This is a good question for you right here from Marie. She said, did law enforcement stage not earring proper PPE?
No, I think that was just absolute carelessness on their part. So like I said, I keep going back to the OJ case, but those crime scene techs and the OJ's case did the same type of careless stuff. They didn't change gloves when they entered, different areas of the crime scene, and that all came back and bit them in the ass because it casted doubt. The glove that was retrieved by OJ, they weren't prepared for that, because anybody, like I had batting gloves and golf gloves, if they get wet and they lay in my bat bag and they dry, they shrink up. Those gloves were ruined. I virtually can't wear them again. And that's what OJ did when he put that leather glove back on. It was shrunk because it was laying outside and on wet grass. Sprinklers had been on, and that glove shrunk, and people bought it. People actually bought it. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Remember?
What are the chances of the electric chair if he's convicted?
100%. Idaho has the death penalty. I don't know what means they use. Is it electric chair? Is it lethal injection? I'm not sure.
Do y'all think it's weird that he talked about the frat? The frat nationally. Okay, I see what she's saying. Then knew about their wishes. 3 guys in the field distraction. That's what I think Kara's saying.
Is she talking about the alleged call to you?
No, I don't think she's talking about.
Do y'all think it's weird that
he's definitely not talking about that call, because call is not.
Well, how do we know he talked about the frat? She must be talking about the call, thinking that he called into the show.
He didn't call into the show. It never was confirmed with me that he called in.
Right,
I have no idea.
Kara must think that she's of the opinion that he did call into the show. I don't know of him talking about the frat, other than whoever called into the show talked about the frat.
3 guys in the field was a distraction. Movie he took out this method. It was what Cara was saying.
No.
He is so sick in the head. He actually thought that he would care. He threatened to unlive himself. They didn't care. they legally had to use the turtle suit.
He's a narcissist. He's not going to kill himself.
Thank you, Nicole.
This guy is never gonna. He would never kill himself.
He can't make money off it if he gets convicted.
And the judge will
shut that shit down.
Impose no. He would get no benefit from any book or anything. Actually, that just happened in Daryl Brooks' case. He can't make any money.
Oh, congratulations!
For what?
No, she said, "Happy New Year's, all. Just found out I'm a mom to be today after trying 2 years."
Oh, congratulations.
Detective John, do you think this is his first kill? They don't usually start with this crime of this magnitude.
I don't know where that information came from, but yeah, they do usually start. They start big.
Does he even get a blanket?
You know, it's not. It wouldn't be surprising at all if this was his first kill. In fact, I believe it probably is. I don't believe it's the first mammal he's killed. I'm sure he's killed many animals, and he's not afraid to get. I know this guy's been in many fights. He gets in arguments all the time. I guarantee it. That's what I said when I profiled him from the beginning. This is an in-your-face guy. He doesn't take crap from anybody. Does he even get a blanket? I hope not. Yeah, unfortunately, he'll get a blanket. He won't get a mattress, though. Because they're pretty much...
Detective John, if he is found innocent, even though he is guilty, what happens then? Absolutely nothing.
You can't be retried. Double jeopardy. You can't be retried. It's America.
That'd be insane.
He ain't going to be...
Where do you think he kept the weapon, or did he get rid of the weapon?
I've heard a couple different scenarios that somebody said that they found a sheath underneath one of the bodies. Have you heard that?
No, I haven't heard that.
I
said, I'm waiting for the real information to come out, because what I hear and what comes out are two different things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I can hear shit all day long, but it's like that to me is you got to take it with a grain of salt. You can only run so far with what you hear.
That's just like what I said. We're all speculating here. I don't know these questions. I mean, I'm giving my opinion, and Trev's giving his opinion. I don't know. We won't know till we know. I mean, and we may never know. He may clam up and not tell his story. We could be wrong. I think he will. If he doesn't, if he doesn't when he gets convicted, I'm sure he will. But you know, when he's sitting in jail, he'll get to a point where he'll want to talk. I'm sure.
All right, let's see.
According to Alabama, Florida, South Dakota. I missed that one.
Let me catch up. Let me see. I'm super behind. Hold up, respect.
ALW.
Professional opinion. Okay, I see that. Question: do you think this monster was waiting for the FBI to break his door down?
I think he was. I don't think he was surprised. I think he was. I think he was waiting for it. Because what was the first thing he said was, "Did anybody else get arrested?" I mean, that's
alleged. I mean, that's all alleged too, and something we heard. True. I want to hear the facts on everything. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to actually look and read facts that you know why. You know what I'm saying? That because we could talk about that all day. I mean, we could and we will. But in general, though,
and again, he's riding back with his dad 35 hours in a car, and I would be very surprised if they didn't discuss this case most of the way.
Right.
I mean, how could you not?
Where's this team?
You know, he's a criminology major.
His possible plan for exoneration. Maybe he contacted local Havoc Biz asking for a part-time gig, then volunteered to help on a big job, aka the crime scene. I don't know. I'm sure the detective does. LOL. Just kidding. Talk to you can't. Good night, people.
Yeah, maybe contacting an HVAC biz, trying to. I mean,
Nah.
I think this guy was a full-time student. I think that was his whole life. He probably had grants. I'm sure he had, government money to get him to school. And he was probably living off his grants. I don't even know. I don't know if he was being paid by the school for holding classes, if that's even true. I mean, I don't know.
All right, let's
But
see.
again,
I want to see
back to that ride back 35 hours with his dad. I would, if he's trying to convince his dad through, subliminal messages that he didn't do this, he may have been like analyzing the whole crime scene with his dad and going over it with a crime. What do you think, Dad? What do you think? How do you think? Who do you think did it? Which one of the Jacks did it? Or do you think it was somebody else? That's why I would have loved to have been a fly on the headliner of that car on the way back.
Do you think he wanted to do this again? Says somebody asked.
Yes, this was the beginning. If he got away with this, he would definitely do it again.
So Detective John, it's finally the first time someone said the glove shrunk. I've said that for years, but couldn't believe everybody was so dumb.
No, yeah, believe it. It's California, full of idiots. I'm sorry.
Question: does he have an option to expedite a death sentence?
Does he have an option to like a speedy trial, but for a death sentence? I don't know what Idaho law is, but generally no, because you have so many years to continue to file appeals, and you're allowed to file so many appeals, and they have to give you that amount of time to do it. I don't know what Idaho law is, but we all know that there's been people that were just recently executed that have been on death row for 25 years plus.
Let's remember these people. This cocksucker is, I don't know. This is the beautiful people we need to remember right here.
Exactly.
But if he was in your face guy, then why not give them a knife and fight to the death? He's a pussy to me. I mean, that's a fact. I really think you can get Missy Beaver's justice.
Right.
Mind over matter with that. I'm definitely going to be talking about. We're definitely going to be hopping into the Missy Beaver or Missy Bevers for sure. I followed that from day one on HLN.
There's a ton of speculation on why he used a knife. I mean, if in fact he was going in there if he had an infatuation with one of the girls, a lot of rapes occur with a knife because you hold a knife to the throat.
Trigger warning.
And then you rape, based on the fact that I'm going to stab you, shut up, don't make a noise. A lot of rapes are done with a knife, not a gun.
Question, Detective John, why do you think he drove 7 miles to a death penalty state to commit these crimes instead of staying in Washington?
Is Washington a death penalty state? I don't know. Somebody look that up.
I never looked that up. I'll look it up right now.
Because I believe that the proximity of the two colleges, there was some kind of intermingling between the two colleges, and the frats maybe.
Nah, they don't have it.
They don't have it.
Let me see.
And even restaurants, things like that. He was only a few miles away from home. Maybe there was nothing over there, and everybody went over to the Idaho side to party and hang out, and go to the clubs and bars that are associated with that university. Maybe they didn't have that over there.
I think he planned this but overlooked a lot because of his excitement, or maybe he couldn't wait and acted sooner than he prepared for because Kaylee was there or some other reason. Question.
Well, it's like I said before. I believe it was premeditated, but I believe it was an impulse. I believe that he, he'd been thinking about doing this, and then all of a sudden he's like, I'm doing it tonight and I'm going, and he didn't put a lot of thought into, getting away, and getting away with it. Because had he actually sat down as intelligent as he's purported to be and thought about everything, he would have just figured out a way to get around the backside of that house, walk in and walk out, walk away, sit back, and watch the shit show happen like everybody else did. It's like when you do homicides, you often will record the crime scene whereas bystanders, because the assailant will actually be there and he'll be watching in the crowd. And we've actually had cases where, here that he was actually there. We can point him out in video that he was actually there watching the whole show. I'm surprised he didn't actually do that. We don't know that he didn't. We don't know that. He might have been parked around the corner and walked up and watched it. But it's very careless of him to drive that car. Everybody's got a doorbell camera today. I mean, you're driving by a bunch of frat houses through a college town, somebody's going to capture you. Every damn intersection's got a red light camera, but now they don't all have traffic cameras that run 24/7. But I don't know what his thought process was. Maybe the guy wanted to be caught. Maybe he wanted to see how far he could get before they figured it out. We won't know till we know.
Yeah, dude, that's good to hear. Hold up, let me see. I just seen it, Kristen. Let me go down a little bit though. We're at what, 11:13. Let's see, we're catching back up. There we go. Please be respectful, Detective Moore. Hold up, right here, Detective John. Are you retired or active?
Retired.
There's a question. Are you retired or active?
I'm no longer active. I've been out of law enforcement for over 10 years now.
Professor and author. Okay, let's go to the question.
But that's in a LEO capacity. I went into the private sector and did investigations at a very high level for 8 more years.
Question: wouldn't he feel like an ass if he got busted before he made it home with his dad? I don't know. I couldn't.
He took a chance. He certainly took a chance, because I believe that he was being surveilled at some point between, PA, the Poconos, and Washington. I believe he was being heavily surveilled. They probably had, Air One up, planes surveilling him. They probably, they knew where he was at all times. At the point, like I said, at the point that the chief did that press conference and he had that pep in his step, I knew right then that they had their guy. They were just waiting. It takes time to put together, to execute a search warrant. If you're going to do it right, or an arrest warrant, where you have to have an entry team. You don't want to know what this guy's mindset is. You got to, you do all the background checks you can. You surveil the house. You figure out, whether there's guns in the house through, any kind of history you may have. You pull up call history, all kinds of things. So, as long as they had him surveilled and they knew he wasn't gonna, get away, there's no problem with taking your time, in my opinion.
You take a look at this. The vigil held on November 30th at the 7:18 mark. Guy comes across the left screen, near bottom corner, hands in pocket, link.
Like I just said, he could have very well been there.
You think so? You think he would have been you think he would have went to the vigil?
Hell yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all. That's what I was just talking about. They come to funerals, they go to vigils. Someone that an arsonist will often, especially during arsons, if you see a building on fire, first thing you do is videotape everybody that's there, because an arsonist wants to watch his work go down in flames. I mean, he's proud of it. Many arsonists have been caught that way. There's no difference in someone that's committed a homicide. They're often worried about, what they could have potentially left at the crime scene, and they'll take it. And fortunately for him, there's been such hype and media coverage. He could just pull up his phone and watch daily.
I'll tell you what's been going through my mind with him is that the fact, and it's the vegan thing that's replaying for me, is like, will he starve himself to death? Because I mean, if alleged, if it's true that he don't, you know what I mean? If it's true that he didn't eat all the pots and pans because of meat. I feel like there's an issue there. Like I feel like I've heard of actual people that were locked up that starved themselves to death. Because I don't know, not just because of that, but in general, just have starved themselves to death. So I mean, I feel like possibly he could.
Well, it's funny. Was it Daryl Brooks that the mother called in and requested a special diet for him because he was a vegan?
I didn't pay attention to that scumbag.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to get a special menu. He's in jail.
I seen it when it first happened. I seen that dude. To be honest with you, that dude was on my friends list.
Who was?
That Daryl Brooks dude. Because he was a rapper from back in the day, bro. Like,
really?
It was weird.
That is weird.
Took him right off that shit. Thanks, Detective John. That was my opinion as well. I'm an Idahoan. No, I'm an Idahoan, he said. Or Nancy said. And UOFL grad, so I know the area and social scene very well.
Right. I mean, it's
about money and drugs. Problem is, this was about money and drugs. I mean, we don't know that.
I don't believe that.
I heard a few people say Ted Bundy also asked if anyone had been arrested. This is how he gets his high. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
with that.
somebody said that earlier. I'd never heard that about Bundy. I'm not saying that's not true. I don't.
You think they're gonna fly him? Do you think they're gonna fly him there? Or pick him up?
Likely.
Pick him up in the van.
No, more than likely they'll fly.
Already stated.
I'd say 90% sure they'll fly.
Just wait. He's already stated he will be exonerated.
Who said that?
Patricia Allman.
He's already saying he will be exonerated. I saw that too. That he's looking forward to being exonerated. I think was the exact verbiage that somebody said he said, or his attorney said that. My client's looking forward to his exoneration.
Thank you, make it make sense. Let's see. Yo, Detective, do you think he vomited at the scene due to the gore, adrenaline, or excitement?
No. I don't believe anything makes this guy sick.
Did he do that?
Anybody that takes a knife if he had intent to actually commit the murders, he's not gonna have a weak stomach. But like I said, if his intent was just to go, if he was infatuated with Kaylee, and his intent was to go in there and put a knife to her throat or threaten to cut her face and engage in a rape act with her, and it went sour, who knows? I mean,
But hold up, that's so crazy that he did that. Did he do it on purpose? Because he didn't bought? He was that smart? Or because he didn't thought he was that smart type of.
That's so crazy that he did that. Did he do it on purpose because he thought
he was that smart?
That he did what? Did I lose something there? Did I miss something?
Yeah, you missed something. My guess is he got finessed for dollars by one of them.
No.
A lot of substance.
I don't believe that. I don't believe this. So? I don't think this has anything to do with money or drugs.
I don't think it has. I think it has something to do with an obsession for one of the girls. I mean,
that's what I think.
Possibly an incel.
I believe he had a connection somehow, some way with one of the girls, whether it be Maddie, maybe Maddie worked, maybe he was there for Maddie. Maybe the whole thought process of it being Kaylee targeted because she was, allegedly had the most severe wounds. That could have nothing to do with it. Maybe he was after Maddie, and maybe he went into Maddie's room and Kaylee came in and she was standing up and he had to take her out. Maybe that's why she's got more, wounds. Who knows? We won't know till the investigation.
Detective John.
has probably they probably have. Remember what he kept saying? We're putting the pieces of the puzzle together and we're painting a picture. That tells me that there's evidence at the crime scene that pretty much lets them know exactly what he did. Maybe
So, Detective John, why
maybe he
wouldn't
was in
law
the closet.
enforcement detain BK's father for questioning?
Well, you don't have to detain. You don't have to detain somebody that volunteers. That doesn't mean that he wasn't questioned. I'm sure he was questioned. You know, I guarantee you he was questioned.
I've seen a few people say that his dad was in prison.
That's easy to look up. Go to Pennsylvania. Go to the Department of Corrections for Pennsylvania. Go to the county he lives in. Look at the county clerk of the court or the courthouse, and put his name in there and see if he comes up. Look at any of his. If you go to the clerk of the, like here is clerkofthecourt.org. If you go to that, you put somebody's name in there, it'll come up. You know, if he's bought a house or he's, you know, been convicted of anything or even been charged, it'll come up.
Yeah, all right, hold on. Let's watch this real quick. I want to pop this up real fast and check it out. All right, before right here, question from Jessica Sexy. Detective John, will it be easy to trace the digital footprint, meaning anything he's done on social media after the murders under fake account?
Absolutely. IP addresses. Your IP address isn't going to change. I mean, anything, even if he went on his, I guarantee you they've gotten search warrants for his parents, you know, social media, because he could very well use his parents' accounts. I mean, they've covered every base, every potential piece of a digital footprint that they could get. They've got, are still working on getting, I'm sure. This case isn't over, people. I mean, there's a lot to be done on this case. Just because he's in cuffs doesn't mean the investigation is over. This is an ongoing investigation. They just happen to have enough to charge him. And I'm sure it's very compelling. We'll find out.
Unless he used a VPN, right? That's what somebody said. Even if you have a VPN.
Yeah, you can get around. I mean, VPN's not going to stop law enforcement. I mean, they can say what they want to say about a VPN, but I'm telling you right now, if there's a digital footprint, it will be found. I
want to hear what Coffindoffer has to say. Let's hear this real quick.
Bring in former FBI agent Jennifer Coffindoffer for some new perspective on this suspect. Jennifer, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great to see you, Natasha. Thanks for having me.
And we heard those comments from the suspect's classmate at WSU. Does anything strike you about how they described his demeanor after the events of November?
Well, yeah, it's certainly concerning.
Ricky says, if he did indeed call T-REV, can that call be traced to be used at court? Meaning, like, if he ever called any time during any of my podcasts all the way through.
Absolutely, 100%. And T-REV's a witness.
Is that what they'd put me on the stand?
If they're going to introduce that as part of their prosecution, yeah, they would have to put you on the stand. You would have to confirm. You know, they would ask you, you know, what you do, you know, what you were doing on this day, to ask you about, you know, your site, and, you know, they'll ask you about your past, because, you know, the defense attorney is going to bring up anybody's past. They're going to try and, you know, beat you up. But yes, you would be a witness, and you would, you know, you'd be subpoenaed. You'd have to go to deposition too.
Bryan's parents said they love and support him and his innocence.
Yep, I read that. That's why I said, you know, they were in denial. No one wants to believe their kid is a serial killer or a mass murderer. No one, or a potential serial killer. No one wants to believe that about their kid. And I believe wholeheartedly that he drove back and he talked about this case with his dad. I believe it.
Oh, come on now. Yeah, I mean, the dude was.
I believe they bounced
that criminal shit, bro.
I believe they bounced ideas off of each other. You know, I'm sure it's a whodunit scenario they were talking
Now, I
about.
got a question. Do you think that he would tell his dad that he did this? What do you think? His dad, like, say his dad did go to prison, etc. You never know how comfortable someone is telling, their loved one, whatever.
Again, I don't know the dynamic. I don't know, how close him and his dad are. Some kids tell their parents everything, but again, if he doesn't strike me as a person based on what I've read about him, what people have testified to, in interviews, that he would give a shit what his parents thought. But hey, I don't know. Again, everything is up for debate.
What was it? Do you think Bryan went to the memorial for the Idaho 4?
Very possible. Very possible. Yeah. You got to think like a criminal. Everybody should think like a criminal. What would I do if I
that question was asked though before, remember?
It was, and we covered it. But if you think like a criminal,
they probably just came in. So
if you think like a criminal, everyone, and you're worried, you're worried about what's going to happen. What do they know? You want to be there. You want to see what they're doing. This guy's curiosity would get the best of him, because I would say 75% that he was probably there. He was probably at the vigil. He was probably engaging in conversation with people.
Allegedly.
Right? I said probably, allegedly. You never know, but most people with his psyche, allegedly, or any serial killer, they're following this, and he's going to want to be there. Look, you got to remember what this guy was going to school for and what he was infatuated with, from testimony that I've heard from witnesses. I mean, this guy was very, very, very intrigued with crimes in general, but especially serial killers and murderers. He wanted to know what was going through people's heads. He wanted to interview previous criminals to find out what was going through their head, how they thought, the consequences, what the consequences would be if they got caught, what was going through their minds. I believe, I keep saying, I think this guy morphed into what he had become because of his infatuation with serial killers and murderers.
I'm gonna run this real quick. Let's watch this. I want to hear what she says on him.
All right.
Just the fact that he was exhausted, his interest in controlling conversations and showing his intelligence and making sure people understood that certainly comes off as some indication of possible narcissistic traits. So it's concerning, yes.
And our Bryan Enton also confirming that there were some incidents at a brewery in Pennsylvania, some aggressive flirting with a couple of female bartenders that apparently made them extremely uncomfortable enough that his information was in the system to be flagged at the door. Is this kind of behavior or track record with women significant as investigators are building a case and a profile?
No, I haven't.
It is significant, very much so. When you're looking at this case, they don't have to prove a motive in court, but they want to prove a motive. They want that jury to understand how in the world a PhD student, a 28-year-old young man with no criminal record all of a sudden committed these heinous crimes. And these are all clue to his personality, aggression toward women. And of course, it would seem that this aggression toward women overflowed that day of November 13th, if indeed he is convicted of this crime.
And we know one of the victims was brutally attacked with that knife more than the others. How do investigators go about building a case for a motive in this quadruple murder?
Well, they are going to be looking very closely at the digital information they received from that computer, the forensics, different websites he looked at, different communications he had with individuals he was associated with. The research project he did alone, the survey he did regarding how different individuals are motivated by their feelings and then act on those, all of that is going to come together to paint a picture of somebody who could have committed this crime potentially.
And given the insight, the course of study, the expertise that he has in this area, can we expect anything to potentially be different as he is extradited, as these next steps come into play, than an average suspect with no know-how about how the system works whatsoever?
Well, absolutely. To me, I look at the fact that with a full force of FBI agents, 60 plus, all the analysts throughout the country, the Idaho State Police, the local police department, it took 7 weeks to crack this case. And that, in large part, I believe, is because of the steps he took when he committed the crime to get in and out secretly, also possibly using gloves, we understand. So this was very smart. My concern is, did he ever enter this residence prior? Did he set up this situation? In other words, go to a party or when all these different parties were going on, can he ever put himself there? Was he that smart to create a situation to explain why his DNA could be there?
Jennifer, what do you make of him in custody asking authorities if they had made any other arrests, if anyone else had been arrested? Did that strike you as odd, or could that potentially be him just trying to throw investigators off the case?
Well, it was 3 choices, right? The ruse to throw investigators off. Possibly he was concerned about a family member being arrested. Looked at as harboring him. So that's very possible too. And, the other situation is just a spontaneous utterance that he made completely to throw off investigators.
Jennifer Coffendorfer, always appreciate your insights and time. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Natasha.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
What do you think? What do you think about that interview?
For the record, you heard it first on T-REV's thread. It's almost like she heard what we were talking about, and she asked the same questions that your viewers are asking, and she asked her. And I mean, think about it. Go back and listen to her conversation and tell me it doesn't almost mirror exactly what she just said. Think about the questions that were just asked. For the record, I mean, there's a lot, I mean, to that. I mean, even the last thing, I started laughing when she said, I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing at the conversations we had. What did I say? That could have been a ruse because he was concerned that his dad was being arrested. She just said a family member, so I mean, you get so much more from this show than you do and these major media outlets hate shows like this, man. They hate it because you're getting more viewers on here than they're getting on a major network. On a lot of them. I can't say everyone, but I guarantee you more people are viewing this than viewed that.
Right.
In my opinion, I'm not sure, but
So do we believe there are no accomplices?
I don't believe there's any accomplices. Now, could he have told the dad, and the dad became an accomplice after the fact? Yes, and he can be charged with that. But do I believe there was anybody involved, at the time of the homicides? No. I believe he's the sole perpetrator.
I'm just reading a few emails.
T-REV and Detective John need their own show.
I was reading a few emails. Let's see. One, the same. What if he was at the house prior? What?
Yes, but like she just said, we already covered this. We talked about the fact that there may be a connection between the two universities with frats and parties and social media getting out the fact that we're having a party. Kayla's always on there saying she's having parties, inviting everybody to come. Again, I think that he has probably been in that house at a party. I mean, they're not questioning who comes in and out. Everybody looks like a college student. you know, he's still a college student at 28. I mean, they're not going to turn that guy away and say, "Oh, we don't know you, you're not coming in." Hell, the people that came to the door during the noise complaint said they didn't even know the girls. I mean, think about it. I mean, it would be very easy for him to get an infatuation with Kaylee or Maddie or, you know, Xana or any of them, you know, and then take his stalking to the next level, which, you know, it's very possible that he did that. And more than likely, that is exactly what he did. I don't think he just randomly picked that house. You know, I don't think he just drove by and said, "I'm going to go to this house and kill these 4 people." I don't believe that. I believe there's a connection.
So you think there's a connection with them prior?
I believe there's a connection, yes. A prior infatuation, like we've entertained the restaurant, you know, theory, which that would be Xana or Maddie, but we don't know. But, you know, it makes sense that the Greek, what was it called? The Greek, whatever it was called, but that's a vegetarian restaurant. And he's clearly, from all accounts, a vegetarian and despises meat. He probably despises, you know, the whole process of obtaining meat. You know, if he's that infatuated and he wants pots and pans not to be used that have ever had meat in them, he's probably one of these, you know, some people are totally against the slaughtering of animals. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but he's probably taken that stance in life. He's an advocate. He's an animal rights advocate, more than likely.
Let's try this out. You ready? Let's see how they want phone calls. You want phone calls? Let's see. I don't know how that will work with your end because they're not gonna. They won't be able to hear you. They'll just be able to hear me.
Try it. See it. Whatever happens, happens.
So whatever happens, happens. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts, guys?
Could you put one phone on a speakerphone? You might be able to do it that way.
Let's see. They can put their headphones on. Yeah, but they're going to be 10 seconds behind, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're going to be 10 seconds behind. 219-885-9693. Bring the conversation to the floor. Let's hear it.
Call from Katie.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV. How are you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I can't believe that I'm on. I've been.
Can you hear me?
But I've been a big fan of your show, and I think it's really cool what you're doing.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. So I just wanted to kind of mention what everybody else has been saying in the chat, which is that Reddit post that they're saying that guy has been, posting behind. I think it's like you looking inside. It really, like what Detective John has been saying, which is he wants that recognition. When you go back and look at the Reddit posts that he's been doing, for starters, he didn't even open up his Reddit post until November 22nd. And been making all of these posts, but everything he's been posting has been very much specific to, like, you have to look at the facts. And, like he's not giving any credit to anybody else but himself, like never went into any theories, was very like, this is what has been stated. And even giving very eerie kind of details, but in a very nonchalant way. But definitely something I recommend checking out because it does very much so seem that that's the guy.
So you think they got the right guy?
I do. It sounds, it sounds like it's him. Just, the way he carries himself, it even seems like a guy who's highly educated. He made a comment, like somebody was saying, maybe it was two people and, you know, like two people, two knives, and you're responding back, it's one person, one knife. Just saying things that when you go back and like look at it, it's like, wow, it seems very, I don't know. It's very eerie. Just you'll have to take a look at it. But yeah, that's really all I have to say. I'm from 757. I'm from Virginia Beach, so kind of cool that you're from the same area.
Yeah, no, born and raised Norfolk and
That's
Virginia Beach.
awesome. Yeah, same here. We lived in Norfolk too for a little while.
Right in First View.
Oh, really? No way.
Yep.
We lived over by
Mason Creek Road.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, we lived so we were not like in East Beach, but we were like in that little area in those condos. Yeah, it's a cool area. You're right on the water. It's very nice. Yeah,
it's not bad at all. I mean, there's a lot of shit that goes on though, crime-wise though, around there.
Yeah. After we had our baby, we decided to move. Now we're in North Carolina.
Taxes, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, a good place to raise them. So
how long have you been following this case?
Oh man, around Thanksgiving, like I remember seeing things that were being posted about it right after it happened. But then around Thanksgiving, I remember my dad was kind of talking about it, so I started to kind of dive into it because I like a lot of true crime, and it's just, you know what it is as a parent, and like my little guy's only 3, but your heart breaks for the parents and like for those young kids. They went to college, you know, and we've all been there, right? As college kids, you know, and just anybody, you would never expect somebody to do that. And I think that's what's so creepy about this guy is that he knew exactly what he was doing and went in there and he killed them in their sleep. And that just, to me, it's just scary.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have balls to do that, which makes me think he staked it out for that.
You know what's interesting? Yeah, I agree with you. You know what's interesting is that they were saying, and I read this somewhere, he had a ticket in, I think, Moscow, where he didn't have a seatbelt on. Don't quote me on that. But I remember hearing that he had a ticket for not wearing his seatbelt, and it was his name and thing, date of birth. So it makes me think, you know, at least 2 different events he was in that area. So it makes you wonder, you know, if he was, you know, staking out that area. And I always kind of felt like they always discredited the whole stalker thing. Like, why wouldn't that be a thing? I think he really was kind of watching them, whether from a distance or kind of up close in a nonchalant way. Highly educated. He knew what he was doing. So, but I know that's my timer. So I appreciate you answering my call, and I'll call back again another time. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you for calling in. God bless you and your married your husband.
Yeah, my husband and my little boy. So yeah.
God bless you and your little boy, your husband. Shout out to you. I appreciate you calling in and tuning into the podcast. I don't even want to call it a show.
Absolutely. Hey, you keep doing this. This is wonderful. I think you're really onto something. I really do.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely staying on it for sure.
Hell yeah. Hey, excuse me. Heck yeah.
No,
you
you're
and
fine.
Detective John, you have a happy New Year's. I'll talk to you again soon. Take care.
Happy New Year's to you too. Thank you.
Call from
Marie.
Marie, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, honey. I called you yesterday.
What's going on?
Well, first of all, this piece of shit needs to get the death penalty, right?
Right. For sure. Like, I mean, he definitely needs to get it. I mean, you go in and you unalive 4 people with a knife and I mean, yeah, he just absolutely needs a death penalty.
So here's the thing. I think that he actually, remember when the first few weeks I said Kaylee had a stalker, there was 2 guys following her in the grocery store, et cetera, et cetera. I think that they actually added a guy and had fake thing going on to try to lure him in. And I think that we might be finding out that ultimately she had a stalker this whole time, but it was just one guy.
I mean, that's a good theory for sure. I mean, a lot of people are going with this, like, he was the stalker and etc. But I've seen so many different things. That's why I'm waiting for the facts to come out. But
well, I mean, of course, that's all we can do, right? But I got to tell you, I mean, it's so funny because I literally thought there was a frat guy on steroids. I'm from the area, so I literally thought all these things, and I'm going, damn, I really don't know shit, right? And now, the first few weeks, she had a stalker, and the dad was all aggro. He hired a fucking private detective. He's saying all these things, and we're like, whoa, calm down. And, I'm from the area, so I'll tell you what, they're going to exact justice. If he don't get justice, they're going to exact it, right? So, just go back a few years and look up Idaho, and they will do their own thing. And I'm sitting there going, these cops are trying to protect the dad from going to jail. Something's going on. And then there was a time when I was thinking, man, they don't know what's going on. But but then, we come full circle, and the FBI, he engaged them early on. I have to say, Chief Fry has got to be the man of the year. I mean, honestly.
So he's being tried and convicted, presumed innocent until proven guilty, allegedly. I don't know. I feel like they got to have something like I'm thinking in general. I really feel like the chances of him cutting himself are high. And that's just something that I feel. I mean, you go in with a knife, it takes a lot of force to do what he did. And I feel like he possibly had cut himself.
Oh, this fool was a wannabe, right? So he goes from Pennsylvania to the fucking Pacific Northwest. Listen, everybody, I'm from the Pacific Northwest. The Green River Killer, Ted Bundy. So when I was in college back in 1989, we went to Water Bus. We went to the Civil War. And I'll tell you what, the funny thing is that we all had t-shirts that said Ted Bundy was a husky. So, the first thing he says is, did you arrest anyone else? That's from the playbook. This guy's a complete douche. The BTK, Dennis Rader's daughter is coming out and saying, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, he was taught by whatever the famous gal was from the sales university, but he probably interviewed the guy. I mean, he's studying these people, right? So he's a wannabe, and of course he moved to the Pacific Northwest. Are you fucking crazy? Bed Tundy. I saw that comment just come up on your screen there.
Bed Tundy.
But Bed Tundy.
This dude's a weird. This dude, he's a straight up fucking wannabe.
He's a total wannabe. It's like, oh, look at me. I'm a fucking dweeb. I fucking went heroin. I lost some weight. I'm going to bully some people because they were mean to me. Put up or shut the fuck up, right? You're from fucking East Coast, yo. I'm from the West Coast, but I was born in Binghamton, New York. Put the fuck up. Own your shit so you get on drugs. So he had to put the downers on, and I called in like 3 different times. This motherfucker is on meth or the spice. Because listen, where I come from, there's a lot of poor communities. They're either on opioids, OxyContin, or fucking meth. And my sister is one of them. So they do weird shit. So I think he's on some uppers. Kids that went to school with him, they said he looked exhausted. I heard my time go up. I'm going to hang up.
I appreciate you calling in and sharing what you feel.
But
somebody said caller of the year. Damn. They're going
Son,
crazy.
I'm going to adopt you just like 57,000 other people. I think it might be 757,000 other people. Love you.
Yeah, thank you so much. God bless you, and I appreciate you.
Love you, baby boy.
Thank you so much. Shout out to her at 219-885-9693. Let's see. Let's hear from you. What's your thoughts on this whole thing? Hold on, let's see. Oh my God. Just got to Seattle. He used drugs in high school. Love her. You must be from Seattle. Let's hear it.
Call from
Phil.
Phil, what's going on, my man? You're on. What's going on, brother?
Yo, T-REV, dog. What are you saying?
What's up?
Hey, man. I just want a great show tonight. Love the live. Last caller was amazing. Amazing. Love the F-bombs. Love the profanity. Just was wondering what you thought about those. Remember those so-called cowboy cops?
The cowboy cops that pulled up to in the van and all that, couldn't get to the door.
Exactly. I wonder how big a role those fellas played in the capture of this motherfucker.
Oh man, I have no idea. Who knows if they even played a role?
Exactly. But when they came in there, man, and they were so focused and they looked so serious and they looked on a mission.
They definitely looked on a mission. I'll give you that one for sure. They rolled out, boy. They came out looking like fucking Walker. What is it? Walker, Texas Ranger. Like, they came out that thing, boy. They had that walk going. I don't know what they was doing in there, but they did something.
They sure did, and they weren't talking to the press. They weren't acknowledging the press or anybody else either.
They were serious.
So I just wonder. I just wonder, like, what if they did play a role in the end. Hopefully, these details come out in the final. When this prick gets back to Idaho, and I think it's an encouraging sign that he's not fighting extradition.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, that's what I wait. I can't wait to see these facts. Like I've been saying the whole time, I want to see these facts. Everybody's talking about all this other shit, but it's like, man, I want to see the facts laid out, and I want to know what they got on this dude. Like seriously.
Like when he gets back there, does that open the book so that we can learn more about this?
I mean, we'll definitely get more information as time goes by. That's for sure.
Well, I can't wait. And the other thing I'm a little bit concerned about is this prick. Whatever book smart, however smart, street smart he thinks he is, he's gonna probably try to outwit, and like lawyers and the legal eagles that are gonna try to, pin this on him. You know what I mean?
For sure.
So, anyways, brother, great job, great life.
I appreciate you. Now, like on this dude, do you think? I mean, and this is just me asking you what your opinion is or what you think. Do you think there's going to be more people that come out involved, or do you think he's a solo act?
Oh, it's a good question. He asked that. He asked, did they arrest anybody? And could be a smoke screen. I wonder. Like they talked about his dad driving him back. Like I'm wondering if his dad might have been involved. Like his dad was all the way out there. And here's the other question. So yeah, I mean, there could have been somebody else involved. But the other thing I'm wondering about is why the hell did this kid from Pennsylvania end up in fucking Washington State going to school? You know what I mean? I wonder if some kind of fascination with one of the girls, one of the victims drew him out there, or what, or if he was really on this Bundy thing to kind of be like Bundy, because Bundy, I think, did a lot of his shit out in Washington State. You know what I mean? Like, how the hell did this guy get 2,500 miles from Pennsylvania all the way out to there, of all places?
Yeah, I don't know why he decided, hey, I want to go to school in Washington. You know what I mean? That's a very good question.
Yeah.
That's a very
there might be, like, to think Detective John alluded to it earlier, there might have been some financial incentives for him. Maybe it was a little cheaper for him to go there to pursue that PhD. But yeah, I mean, I was so happy when they announced that they caught somebody, and Chief Fry. Like I've kind of given him a lot of guff over this time, but man, to hear him come out and front that press conference like that, man, it brought tears in my eyes, and I was so happy. And I just hope they have the case that they need to defeat this guy and convict him.
Man, I think I have a good feeling they got enough to do some shit, but I do feel like also there was room on the floor left for a good defense.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? With the fuck ups and with the stuff that they got wrong and had to come back out. And I don't know, man. I want to see these families get justice, man. But I hate to see this guy fucking showboating at the trial, trying to, you know what I mean? Trying to show off and flex like he's some badass when he's just a little silly fucking coward.
Yeah, totally. He's a piece of shit pussy is what he is. But the other, I don't know if you remember the OJ trial very well, but you remember Barry Scheck? Barry Scheck was one of the dream team lawyers that OJ's team brought in. He was a street smart New York lawyer. I think he was from New York, and he was a DNA expert. And he wasn't fucking around. When he got up there, when it was his turn to question the LA criminalist, Dennis Fung, he had Dennis Fung. Dennis Fung was a nice, pleasant, nice fella, character or whatever. And Barry Scheck grilled him on the stand, like really building the case with video, showing how sloppy the LA criminalists were in collecting the evidence.
Right.
And there was a very dramatic moment when he said, and he's pointing the video about how they weren't doing the proper things, the proper protocols at the scene. He goes, "What about that, Mr. Fung?" And it was a very dramatic moment in that trial. And
I'm pretty sure Detective John knows who Scheck is.
Yeah, I would imagine he would. But I could definitely see, like you said, there is leeway for the defense team here with some of the sloppy forensic work, like, people walking around with no hairnets, like, some of them were not sneezing on themselves and such, different people coming in and out of there all the time, not properly attired. Definitely leeway for this asshole, and he probably will exploit that, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure, man. I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you, man. And hopefully I hear from you again.
Yeah, salute to you, T-REV. Really appreciate the show, man. All the best.
I appreciate you calling up and having a voice in the community, man. That's why I do. That's why I do this, so anybody can call in.
Well, it's my pleasure, man. You give everybody the platform to be the people that are addicted to this case and want the truth and want justice.
Absolutely, brother. And I'll continue to follow up on that. And I appreciate you being here. And I hopefully hear from you again, man. Good conversation.
Thank you, dog. Appreciate it. All the best to you, Rev.
God bless you, brother.
Happy New Year. Thank you, buddy. Bye-bye.
Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What Detective John, what was your thoughts on what he said? I guess we can go over a little bit what he said. What's your thoughts on what he just brought to the table with Scheck? And
can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you perfectly fine.
I agree with a lot of what he was saying. I mean, it's Barry Scheck. He's talking about the attorney in the OJ case that actually attacked all the DNA, and he had a very compelling case, and the lack of
Accept, press.
Can
you hear me?
Yeah, hold up 1 second. Yo, what's up? What's good, brother? You on the show?
Yo, hello. Yeah, this is Dartlocks.
What's going on, my man? How you doing, brother? I see you in chat.
Yeah, I just want to give my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Lay it down, brother. Lay it down.
Yeah, I just feel like, obviously this dude is fucked up, but like I feel like obviously he has a connection to someone, and I feel like, obviously, RIP to the girls, and it's a sad situation, but I feel like they're not innocent at the same time. I feel like maybe one of the girls maybe had a connection to him, maybe finessed him for like some money or something, and he just felt like he had to get his get back,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, man, I'm waiting for them to lay these facts down. I need to hear these facts. Like I at least, I want to know the evidence that they got against them, and of course, we're not gonna see everything for a while, but I'm sure we're gonna get a decent amount of information over time.
Yeah, I mean, this is all just speculation in my mind, but I mean, think about it, like how things are nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Women are empowered to like finesse men for money. Maybe they met on a fucking dating website or something, and one of them finessed him for like some bread, and then just ghosted him, and then he's just like, you know what, I'm gonna do this.
That'd be.
I mean, I feel like obviously, one of the parents came out and said, you know what, I think my daughter has a connection to this dude.
I mean, do you think that would be a reason for him to do what he did, though?
No, obviously it's not a reason. Like, I would never do that to a girl that did that to me. But you never know how some of these dudes are, you know, especially like crazy ass motherfucking incels. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never know like how people will react to certain situations, and you also never know like what happened, because maybe she finessed him for like thousands of dollars, but that's not public information, you know?
Yeah, I just don't, man. I don't know. I respectfully disagree, but I'm listening to you, man. This is your floor time. This is you to speak your heart out, bro. Whatever you feel.
Yeah, it's just a theory in my mind. Like, maybe they hooked up on Tinder, like they matched on Tinder, right? Boom, they were talking, whatever, and he ended up sending her money, rent money. He paid her water bill and shit, and then boom, she ghosted him. And then he's like, you know what? Fuck it. You know, you never know.
Yeah, that'd be fucking weird as hell.
Yeah,
to do that for that. I mean,
can you hear me?
I'm from Chicago, bro. So
you can't
people have killed people for less than that.
Oh, absolutely, $5. I mean, all types of. I mean, the wrong look. I mean, I know that.
I feel like obviously one of the girls has a connection to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what would cause that connection to be so friction to where he would want to do what he did? So obviously he felt like he was being probably taken advantage of or disrespected to a point where he felt like, okay, I want to do this act. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's not out the realm of possibilities, but I just don't think that's what happened. But I mean, who am I? I could be totally wrong, right? I mean,
yeah, no. One of the parents, I think Kaylee's parents, said that they know of a connection with her and the guy. But I mean, obviously we don't know all the information yet. But this is just my theory going into it.
I think maybe he's been over for a couple parties or something, and maybe they thought he was weird. Maybe they thought he was weird, and she mentioned him to dad. You know what I'm saying? Like this weird guy came over.
No, that would just be too weird. I'm a recent college graduate,
okay,
and I'm part of a fraternity. And if I was throwing a party, right? Because that's what I did. I was social chair. If I was throwing a party, I would notice a random ass old ass dude. You know what I'm saying? Because like college graduates are 18 to 22. You know what I'm saying? So I would notice a random ass weird ass dude that's like 28 years old. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe that's what it was. I really feel like one of these people did something to him, which provoked him to do this. You know what I'm saying?
Well, man, I get what you're saying for sure, and I appreciate you coming up and speaking what you feel, because a lot of people wouldn't come up and speak what they feel. They would just try to go along with what other people feel. So
yeah, that's just my idea.
Much respect for coming up and speaking what you feel on this case, man. I appreciate you being a voice in the community, and God bless you, brother.
All right, bro. Thank you.
My man, appreciate you. Shout out to him, man. So what do you think about that, Detective John?
I respectfully disagree. I mean, it's first of all, I believe all the victims' families were pretty well off. I'm sure she didn't have to pay any bills. I'm pretty sure her parents took care of her. So that theory, I would have to disagree with.
Yeah, no, I mean, everybody is right to their own opinion. I respectfully disagreed with that big time.
Right.
But I'm not about to bash somebody and shit on them and you know what I mean? There's gonna be people that have those type of opinions, and what kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I respectfully disagree with that majorly, right?
Right.
I do. I really do.
And I would like to address, somebody said, the Detective John was wrong about things. You know, I'm not trying to defend myself. I never ever gave a theory. All I did was go with what we had. And when people, you had people ask me questions, why would Jack D do it? Why would Jack S? What would be the motive of these people? And all I did was try to enlighten people as to what their motives could possibly be and who out of based on what we had. And I keep repeating myself, but someone said I was wrong on a lot of stuff. I never said these people did anything. In fact, I'll repeat myself again. I continually said, I think we're all going to be very surprised, and it's going to be somebody we don't even know about. So I just wanted to address that because someone wrote something I was reading while the callers were on. And so just keep that in mind, everyone. My theory was from the beginning that this guy was an in-your-face guy. He didn't take crap from anybody, and it didn't fit the profile of any of the suspects, so anyway, we'll get off that. But no, I respectfully disagree with the guy, and there's no sense in anybody coming on here and type in anything like "get off the pipe, dude" and stuff like that. I mean, everybody's got their own theory, and the craziest theories could be right. We don't know. We don't know what was going through this guy's mind.
I mean, I guarantee a lot of us in here were on the Jack train. I'm sure we were.
I mean, to be honest with you, I would say probably 90% of your callers were on the Jack D train. I hate mentioning his name now, but
I apologize. I apologize for the whole community that day, man. We had 6K in here, and I apologize. I apologize for the whole YouTube community. I took it on the chest, like, man, I was super. But at the end of the day, the last 3 or 4 days, I said it's nobody we heard of.
Right,
and it came out.
T-REV, you're a small fish in a big pond. I mean, there's many freaking people out there doing this. Way, way worse things are being said. You've always kept it professional, and that's all I can say about that. You've never, you just allow people a platform, and I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it too. So, question: the father drove him back mid-December because he was too confused, wary to drive 2,500 miles. Appeal for a launcher goes out 7th December. Do you think that's why he decided to get out of there? Thumbs up.
Could be, absolutely. Like I said too. It could also. Am I on?
Yeah. You're heard right now.
Again, try and think like a criminal. I mean, if you're in a car that's hot and they're suspecting, they're profiling you based on an age, and they're looking for somebody in his, early to mid to, early 30s, mid to early 20s, and you got your dad who's probably close to 70 driving your car, or in his 60s driving your car back across state. I'm going to recline back in the seat and go to sleep while I let my dad drive. And, if they're profiling, looking for a car going down the interstate, they got an old man driving the car. They don't have somebody that could possibly be the suspect. I mean, that's just something I'm thinking. And he may have just wanted the support of his dad, in case the shit hit the fan. He didn't get shot and killed.
Ain't no doubt. Well, all right, I'm gonna take this. I guess we'll do a we'll do a call, and then I'll give you give like a 2-minute breakdown of what you thought, and then we'll go move on to each caller like that.
What if we went on your other phone and you put it on speaker? Would that work?
Nah, they won't hear you. They won't hear you.
Well, if I call into your other phone and you put it on speaker like a Bluetooth, they would hear me, and you would hear me. No, wouldn't work.
Nah.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Not that I don't think so. I mean,
well,
maybe.
You got an external mic. It'd just be another outlet.
I'll have to figure it out. I'll definitely figure it out.
Because I think that would work, dude.
I'll figure it out to where we could both be heard. That way, you know what I mean?
Right. I'm sure some real. I mean, you're probably way more tech savvy than I am, but I'm sure somebody on here might know a better way.
No, we'll fit it in because it'd be good. Then I'd have to kind of like open it up maybe 10 minutes.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or it just kind of sucked though when you did. open up the panel because you get a bunch of you get these weirdos that flow in that are trolling and have their wiener out and shit, dude. I'm not even joking whatsoever either.
Oh, I believe
we're gonna be down in there in the box with his joint hanging out and shit like that. I'm like, nah, I'll pass on that, bro. Let me just go ahead. And
I don't want to be anybody's sphincter vision.
Yeah, exactly. I'm dead serious too, bro. With the Kylie Rodney case, bro, it was Wiener Nation, and I don't know why. It was so disrespectful, man. Super disrespectful. But here, we're gonna take the next call, 219-885-9693. What is your theory? Why do you think allegedly Kohberger did this? If he did, you know what I mean? Like why? What's your thoughts on it? The lines are open, they're wide open. Call 219-885-9693. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let's go.
Call from
Misty.
Misty, what is going on? You're live. Glad to have you on the show.
Hello. So I get nervous every time I'm on here, so I'm going to say it quick before I forget what I'm trying to say.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're doing Carfaxes on his car right now.
Mhm.
They're coming through on Facebook, and it's kind of odd. He changed his car from Pennsylvania plates to Washington plates on 11/18. Because he got pulled over in Moscow, and it was August. So there's like they had his car on file, and then on 11/18 he switched his plates to Washington.
Damn.
And he already had a Washington driver's license, which to me is very odd. Because normally when you go to school somewhere, you don't do that. So
I can address that.
Detective John says he can address that. All right, Detective John.
All right.
Let's hear
so when you move to another state, most states you have 30 days to switch over if it's your permanent residence. So if Washington was in fact his permanent residence, now that he's moved over there, he would have to get a DL driver's license in that state, and he would have to switch tags as well. So that does that help?
I had to turn the TV up a little bit so I could barely hear. So.
Well, I'll say it again. So if he moved to Washington State, which it looks like he did, because he was seeking a career there, he has 30 days to get his DL. So he'd obviously lived there longer than 30 days. And if he got pulled over and was issued a citation for no seatbelt, and he said he lived there, then the officer probably advised him he better get his DL switched over, and he would need to get his tag switched over as well. Does that make sense?
Not through the mic at all, just through the TV.
Can you hear me, T-REV?
Yeah, no, I can't hear anything through my phone, just through the TV.
T-REV, are you back?
Yeah, I'm right here. No, I was telling her that I put the speaker up to the mic to try to see if it worked, but I guess it didn't. She's saying she didn't hear you.
Oh, she didn't hear me? Okay,
yeah, I was doing a test run on it to see if I put the speaker up to the mic, could she hear you?
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, no go.
She said no go. It didn't work. I thought it would work. I had the speaker right up on it, turned up loud.
So when you hang up with her, I'll address it real quick.
I just thought it was really weird that he would change the plates.
Yes, ma'am.
5 days after. I think that he probably got caught on, or he was nervous that he got caught on camera and had to switch his plates or something.
Yeah, that's. Detective John said Detective John's got the answers for that one.
Go ahead. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, he said he's got the answers for that one.
Got a potential.
Can anybody hear me? Yeah, the whole stream can hear you.
Okay. So the caller can hear me now.
I mean, she would have to listen to the TV, but I'll let her finish up her 5.
I think that was the main thing right now. It was odd to me, but.
All right.
Yeah,
tell her I'll address it when she hangs up.
He said he'll address it when you hang up.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. I'm gonna figure out a way to do it where we both hear and you both can hear from both of us. Like you could hear from both of us. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. No, I just live up north of there by where all the girls live. So it's like I always think about like I wouldn't think that people would do that. But yeah,
So you're
no,
close. You're close to where they were?
Yeah, I live right by where like Kaylee's parents live.
Oh wow. Okay.
And all the girls where they went to school. So I'm right up here on the border up by Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, that area.
Oh wow. Damn.
Yeah.
So you're right there.
Yeah, and my niece is going to school at WSU, and at Thanksgiving, she thought I was crazy because I didn't want her to go back, and she's like, "I'm safe. I live on campus." And I'm like, "Now what? He lived on campus with you, so yeah."
Yeah, that's Detective John will definitely. He's gonna give his breakdown on that. I might you know what I might do? I might open up StreamYard and let someone come up for 5 minutes and ask questions and then switch out.
Yeah. No, it's I don't want to turn the TV up because you'll get all that,
Yeah, that feedback, the echo and all that.
Yeah.
For sure.
But have a good night. I'm still listening to you every day.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm still losing sleep with you.
I appreciate it. Thank you I appreciate you rocking with me.
Nope, you're doing an awesome job. So have a good night.
You too. God bless you, man. Thank you for calling in.
Thanks. You too.
Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. What do y'all think about that? Chat, open panel, let somebody up for 5 minutes?
All right.
I know I'm thinking about it, but I would have to but I would need to actually see your real before I bring you up here. There's no way I'm letting you come up here without knowing you're a real person.
You want me to address that?
I can do it that way. Hold on. Yeah, you could address the last call. I just want to see what chat thinks real quick, because I can give you guys an invite, right? But you have to make. I'm not bringing you up here if you do not show me that you are a real person. I will boot you out the studio. You get what I'm saying? Like, I had to boot you out the studio. There's no way I'm letting anybody up here after the few times somebody got up here and literally had their Johnson hanging out, swinging. There's absolutely no way. No way. Absolutely. I will not subject that to you guys. Absolutely not. Nah, it's not an open panel. It'd be one person coming up to ask questions at a time with 5 minutes on the clock. They can ask Detective John, whatever. So do you guys want to do that, or should I open up like a question? I can open up questions too on right here on the chat. It says right here. It says it right here. Start a Q&A. Like, I can start Q&A, answer viewer questions live. So you guys can do the Q&A under chat, whatever one you want to do. Stick to calls. All right, we'll take a vote. How about that? Stick to calls or let people up at. All right, that's how we'll do a poll, and I'll let Detective John elaborate on that last call, and I'll give it that 5 minutes. All right, so you can start talking about it, Detective John. Go ahead.
All right. I caught probably the tail end of that, but I got the gist of it. I had to go to the bathroom real quick and then came back. Hopefully that doesn't get any spank revision going. But in most states, when you relocate, he was pulled over for allegedly a seatbelt violation. So when the officer, if he did his job right, he asked where he lived, and he determined that he was from Pennsylvania, but he probably told him he was a student at Washington State, and the officer told him, well, why haven't you changed your DL yet? And he said, yeah, I just haven't had a chance. He said, well, technically you got 30 days to do that. So that could be the reason why he did it. And I noted his birthday, I believe, was right around the time of the homicides, not too far after. And also the tag would correlate with that as well. Also, his DL could be expiring in Pennsylvania, and he had to renew it. So he just went ahead and renewed it there because his aspirations were to work in Washington at the university. Again, I'm speculating, but I'm just trying to answer her question. Why would he do that? And she thought it was suspicious of the timing. Could be exactly what she said. He's just trying to hide the vehicle. I think that at that point, any Elantra was on the radar. It wouldn't matter what tag it was. If it's there in that area, it's on the radar. That's how they found this guy, in my opinion.
Hold up, there's a super chat that flew by. I missed it. My theory is Maddie was the target. Kaylee. Hold up, Maddie was the target. Kaylee got in the way. She wasn't supposed to be there, so she became an obstacle, thus having the most extensive wounds because she got in the way of his obsession.
That could be, Shannon, you could be 100% right. We actually said the same thing earlier. It could have been Maddie the whole time, because Maddie worked at, I'm not attacking vegans at all. Somebody said, why is this got to be a vegan thing? We're just saying that he's a vegan, and Maddie and Xana worked at a vegan restaurant. So there could be the connection there. Again, he's only 7 miles from the university, or I think from his to theirs was like 9.4 miles. But, it could be, simply that he liked this restaurant and he frequented that, and he became obsessed with Maddie. We don't know. I mean, we don't know. You could be 100% right. Absolutely 100% right. But there is a connection. This guy did not just drive by and say, I'm going to go to this house and kill, whoever. There's a connection somewhere, somehow, some way. There's a connection to someone in that house, if not all of them.
I'll call up or call in.
Who said Xana and Maddie were targets? Somebody said Xana and Maddie were targets. Who said that?
Pulled over before murders. I don't know who they were referring to be honest with you. The video on Bryan's Instagram is creepy as fuck. I seen it, but I don't know. Now allegedly it's not real. I heard. I don't know. I don't even want to. I've seen it, but I don't know. Like, people are.
You would think that if he had an Instagram that was active, that somebody would have pulled that up already. I mean, I haven't seen anything of you.
I've seen that Instagram reel. Which one? Hold on, what are you talking about? I'm reading comments at the same time. What are you talking about?
Did Bryan have an Instagram or
I seen this reel was sent to me multiple times. I've seen it. It was like this little it was like this guy with a bat beating dude's brains. It was weird. It was weird.
Right
say the least, but I don't know if it was. I can't confirm if it was real or not. I don't know. There's been a lot of false ass shit. You know what I mean? There's been a lot of false shit added, like allegedly the accounts following him were fake. Allegedly,
yeah, it's like we've always said. If it's not coming from law enforcement, I mean, it's all speculation. So I mean,
let me check the poll. What's the poll looking like right now? What is the poll looking like right now? Here we go. Let's check that poll. Okay, so right now, majority's winning, 331 votes so far. Bring up one guest for 5 minutes at 45%. Stick to calls, 35%. Do Q&A, 19%. Get your votes in, guys. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to bring up one guest for 5 minutes, and you can ask Detective John your questions like that? Or we could stick to the calls and he can elaborate afterwards on things that he heard that interested him in the calls. Or we can go to do Q&A, which I would open up questions at the bottom, and you guys could do it like that.
Someone had asked a question earlier that I thought was interesting. How would we know if he was inside the house and lay in wait? Well, you just kind of put yourself there. If you're laying wait and you're gonna stalk somebody and you're potentially gonna try to rape them or whatever, you're gonna hide in a closet. So
trigger warning,
or somewhere in there. And when they process that crime scene, they probably, if he was laying wait in a closet, then they got DNA inside the closet because he's in there with the doors shut, and there's going to be a lot of DNA in there. Just like I said, walking in a room, you're shedding skin cells, and you would not believe how many skin cells that you actually dispose of when you walk in a room, or you lose.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. He said you could do audio without bringing someone up. That's right. I forgot about that. There's a certain way to do it. Like this right here. Boom. Talk, Detective John.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good. I could do it like this. I could most definitely do it like this. But I think it'll once I bring him. Hold on, let me see if it does it when I do. I'm gonna remove you and bring you back up. Yeah, see, it shows you automatically. So when I bring someone up, it shows them automatically. But nah, I need to know you're real before you come up here. So no, if you can't show me who you are, then I can't bring you up. I'm not saying you have to show yourself on like the whole time you're up here, but I need to see you down in the green room. I need to be able to know you're a real person.
What I was suggesting, T-REV, is to use your personal line and call me, and then put that phone on a Bluetooth speaker and have it there, and then I can hear everything on the TV. Would that work?
Nah, because it's a delay.
Yeah, that's true.
You get what I'm saying? It's a delay. Yeah. So nah, you would only be able, you wouldn't even be able to hear them. You wouldn't be able to hear them. I would need you to hear them.
Well, somebody saying share audio. Is that what you just did?
You would now, if you had another phone, it'd work.
Yeah,
I could make it work. But when you pick up the phone, it's gonna take you off StreamYard.
You can do it like you're doing. I'm hanging on. You know, you get somebody to ask a question, and then
the votes right now are winning. Bring up a guest for 1 minute. So I'm gonna end it in 1 more minute. There's 448 votes for bring up one guest for 5 minutes.
And then we address the question.
They'll come up for 5 minutes. I'll start a timer when they come up, and they want to, you know what I mean? They can ask whatever questions they want to you or both of us, etc.
Right.
So that's how I'm gonna do it. So I think right now that's winning. I'm giving it 30 more seconds. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. 30 more seconds, and I'm about to end the poll right now. 30 more seconds. Yeah, to bring a guest up is winning for sure.
My 14-year-old son's listening. He keeps texting me.
Is he?
Yeah. He said, "This is awesome. It's really good."
471 votes, 475, 476. All right, I'm about to end it. It's 48%. Bring it. All right, so it is. Bring a guest up. All right, so here we go. Let's go. I'm gonna bring one up at a time. You got to show me that you're real. If you don't show me that you're real and you stay backstage with a picture, I'm not bringing you up.
Hold on a second. Hey, Tanner, I love you.
Yeah, what's up, Tanner?
That was from my 14-year-old son.
Shout out to Tanner, man. Shout out to Detective John's son, Tanner. Clap it up for him. There's the link right there, guys. There it is right there. Must show yourself, or else you will not be coming up. Oh, okay. Here we go. First one, 5 minutes. 2 foot Fred, what's going on, my man?
Hey, what's up there, T-REV? How you doing?
Hey, brother, how you been, my man? Hey, look, 5 minutes. I'm gonna start the clock for you. You can ask Detective John what you want. And here we go.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Hi, Detective John. How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. Appreciate your perspective on this. Real quick, a couple of things. One, and none of what I'm about to say is meant to be argumentative whatsoever. I know that Detective John gets a certain amount of lovingly or not so lovingly comments in the chat. So, Detective John, don't take anything personally that I may or may not get into. But real quick, you've said a couple of times, and I just wanted to see if anybody else or T-REV or you could expound upon this, but that BK, the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator, that was seeking employment from Washington State, and I'm under the understanding that he was merely a temporary resident, which means he did not have to change his plates. And he is a graduate student or PhD candidate to get his doctorate in criminal justice or something along those lines. So he's not necessarily wanting to be a professor. He's just, that's part of the doctoral program. I can't talk tonight. Sorry, guys. Doctoral program is to be a teacher's assistant, that's where the teaching and the grading papers comes in. The only reason why I say that, I know it's really nitpicking, and my brother gets on me all the time for being too detail oriented, but when it comes to things like these plates and stuff, the vehicle plates, it kind of makes a little bit of, quite a bit of difference actually, and whether he really had to give them changed, excuse me, had to get them changed or didn't have to get them changed, and that's all I wanted to clarify and see what you guys thought on that.
Okay. Well, that's all speculation as far as I'm concerned. As far as him having to get them changed, I don't know, but I did, again, I don't know if it's true or not. I did hear and read that his goal was to become a professor.
Okay, cool.
And if his goal is to become, and he's a graduate student, and that I also read and heard that he had an actual office on campus. I don't know how true that is, but he was prepping to be a professor from that. I mean, from what I gathered from that. So if that's the case, then his intention was to move out there.
Right.
And
well, I think that. Sorry. I'm watching this clock tick down, Detective John. That's why I didn't mean to cut you off there. But
no, you got time. Go ahead. We'll handle the question. Go ahead.
Okay. As far as the office goes, yeah, I did hear that also, and I don't know if that comes along with being a TA, and all that. I am glad to hear that the clarification as far as I did not read that about the wanting to be a professor, and I'm glad that you did could kind of unofficially, officially, back that up.
Right. I can't say it for sure, but I can't say it for sure, but that's what I did read. And we don't know if it's true or not, but it makes sense. It makes sense. Someone going that far in their education is probably looking to become a professor. And if he's that, if he's that enthralled with conducting, his own experiments with interviews and things like that, he's probably definitely going to be I'm speculating.
Yeah,
going to want to be a teacher, professor.
Having to call him Doctor
Kohberger
goes along with the narcissistic trait.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. Hannibal Lecter.
Absolutely. No, you're
Dr. Scumbag fuck.
Yeah, no, you're spot on though. Absolutely, yeah.
That dude ain't no doctor. That dude's a fucking wannabe.
T-REV, if you'll check your email, the call you had, I don't know, about a half an hour ago or so, the young man from the frat that was the social director. I don't want to say a whole lot because I've held on to some a theory that I've got, but if you wouldn't mind, when you get a chance, either later on tonight or whenever you get a chance, check your email. You got an email from me, and if the email is like, no, this is not a match, then I'm completely up the wrong tree. But if you're like, dude, that's a match, then that's a whole different ball of wax. As far as that goes.
Doubt. I'm gonna check it, man. It's been 5. It was nice having you up here, brother. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, and thanks, Detective John.
You're welcome.
No doubt, my man.
Okay, thanks, guys.
I appreciate you, brother. God bless you.
People are saying Happy New Year, everyone. If we didn't say that, I know
Happy New Year.
Did. Happy New Year.
Most definitely. Definitely. Hey, be easy, people, Fred.
Okay,
I appreciate you, brother. God bless him, man. God bless him. God bless him. God bless him. Shout out to 2 for Fred, yeah? All right, let's see my man right here. What's up, my man? How you doing, brother?
What's up, T-REV?
How you been doing, man?
Hey, I don't know if I'm doing this right, man. This is my first time ever doing this.
You're good. You're good.
You, man. You've been doing an amazing job, bro. I first picked up on this case, man, like somebody was just saying a couple calls ago, man, like just a little bit after Thanksgiving. And I was on one of your streams when, who was it? Danny brought up about the phone call about that dude that was supposedly Dave. Now, I want to ask you, now, did Dave ever respond back to you or call you back, nothing. Now, I don't know if you or anybody on the stream or anything like that has ever heard about what his old boss that owned the bar that he used to work for, and the other girls used to make complaints about him, about how he used to go up to them, asking them where they're from, who they're there with, you know, making them feel uncomfortable. He was totally against like LGBTQ. What else was there? And like his boss is like 34, who the friend was, and that guy Dave was saying in the conversation that he worked at a club or a bar with like 10 friends. First, like you said, first it was 5, then supposedly he corrected it with 10 and everything like that. And it come up about the situation about if he could get away with murdering 10 people, you know, with Sigma Chi and all that stuff like that. Now, Sigma Chi is right there in Moscow, like you guys were saying, and all that stuff like that. I live on the Indian reservation in Michigan. There's Sigma Chi up here too, up in the northern part of Michigan and everything like that. And listening to what the news was saying, the professor, you know, with his professor was, you know, the lady, even Detective John was just saying something about it, about how the professor, that his professor like wrote the book and stuff like that about the BTK killer, and that like, you know, he was studying it. And like, I really believe like she was teaching him about the BTK, and that because with her having access to him in prison, and by how you said that, you know, his dad was, or people were saying something about like his dad was in prison or something like that, or in jail. I think what it is he was using the BTK killer as like a father figure because he looked up to that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then like you said here, you know, on that call that Dan came in, you know, said that he was, you know, he was living in a different state. All right, here Bryan was in Pennsylvania. On that news stream, it said from where he lived at in Washington to Moscow was what, 9.4 miles?
Yeah, it wasn't that far.
You know what I'm saying? So like, like with there's a lot of stuff in that phone call that from Dave, and it's weird because now that they caught him, Bryan, how come Dave, like you've been saying, and like everybody in the stream's been saying, Dave, if you're out there, come clean, you know, like come let us know that that is really you, because it's easy to make up an alias name, right? You know, you can make up a fake name, and if he's like, you know, that smart, you never know, man. He could sit there like with the VPN numbers and all that stuff. He can make up a fake ID and stuff like that, and go use a fake ID under a guy named Dave Morrissey's name or whatever like that, and get a phone in that name.
Right. Now, the thing, all right, so somebody in my Discord called the number and, or not called the number, texted the number, and he responded allegedly. I seen it, and that was today. But I don't know if anybody could, I wouldn't want to go out on the limb and be like, yeah, one of my people would fake a text message or nothing like that. I don't want to go out there and say that, but I mean, that right there, like, he said in the text, I can't remember exactly what it said, but he was like, it's a big nothing burger. I was drunk that night. So, I mean, that pretty much nips it in the butt.
And like, if you listen to that recording again, like, well, I'm not saying you ain't got to do it right now and stuff, you know, because I know you, man, I've been watching you. You've done played it many, many times. But like, if people in the stream want to go back and look at it, like, listen to the things that Dave guy was saying, because here, Bryan, if you look back on where his friends or his boss or whatever that owned the pub shop or whatever that he supposedly worked at was 34 years old. You know what I'm saying? And the girls there that were, you know, making complaints about him were in their 20s. You know, if he had think about it like this: if you have facial hair, you're gonna look older. You know, there's people out there these days that are 28 years old, man, that can look like they're in their 30s, 40s. I'm 45, man, and I don't look my age.
Right, no doubt. I'm 32. I don't. Yeah, I'm 32. I don't look my age either. A lot of people are like, you look 20 or whatever. I'm like, you're right though, for sure. I've seen dudes that are 28 that look like they're 43. Dead ass. I've seen that.
Yeah, like and it because like I said, you know, when you were talking to that Dave guy, like here he was saying, oh, and like this was 10 years ago. All right, who knows? Like you never got to ask him how old he was.
Right.
I've noticed that, and I think honestly, like if you would have asked him how old he was, like because I was listening to things that Detective John was saying too, man. There was a lot of stuff, you know, back when you kept playing the recording and stuff because Danny had you keep playing it. You know, and you could, he didn't have you keep playing it, but you kept playing it, you know, for the people on the stream and everything.
Yeah, because they were like, play it back.
Yeah, like, dude, there was just so much stuff, dude, because like that guy even said that, you know, supposedly Dave, that it was early 30s to the late 30s. All right, Bryan's 28, so that makes him his like the early 30s, late 20s, early 30s.
Right, 28, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then here his boss and so you know, out of the 10, that guy Dave said, you know, he worked with 10 people at a bar and all that stuff like that, you know, supposedly 10 years ago that were Sigma Chi and all that. Well, here's Sigma Chi was right there in Moscow, right?
Yeah.
You know, so like,
I mean, Sigma Chi's are
like he was stalking from day one when I came onto your stream, that's what I hit for who I thought it was. I thought it was a stalker. Like it was weird because like everybody, you know, at first was saying it was Jack D, Jack S, you know, supposedly this, that. My honest opinion, I think that like how Detective John said, I think that he has been at that house. I think he was upstairs partying with them 2 kids upstairs. And then here Kayla, or was it Kaylee and Kaylee and what's Madison, right?
Maddie.
Yeah. Those 2 are together. And then Exxon and Ethan were together, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
So here you got, if you go back and look at the complaint thing that I've seen about his old boss that he used to work for. And if you go back and read all that stuff that was being said about him and the complaints and everything like that, like with the LGBTQ and stuff, you got Kaylee and Madison, you know, they're probably LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? You got Exxon and Ethan who were together, and here he was probably upstairs hanging out with the kids upstairs, partying, and then to get closer to, you know, Madison and Kaylee and Ethan and Exxon, to get closer to them because they were already his targets.
Ain't no
doubt. He was using the kids upstairs to target, you know, to get closer to them.
Yeah. Well, man, I appreciate you coming up, man. I gotta let somebody else up. But hey, man, you brought good conversation. I'm gonna have to bring you up again, man. I like what you're bringing to me. There's so much I want to say, but it's been 5 already.
No, man. I said,
it's like, man, should I up it to 10? I don't know. Like, I don't know, but yeah, I appreciate you coming up, brother.
Hey, this is my first time coming on the stream, brother. I follow a couple other streamers, but they do different. They do this stuff, man, but they do more murders for hip hop artists, bro.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, no doubt.
You know what I'm saying? I got my own entertainment business license and all that stuff, man.
King AK-47.
Like I sent you a follow on Instagram, man. So
I appreciate
this is my Instagram thing right here, man. So me and you can. I want to let other people come up in and stuff like that, man. I'm gonna stay up in the channel, you know, stuff like that, watch and stuff like that. I'd really like to speak again, man.
I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, I'll bring you up again. We'll talk. Chat. Hit me up on Instagram.
I will for sure, brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Yep.
Shout out to
have a good one, man. Happy New Year's to everybody, man. Glad
Happy New Year.
Finally getting served, man.
Thank you, my boy. Yeah, for sure, man. God bless him, man. God bless DJ Mike, man. Shout out to him. All right.
Are you there?
Jessica, what's up, Jessica?
Yo, can you hear me? Hold on, let me mute the TV.
Yeah, you good? Good.
Okay, hold up. Detective John, can you hear me too?
Yes, I can.
Detective John, thank you so much for your insight, calling in,
awesome. Thank
listening.
you.
I just wanted to tell you that too, because I haven't
You're
had a
welcome.
chance to.
You're
We
welcome.
definitely have appreciated your insight on the case. Rev!
What's up?
Rev, you are so awesome. This community
Thank
is awesome. This channel is awesome. Rev, I found you, I say like 3 days after the murders. I think like right after you started like really being into this Idaho stuff. I found you. I'm glad I found you. You are the YouTuber to be on for this case. Like, I don't want to go nowhere else. If I am somewhere else, I'm talking about you in they chat. Period.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm
see
saying?
you at Pascal's earlier.
Yeah, I had just found his channel, and I was like, oh my god, they're playing Rev's video up in here. Well, let me let them know. You seeing it on Rev's channel first, and if you weren't there, make sure y'all give him the credit. But I wanted to say before I forget, Rev, because everybody keeps bringing up the phone call, and it's going to be more brought up than you think, than you know. Everybody's like, oh, because I've seen in some of the channels, like in the comments, they were like, he's already called Dave back, blah 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 blah. What they're not understanding, this man is so smart. He didn't need to go out to T-Mobile, Verizon, and get another phone plan. It is as simple as going to the App Store, downloading a Talkatone, a Text Plus. You can put in any zip code you want. You can pick out any phone number you want, any area code. So he could have as simply has done that and then called you up. Okay. Now the narrative on that, what I think was going on, Rev, because when I first started watching your channel, we were on the Jack D train. Community, all we had to go on was what the cops put out there. None of us are to blame. Okay, everybody was a suspect until there was a suspect. So I don't blame any of us. All we had to go on was the breadcrumbs they were putting out. So kudos to all the detectives in the Rev community. All of you guys deserve a round of applause. Now,
Absolutely.
seriously, we only had what we had to go on. So I wanted to say, like, so when he called you, what my theory is that the reason why he called your show, Rev, and I do think it was him, and I'm standing behind that. It's definitely him. Besides the creep vibes. And if it ain't him, somebody need to be looking into that person because it's giving creep vibes. It's giving incel in the future.
I said the same thing.
But what I think is because a few weeks ago, Rev started getting off of the JD train. We were all like, what's going on with this 4chan stuff? What's going on with the frat? It's a lot of activity out there with the state troopers. We were gearing towards the frat. This man has been listening to these different YouTube channels. Rev's channel's been blowing up. This man has been listening. We have been calling in. The community can agree. A lot of us were on that fraternity train. This man called in that night to put that narrative out there the way he did. Okay. None of us are incels that called in and talked to Rev because we weren't talking about, oh, well, one day somebody wanted to talk to me about how to get away with murder. That man inserted himself that way because it was meant for him to do it that way so that we can single him out and figure out that he was the killer. Point blank, period. Because nobody's talking like that. Nobody's having conversations like that. And if they are, call the police. Period. So that's why I think he called your show in that day. What do you think about that, Detective John? Because we were on that train as far as the fraternity, and we got off of the Jack D train. We started talking about the fraternity. People were calling in about the fraternity. And then all of a sudden, Rev gets this phone call, and this guy's narrative is towards the fraternity. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are he may have tried to get into that fraternity at one point and was shot down. And he could have some kind of a grind against the frat, so he was wanting to point attention toward the frat. And some of the people he's probably been to parties over there. Again, we're all speculating, but we all have to agree that phone call was 100% weird. So if this guy that made that phone call, he's purportedly sent a text to T-REV that he was drunk
He didn't send it to me, but he sent it to somebody in my Discord.
Yeah, or somebody said they
earlier
they
today.
responded. So I mean, my thought process on that is, if that was me, and I wasn't, and I wasn't the perpetrator that did this, I would be sending T-REV a message saying, "Hey, man, I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. You know, I am who I am. I live here. Blah blah blah. We can clear this up now."
Yeah.
Because bottom line is, the FBI is monitoring all this stuff. So I told T-REV, if there's validity to it, they're going to reach out to him, if they haven't yet. But if they believe this guy was actually Bryan, then they're going to need to get a hold of T-REV and
I don't see why would
everything.
What do you think about a couple of news outlets reporting on the phone call?
It's news. It's news. I mean, people are gonna their ears are gonna peel open when they hear stuff like that. They're going to want to hear, what was said. It's just like, one of the Davids calling in or sending a message in that, T-REV posted. I mean, who else can say that? We have somebody that was a potential suspect, was looked at actually replying to this this outlet saying, "Hey, this wasn't me. We're not gay. We're not, we're not lovers. We're just friends. We've been friends for years."
Yeah.
That was amazing to me. I mean, and T-REV was immediately, "All right, we can get off the Daves."
Right. Because it's like, why not step forward and want to clear yourself? The same thing, the way the perpetrator, the way this SOB was riding around in the vehicle. And we were all like, why hasn't anyone come forward? Because the SOB was trying to hide the vehicle, guys. This is why we were wondering what was going on. You know what? I think that also I wanted to throw out there, this was a long trip back to Pennsylvania in that car.
3,500 miles.
There was some conversation between him and the dad. The dad knows his son. We all know our own children. Okay? Yep. He knows his son. He knows why he couldn't just send a simple plane ticket and his son park it at the airport and they paid the car fees for parking there. These people have money. Okay? That wasn't an issue of parking at the airport, leaving it there till he came back from vacation. His dad knew something was up. There's conversation in that vehicle. Speculation. But come on, we know our kids. We know what was going on in the car.
Like me with the phone call, right? So with that phone call, I did everything. I did what I had to do with it. I went, got the number. I clipped it and sent it to FBI. If they think anything of it, because I've never heard this dude, so I can't say anything. But if they hear anything, they'll reach out to me. Like John said,
yeah,
I did everything that I could do with it. I don't know. I've never heard Bryan. Right. I've never heard Bryan talk, so I cannot say. Even with friends saying stuff, I still can't be like, yeah, that was him. But I sent it to him, so they have.
You did everything right. Like, you're questioning T-REV. Like, I don't think it could have been any other YouTuber. Like, you're questioning the way you were calm, even though you were reading the chats too. I mean, like, just the line of questioning was like, damn, did you take some FBI courses yourself?
Like, he did an amazing job at that. Bro. Keeping him on the line for 20-something minutes or whatever it was amazing for an unexperienced, and interviewing an interrogator. I mean, he did a great job. I mean, I was very impressed.
Have you had any calls like that? You shithead, you know he hasn't had any calls like that. You've been listening, freak.
Right.
T-REV, thank you for taking my call, y'all. Thank you for listening. Detective John, thank you so much for your input.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
And being on here. Rev, thank you for your channel. Thank you for going live. Like, man, I don't know about anybody else, but when I go to YouTube, bro, I be checking like, yo, is he live yet? Is he live, bro? Let me check. Gotta get active. But I told y'all I was a gamer. Like, bro, my husband will come in here and tell y'all I haven't gamed since this case. Like, I'm glad I have a community to come over here with and just like get this emotion out with, because I'm just like all emotional about it too. So hey, it's all just beginning to.
My 14-year-old's not gaming right now either. He's listening to this. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, because I want justice. Like, these families, like, to do this just because you want it. It's giving like you just wanted to know what it was like to kill somebody, but he's gonna know what it's like to eat a lot of sausage. But you guys have a good day. Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Yeah, thank you for coming up.
Thank you for coming up. For giving me a chance. Bye.
Yeah, God bless you.
Bye. I'll be in the chat, y'all.
Thank you, Jess. Shout out to her. All right, let's go. In my opinion, the mainstream media be jumping. He said, in my opinion. Okay, let's pull up who came in as. All right. Yo, what's up?
Oh.
She's like, oh, I'm on. Yeah, you good. You good. What questions do you have? You have any for the who do you got questions for? It don't matter who.
Both of you, but thank you so much for being so amazing. First off,
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I Instagram messaged you. Sorry, I'm like I didn't know you were gonna pick me. I messaged you about that one thing, but I'm the one that was I talked about the caller Dave that called last night. I swear that's the same guy. I swear.
I'm gonna have to go back and check it for real.
Yeah, so the timestamp is 4 minutes and 49 seconds, and it was last night, and it wasn't the spirit box; it was the other one. Like that's how much I really think that his voice is the same, how he responds, like the same guy. I don't know if it even matters. Like who cares? But I don't think it's the perpetrator or anything. But I think he has some interesting information. You know,
right?
That was really freaking weird. The first call. I remember.
Yeah, he was fishing
stuff out of my storage unit, and I'm like, what? Okay. So I have a few things I want to talk about. So, and this might be for Detective John too. So, I don't know if you guys saw the interview or whatever. There's a guy that our alleged friend that that knew BK, and he said that he would always want to go on runs at night for like 6 to 8 miles or whatever. So, did I hear it wrong, or did the victims live like 8 miles away?
I don't know where that guy was.
It was around 9 allegedly, and I did see that he lived 8 to 9 miles away. So when the other guy came up, DJ, he came up, he mentioned that. That's what I've read. I've read that he lived within 8 to 9 miles away.
Yeah. Well, there's this one interview out there, and I love true crime. I do hair. I've been doing hair like 15 years, but I love watching stuff like this. I follow so many cases, and I get like obsessed, like a lot of people, because I want to find justice for people, you know. And I'm very like left field thinker. I don't know if Detective John knows what I mean by that, but I don't think of like the immediate thing that a lot of people think of.
No, you're an outside the box thinker.
Yeah, but like a lot of times, you know,
you're very analytical.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Well,
that's good. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so I don't know, like weird things just pop up in my head. I have literally like a million notes. Like you have no idea. I have notebooks, everything. If I didn't do hair, I would do this stuff. So anyways, I'll get to the point. So yeah, there's a guy, he was interviewed. I watch all different kind of things.
Yeah, doors open.
And I think you guys have probably seen it. He said that he would ask him if he wanted to go like jogging and stuff, but he would take like 8-mile runs. I think that's strange.
Was that guy in Pennsylvania though? Because he was talking about years ago. Was that Pennsylvania or was that Washington?
I think it was. I don't know. I don't know if it was recent.
If I remember right, that guy, and you know, I might be wrong, but I believe that guy said it was years ago he was friends and they would take runs. But I want to say that was while they were in Pennsylvania, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not sure.
Well, still, I mean,
it shows
soccer vibes.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's that guy was like, he wanted to run with him for protection. So does that say something? That's what I got from it. You know, he didn't want to run alone, so he wanted, you know, somebody that's an in-your-face guy with him for protection.
Yeah, and
that
I also
is a little weird.
That like it's that easy for him to go and run every night.
Right.
It's cold. Like so another thing, I just want to bring up a couple of random, they're completely off topic. So the front door being opened, I don't know if that is completely a fact or not, but I have 2 theories on that. And it's one, it was left open so that he had an easy escape. And I think the back slider doors were open, and I think they were left open during all of this. And I think it was so they could escape either way. Or actually there's three things. Or he opened the front door, went to the back. So if there was anybody awake, I don't know. Just like tell me what you think. He opened the front door, went to the back. So if anybody was awake, they would go in to the front door because he was coming in the back and, you know, he'd be good. Or he opened the front door for an easy escape. Or 3, he opened the front door at the very end because he wanted the other 2 people to unfortunately know that like he just didn't have time or like to scare them. I don't know. That's a sick, that one's a sick theory, you know.
There's so many different scenarios we could go over. You could also throw in there too that you know, if he wasn't laying wait on the inside, that he waited for Kaylee to get home to let the dog out. Because again, if she's out there, she's showing where she is on Instagram or Twitter. He's following her, and he knows when she's on her way home. And what better way, you know, you got a dog. If he's that versed on their activities throughout the day and night, he knows that the first thing she's going to do is let that dog out. And he could have grabbed her outside with the dog, made her put a knife up to her, made her put the dog in the bedroom, and went into that bedroom with Maddie, and that's where he attacked them both. That's a scenario too I was thinking about that could have viably happened. I mean, it definitely could have happened that way. You know, he had an opportunity again because she let the dog out. Who knows? And all of your other.
That's a left field thinker. You're a left.
Yeah. You've got to look at all of the scenarios. Coming in and out the front door, he could have very possibly done that. I wouldn't have done that. You got to think like a criminal. You're going to come in and out. There's two lights on the outside of that house that light the whole front of that house up.
I don't think he even went through either the front door at all.
I think he came out the back, and I think he went up the back because there's video of the body cam footage. You can see a car coming. If you look at the level of the lights up next to the house, the lights are above the building, and behind that building is a lot, and there's another house back there, but it's got a big parking lot. And it looks to me, just looking at that he could have been up there and drove away. But I saw something today where they think that he was actually on the side of the apartment building next door. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how true any of that is.
I don't think he went through the front door at all. I was just
I don't either. I
think that he opened it because they were saying that it was open in the morning, you know? So I think that he either opened it for before or, oh man, I gotta go. I guess I have to call in again.
No, you're good. You're good.
I have a really quick. Did his sister, you guys know, does his sister really live next door to the victims?
I don't know that for a fact.
Whose sister? Is it Bryan's sister?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard that too.
Have you heard that?
I've heard that, but I don't know that.
All right.
Hey, well, that would be very interesting.
It's something I've been trying to find out. Just say one more thing. All the Reddit things, all of the things on 4chan, everything. I have all the like the alleged people, and that is him, and I really do think it's him and what he's saying. And it's actually like I think he wanted to be caught. I think that he wanted us, he's putting clue, he wanted us to solve this mystery. And it really, really sucks for somebody that actually he's smart, but he's not that freaking smart. When you think,
he doesn't have any common sense.
It's just really stupid. Like, who would go and like, I don't think he left DNA from his clothes. I don't think it's anything from his skin or anything like that, or his boots. Cause I really don't think that they can just say that you are the, quadruple like murder from your boot out in the backyard or on the side of the house. I think he's a dumbass and washed his hands in the sink or took a shower with his own soap or did something really stupid. Like, but
you could very well be right. I mean,
I think he wanted to be caught.
Yeah, I think he's gonna stand out and want everybody to see what he did. He knows he's gonna be in journals. He's gonna be in books. He's gonna potentially be in a movie, and that's all this guy cares about. Did he want to be caught? I don't know that for sure. Yeah. But I think, I think this was premeditated, but I don't think it was well thought out. And I think he probably had an impulse night and he's like, I'm doing it now. Because if he thought about it, he would have never drove that car there, for one.
And I think the best thing about you guys, and thank you so much. I know I'm over my time, so I'm going to go. I think the best thing about all of this, the best outcome, is that other potential perpetrators or whatever know that you can't get away with shit.
Right.
So don't be
That's
a decent person. Get some therapy. Get some help. And if you have children, hug your children. Know what they're up to. You know what I mean? Because not even like a person next to you, they look completely normal. You have no idea. And if they're being an app, sorry, I don't mean to cuss in here. Like, be nice to them. You don't know what kind of day they had. And honestly, I think it's good that people really know that you can't get away with anything anymore.
Well,
like,
you know what? You know what? You just opened that door that I wanted to talk about. That parents should really pay attention to what their sons and daughters are doing on Twitter and Instagram, because you could very easily, I've got an 18-year-old daughter, but when she was, 15, 16, she was doing some risque things that she didn't think anything about. But I'm like, look, you can't be doing this kind of stuff, and then she'd have people trying to friend her that she didn't know. And she just, she just wanted friends. She just wanted followers.
Ain't no doubt. We
followers, and that's what these kids want today. They want to be followed.
Well,
That's
shout out to her
important.
for coming up. I appreciate her coming up. I think she dropped out, but yeah, there's all right. So we're gonna keep it. All right, everybody wants 5 minutes, so we gotta keep it. But yeah, definitely good point, bro. Good point. Let me bring up.
So parents, have conversations with your kids.
What's up, Rebel?
What's up, bro?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Not much. Just two things. Shout out to you because you did a hell of a job. And then I want to apologize to Jack D because I did think it was him for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But now my question is, this is for both of y'all. The Reddit thing. Do y'all think that's him?
If he hasn't responded since that date,
there's been no response.
I would allegedly think it's a very big possibility that it was. But then again, you got to think how many trolls are out here.
Yeah, but you do. But now I've done that on my show today. I went over it and looked at it with my people. Mm-hmm. And then afterwards, I looked over it and I looked over it and I looked over it and I read it. And the more you read that, man, he's telling the story of what happened that night. I mean,
that's a good point. From everything that I've seen on there, you're absolutely right about that.
I mean, he's telling the exact story of what happened that night.
He's fishing, and he is telling a story. That's what makes it so weird. I'm on the fence. I don't know which way to go with that. It could very well be Bryan, and it could very well just be a troll. But to not respond and then T-REV's got all the info, that's highly suspicious as well. So I don't know what way to lean on that either way. It's kind of an odd scenario. But would it be something that Bryan would do? Hell yeah, I believe it would be 100%.
If he's looking for notoriety, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I believe that's something he would do. He wants to be a part of this. He wants to be in the show.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually two names on the Reddit, and the top name that's on your profile on his was User Dark 145, and then you have the Inside Looking. Okay,
right.
that Inside Looking, he had just changed recently from Outside Looking to Inside Looking.
That's suspicious. Why would he do that?
Yeah.
So, I think you can answer that question, can't you? I mean,
yeah, pretty much. I mean, and if you read everything in there, though, if y'all just taking, because I looked at it for 2.5 hours today, and I would look at a question and then I would just read the question and then just go over it in my head.
Right.
What is this? I mean, he's exactly telling the story. I mean, he even tells the story about the front door being open. Say he was going to go out the front door and he's seen all them flashlights down in the field there.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to go back in and he's going to go out that side door.
Exactly. I mean, that could be you could have a, you could be right on point there with that theory. I mean, it's, hey, there's another theory too. Maybe he didn't open the front door. Maybe, I thought about this as well. When somebody's stabbed and they're not mortally wounded, it could have been Ethan dragging his way across the floor, trying to get to the door to get out. And he just collapsed right in there because he's supposedly right there in that vicinity is where the body was.
Yeah.
And where he bled out, and you see the blood, which hasn't been confirmed, but I'm 95% sure it's blood running down the side of that foundation because like I said, blood is very viscous. It's like oil. It'll find the lowest spot, run to it, and seep until it coagulates, and that looks like blood to me. But that's where he could be, right there in the area of the front door. I mean, we don't know, man. And somebody posted just a minute ago that he believes that the car was parked along the apartment complex and they walked across the back lot of the complex. That's a very plausible case too, because I think someone said that there was a doorbell camera that picked up the car. Was it Linda Lane? Is that the name of the road, Trev?
Yeah.
Yeah, that there was a car parked on the car was parked on Linda Lane, and a door ring system picked it up. So that could happen as well.
Yeah, I have no idea about that.
Yeah, I heard that.
I have no idea about that.
I actually read that earlier today.
I'm waiting. I just want to, I just want to wait till all the facts come out, and hopefully we can just keep our prayers and everything going for all the families, man. Because Xana, Kaylee, Ethan, Maddie, that their families need our prayers. They need our condolences, man. They need anything that they need from me.
Yeah,
I'd like to give a donation out to all of them at $1,000 each family if they would accept it, towards anything, just from the community alone. I'd like to really do that for them if they would accept it. And I'm waiting for the facts, and I want to stand behind the family on them getting justice on this case. It's touched me like the Delphi case. It's touched me like Missy Beber's case. This case has really just had me up around the clock daily, talking to people and just, man, I don't know, like this one really, it hits home for me, man. It really does. I've lost a lot of sleep on this case. I'll tell you that much right now. Just waking up every day, the first thing I thought, the first thing I look is did they get somebody? Did they do something? And it bothers me, dude. And that's the whole reason I've been up on these panels, and I've opened the lines, and I've asked people what I've talked to locals even at that too. So, man, hopefully they'll take my donation.
We have
because I feel connected, man. I don't know. It hit close to home for me.
We have a legal term. It's called modus operandi. Yeah. And if you think about it, that basically is motive. So, and the method of the crime. So if you think about it, if our theory is correct, and what a lot of people agree with, that he is actually
somebody says Steve's in chat.
Who?
Somebody said Steve Gonsalves was in chat.
Yeah, I don't believe that, but it could be. But let's see if he is. But let's get the modus operandi.
I mean, you'd have to be pretty sick to go and make a victim's name and do that.
Right. Well, there's a lot of sick people out there.
Well, listen, I'm going to say this to you, T-REV, and then I'm going to jump off here and let you bring somebody else up.
Uh-huh.
If you go to the Mad Greek Facebook page, it's in where Madison and them worked. They do have GoFundMe for the people on there, and it's supposedly for the parents. But I mean, that's up to you.
I'd personally like to give it to them directly. Not, I'm not saying by hand, but I'd like to, each whatever they want to use it for. I don't care. But
I'm gonna jump off here. I just want to say thanks for letting me come up, and that's just all I want to ask y'all if y'all thought that was him, because every time I read it, it screams
Yeah, you're right.
It was personally, I mean, it was weird to me, but I there's no telling, man. You know, I'm just let the FBI do what they do.
I get it.
I'm waiting for the facts. I'm waiting for the facts, man. I'm telling you, because they got them. So I just want to hear the facts.
All right, brother, man. Be safe. I'll catch you again.
I appreciate you, brother.
All right, buddy.
Be
Later.
easy. All
Hey,
right,
T-Rev.
What's up, brother?
So let me finish this point real quick. The modus operandi. So if he's trying to make a name for himself and he wants all the accolades and the recognition for this, he picked the perfect way to do it. Because like I said from the beginning, you wouldn't have nearly as many people paying attention to this because we've become so desensitized to gun violence today that it would not be nearly as hyped as it is if somebody if he'd have walked in there with a gun and you know, shot all four of them. You know, but because of his method, his modus operandi, the way he did this, you know, by using a knife, it was so brutal that it's enthralled. Everybody is just, you know, addicted to this whole thing. And I think that, you know, he chose that method for a reason. So saying he's a genius, I don't want to give him that, but if he truly thought about what he was going to do and what the end result would be and how he would, you know, eventually get caught, you know, I just hope we don't have any copycat killers coming off of this, you know, doing the same type of thing, because I think it spawned the same result that you're getting here.
Yeah, let me bring up Regina. Here we go. What's up, Regina?
Hey, T-REV.
What's going on?
Am I echoing really bad?
No, not at all.
Awesome. So Detective John, I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
What do you think about Bryan Blowhard, whatever his name is? I can't even remember dude's last name. Anyways, I don't want to give him any credit anyways. But what do you think? What do you think is going to be found in his past? I don't want to call it just a criminal record, but his past disciplinary record. I've come to the conclusion that he's probably going to be one of those people that had a lot of accidents while playing with other kids, and his parents probably wrote it off.
Could be.
And I think that if we do a deep dive into his youth, I think there are going to be dead pets. So there were no pets.
Well, unfortunately, there's you know, there's that rumor that he's been a past heroin addict and he went into rehab and all kinds of stuff. And we have HIPAA, so that can't ever come out. They can't talk about it due to HIPAA laws. And as far as a criminal history, I don't know yet. They're saying that he has, even the major media outlets are saying he has no criminal history, which he probably doesn't, you know, because he's that guy that you know, he's not going to commit a crime. He's not going to commit a petty crime. He's, you know, he's going to, his aspirations are to be in the field of, you know, criminal justice in some way or fashion. That's his dream. I believe he was going to be wanting to be a professor at that university. I may be wrong, but I'm just speculating. And that's what his aspirations were. And I think, like I said, I keep saying, I think he morphed into exactly what he wanted to study. And he became his, go ahead.
Do you think his motivation to kill is actually what led to his studies?
You cut out there at the end. What led to his what?
Do you think that's what led to his field of study? He wanted to know how to get away with murder because he wanted to murder to begin with?
I think at some point he became psychotic, and he had some serious mental issues, and he was fighting those thoughts. And yeah, I believe exactly that, you know. But I think it took control, and he morphed into Exactly that, a serial killer or a potential serial killer. If this is the first time he's a mass murderer, he's not a serial killer until he does it again. But, you know, I certainly believe that, you know, he didn't intend on getting caught this time. I think he was just careless and he didn't think this out and he got caught. You know, if
Do
like
you
I
think
said,
that's it, or do you think that it's possible that he's a serial killer that devolved finally?
yeah, exactly. That's exactly. I believe that 100%.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not going to deviate from that thought because that's what I've been saying since, you know, since we found out who he is, and I believe he's absolutely morphed into that, you know, that which he despised or he was intrigued to investigate and learn about, and you know, he was captivated, and I think it took over.
Right.
Exactly what happened. I believe that's exactly what happened.
And in this case, do you think that DNA is going to be the nail in the coffin whenever it comes to the trial and getting the conviction?
Well, again, a defense attorney, in my opinion, based on what we've seen, you know, and I'm not, please don't think I'm trying to help the guy out, but I'm telling you what I've seen,
Right.
you know, they're going to pick apart a lot of the DNA if it's found, if it's just touch DNA or skin cells or something like that, unless they're directly on the victim's bodies. If they're finding them in the house, he could always say, I was there at parties. I mean, he's probably been listening to all these outlets, and me even saying that, he's probably already developed that freaking defense. If you know, I didn't have to put that in his head. He's already, if he's following one of these girls, he knows about parties, he knows what's going on, and he's already got that defense in mind. You know, and a defense attorney could, all you got to do is cast reasonable doubt. If he can establish or even say he was there, he doesn't even have to have an exact day. Based on what we've seen, I mean, there's multiple parties. That's a party house. Seems like whoever lived in that house loved to have parties. So he's not going to be able to explain away blood DNA,
right?
You know, or you know, anything like
or
that.
cells under fingernails from defending
Right,
oneself.
or DNA
Or
found
spittle
in his
everywhere
car.
mixed with their blood.
I guarantee you they found DNA in his car. I mean, he may have had access to luminol, and he may have lit his car up and cleaned it up, but proteins that are found in blood and they get in carpet fibers and things like that, you're not going to get them out. It's going to be very hard.
Right. Absolutely. And earlier someone asked about the luminol. Something I wanted to say about luminol, the lighting effect of luminol is a temporary reaction, but the chemicals that are used remain even after the reaction is finished.
Right. That's why you need
the reaction only lasts for a few seconds.
That's why they need to clean the house out. They not only need the hazmat there to clean the blood, but they need the hazmat.
They need to be able to luminol it. Yeah.
Well, they need to be able to clean all the chemicals. There's another, and I need to look it up. I should remember the name. There's another product that they're using that's not, it's not luminol.
Luminol, right? It's two different chemicals mixed.
Yeah,
I forget what the name of
one
it is
now
too.
that they're using to protect DNA, and you know, luminol has an effect on DNA sometimes. So there's a new product that's out that's even better now.
Luminol breaks down the cell walls and releases the nuclei of the cell. Yeah,
exactly. I didn't want to get that technical, but you did it for me. Good job.
No. I'm a little educated.
There you go.
So I would like to tell everybody something, because T-REV, I'm getting like a crap ton of emails from people I don't know. I would just like to say this, if it's okay, T-REV, for just a second. You guys, I'm not a medium. I don't claim to be a medium. But sometimes just things like happen like that to me. I don't understand it, but it happens. And I made the comment on December the 20th in here that I believe that the Friday after Christmas, 1:47 p.m., you know, we would know who the killer was. And I also posted it in Discord again the next day, talking, you know, with the group, with the Rev Gang. And it's something that happens. I'm not a medium. Please quit asking me for lottery ticket numbers and stuff, you guys. That ain't cool.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, you nailed it.
Yeah. But the odds against it, I will give y'all this. It's very ironic because I had greater odds of drowning in ocean water on dry land than hitting that.
Well, also something you need to consider is they don't want this case to be cleared in 2023. They want it to be cleared in 2022. People may not think that's significant, but if they can have an arrest in the same calendar year that this offense happened, it looks better than saying that, it happened in 2022. We don't remember the date, but the arrest wasn't made until 2023. Those things go through departments' heads, believe it or not. Right. And if they could get it done before 23, they're damn sure going to do it.
And just one more thing before I go. Do you see the auditor to Helter Skelter with Charlie Manson in this case, going in and slaughtering people and pigs. Doing it,
like pigs.
His birthday,
they said, pigs.
Yeah.
I don't know what the motive is. I don't know. There could be all kinds of things running through this man's head, considering what we can only suspect that the research he's done on every serial killer, every mass murder, everything that's ever happened. This guy's infatuated. He's probably got a little bit of everything in him,
Right. Wouldn't you say though wouldn't you agree that he suffers from the classic Dunning-Kruger syndrome effect, just like every other narcissist?
Yeah, and I said from the beginning he's a narcissist. That's a good analogy to make. He certainly does.
Yes. My prediction is that he is going to drag this through court just so he can see the evidence against him and the crime scene photos and stuff, because I think he knows he's caught. And I think he is going to put on a circus show just to relish in what he did. And my prediction is that he sits in court with a smug smirk on his face. Just like Ted Bundy
Ted
did.
Bundy, yep. Just like Ted Bundy. Yep, that's what I said earlier. I'm sure you've been listening the whole time. I said the same thing. I agree with you 100%. I think that he's.
Well, I'm gonna get somebody else up here. It's been a minute.
I was just gonna say I've been on here for a minute, T-REV. I'm gonna get off here and let you get somebody else on here. But Detective John, I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're very.
Thank you, Regina. I appreciate you.
Love you, T-REV, man. You guys subscribe, feed the algorithm. T-REV deserves it.
Thank you, Regina. I appreciate you. Shout out to you, Regina.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. All right, let's pull up. We got Paula in here. All right, what's up, Paula? Hello.
Hey, I'm trying.
All you gotta do is mute the live, and you'll be good.
I don't know how to do it. Okay.
Like from
Can
the
you
TV
hear me?
or whatever you're playing it. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, just a second. Let me mute this thing. I'm so sorry.
Yes, ma'am. You're fine. You're fine, man.
I am old and I'm new at this stuff, but I tell you what, I've been very involved in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
I never knew what Greek life was. I didn't know how dangerous it was. And that's what really got me sucked into this, was the Greek life stuff. But have y'all heard about, I sent it to you in email where I can't remember what his title is, but he was fired because he allowed body cam coverage to like 8,000 people. And I would say that BK was one of them. And I believe, I can't prove it, but I would almost bet that he was the one making those noise complaints just to see who was at the house at what times. And I don't believe the night of, he expected Ethan and Kaylee to be at that house. He only expected Xana and Maddie to be there. And I hope to God that Ethan got a good nose punch in on him. And I think that might be how they caught him. That's my theory.
It could be. It could be that they got DNA from a struggle and some kind of a laceration or a deviated
You got a
septum.
nose punch on him. That, I mean, you're gonna have blood leaking out your nose.
Right?
You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Exactly. And his sister, they said his sister was in the DNA ancestry database, and that's how they got him. But if y'all look at that, I emailed it to you about I don't know what his title is, but he allowed like 8,000 people to view those body cams. That is so uncalled for. He placed a lot of people at risk.
Yeah, that's. I seen a bunch of things going around with him removing cameras. Did you see that?
Well, I sent it to your email. It is confirmed that he was fired, and the same day that he was fired, they put a call out to look for that car. Yes, sir. They knew exactly on December 7th who did it, who they were looking for, and everything. And then think about it. I believe there was a cop involved. How did Star Magazine get notice of this days prior to the USA citizens knowing? Somebody needed a lot of money to get out of trouble, to me.
It's interesting.
Could be.
That's
Could
my
be. That's
theory.
why I'm waiting for them facts. I'm waiting for them facts to come in.
Right.
I've thought so hard about this case because I never thought those kids were involved. I thought that I always said that the cop and the roommates were involved. But then it's changed back to the BK guy. I refuse to say his name. And I'll always believe an officer was involved. Why did that officer have those three men, giving them a citation for walking down the street with, the beers weren't even opened. They weren't drunk. And at the same time, the murders were occurring. That's odd to me.
Well, like I said, when that came out, what are the chances of that happening? I mean, it's purely coincidental. I don't think so. I don't believe that there's any kind of conspiracy with the police. I'm sorry. I just would have to disagree with that.
Okay, but if you go and if you can do a FOIA on that house, you would be amazed what you get back on that.
Oh no, there's definitely a lot of calls there. I get it, but you have to understand a noise complaint. That's not a call that's going to aggravate me if I got to go there 10 times in a night. I mean, it's not going to aggravate me to the point.
There was even calls made during the day, and there wasn't even any noise.
Yeah, I mean,
and they didn't go to the front of the house. They always went to the back of the house. That makes me question them.
Who went to the back of the house? The police?
The officers, yes.
Well, they didn't get an answer at the front door, so they went around to the side to the sliding glass doors.
Bryan pissed if you're Kohberger.
One night they did. That's when the kids, they opened the door and they closed it. And nobody knew who lived there and blah, blah, blah.
Well, they go on that back porch because there's a couch out there, and that's a common place to go vape or whatever they're doing out there, drink and hang out. So that would be the most viable place to go, is right there on that little back porch where everybody hung out. I mean, if the officers know
the
that
cops
house,
the cops were there a lot. They were there a lot, but I mean,
It was crazy.
There was the cops at my house a lot too when I was growing up as a kid, like young kid. I remember them coming there 4 or 5 times a night from loud music that my brother was playing.
But I've never seen anything like that, and I never noticed that. There's frats all over that place. They had parties. I mean, why weren't the cops going to their house too?
they were. There's cops. There's numerous noise complaints. I guarantee if you look at that block, somebody actually brought that up, how many calls were on that street alone. And there's several parties constantly getting complained about. You're in a college town. That's common.
To be fair, man, I remember my brother would always play music loud and the neighbors would call the cops. I mean, constantly. They would come 4 or 5 times a night, 4 or 5 times out the week, sometimes maybe 2, 3 times, but they were there a lot. Just literally.
Hey, if you do it for you, though, anybody can do it for you. Sometimes those calls were made during the day and there wasn't even music playing. It was Kaylee that came into the house one day. She was completely sober, and the guy that came out with her was sober, but there was a noise complaint and there was no noise. But I would almost bet that BK guy had access to the body cams and watched every bit of that and timed it to know when to do the perfect murders.
Well, let me explain something to you about body cams, unless it's changed, in the few years since I've been out. An officer can't download his body cam to anything. That's done strictly by admin at the PD. He has no access to that. Only his supervisors do. I mean, you're talking about I think if I remember looking, they only had like 36 sworn employees on the department. That doesn't mean that includes admin. So you're not talking about a lot of officers here.
Right.
And I can't. I respect everybody's theory, but I would have to say that's something that I can't even think about.
Hey, it's official. You can look it up. You can look it up on the internet. I don't know what his title was, but he was allowing people to view those body cams. It was December 9th.
He had access to be able to download them, and most of the officers don't. That's done by their supervisor. So if it's a supervisor, then I mean, but that wouldn't. I mean, what would that have anything to do with BK committing these homicides? I don't think it has.
I believe he was viewing those body cams and he was searching for the perfect time to attack those girls. He didn't expect Ethan and Kaylee there.
But let's play devil's advocate. Why would he need to do that when he's got access to the house almost all the time with the amount of parties? He doesn't need body cam footage for that. He could just go to a party. And
I don't believe he ever went to a party. I don't even believe he ever went there.
They can follow their Twitter feeds or what have you. And I mean, it's
I'm
going
to
to tell a quick story. I followed an organized retail crime group all the way from Houston to Miami that had such diarrhea of the mouth. I knew exactly where they were, every stop they made, where they got gas. I knew everything. We had surveillance on them. We knew when they went to a bar called the Clevelander in Miami or in Lauderdale, and they partied all night long. I had pictures. I was sending them out to everybody. They're here at the Clevelander. They're it's because they had diarrhea of the mouth on social media. You don't have to have you wouldn't have to have a video, from the officer's cam to have that. You could just follow her Twitter feed. Any of those girls. That's why I warn my daughters, and I'm telling parents, you can use this thread to have your kids listen to this and see what can actually happen. Because I believe he was following them on social media, and that's how he knew what he knew, combined with the fact that he may have been in there in some parties.
Okay, him being a master's in criminology, would that give him access to the body cams and stuff too?
No, absolutely
Okay.
not. No.
Okay. I
No,
didn't know,
he doesn't
what
have
kind of
anything
bull
to
he
do with
would
law
have.
I
enforcement.
appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna get somebody else on, but thank you for coming up. And what's your name?
My name's Paula. I go by
Paula.
Running Bear in the chat, but
Okay,
thank you.
I got your emails too.
Thank you, Paula.
Okay, and I watch you every time you're on.
Thank you,
And
Running Bear. I
Detective
appreciate
John, I admire you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your call. Thank you.
All right, thank
God
you.
bless you. Thank you. Yeah, I hope to hear from you again.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. Who we got? We got Shane. Bring the pain. What's up, my man? My man Shane backed out. He said he got let up, and my man backed out. What's up, man? What's up? What's good? You on?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, nah, we can hear you.
I'm sorry about that. I had I'm using the cell phone, but I have my headphones on from the computer, so I was trying to at least have the photograph up for you. My apologies about that.
No, you good. You good, brother.
Do you think it'd be okay if I could switch back over to my headset for the computer to get off the phone? Is that acceptable with you since you checked me out already?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me click off and get on the desktop. I have here some things I thought I'd read to you. And this phone is not going to pick me up real well. I'll connect here real quick.
All right.
Yeah, let me get off of this one here.
Pull up on me.
Yeah, man. So I mean, like I said, I'm waiting for dude. When do you think they'll pick him up, John?
When they'll extradite him?
Yeah, when do you think they'll pick him up? Like, where are you thinking? When do you think he'll arrive to Idaho?
They're going to have to coordinate with the U.S. Marshals. I'm sure he's waived extradition, so he may be on the way now. We don't know. This is coming off a holiday weekend, so probably I would say midweek he'll be back at the latest in Idaho.
Yeah, that's all right. Here
And
we go.
I would be very surprised if they drove. I'm sure they're going to fly. That's an easy process once the U.S. Marshals get involved.
What's up, Breaking Houston? You back up?
Hey, I appreciate you doing that for me. Am I coming through clear with this mic?
Yeah, you're good.
Excellent. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and I appreciate what you're doing, and John as well. I think the audience is very interested. It's my first time really picking up on your show. I got to commend the effort. This is a chance for us all to get together and to look at something that we should be looking at. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my God!
That's awesome. I found it interesting. I look at things on different altitudes of perspectives. There's ground level, which we're all kind of intrigued by the different methods that this person probably, went through to access the house and what he did in there. All these things are true. I do think about them, and but then I also change the altitude and try to get a little bit higher understanding of what's going on, and probably find some overlapping coincidences or patterns. I like to see the patterns as well. And this gentleman here kind of represents several different other categories of mass homicidal people. One of those things that really intrigued me about him is, I think we're all kind of shocked, but the look on his face, the look in his eyes, that brought it up right away to me about some things that I noticed in other mugshots that have to do with people such as James Holmes and Adam Lanza. I'm sure you've seen all the photographs of people looking zoned out. I know, I'm sorry about that. If I am, the mic is too loud.
Nah, you're good.
You sound
I
perfect.
really come here and playing with that mic, hot T. But anyway,
it sounds a lot clearer.
Oh yeah, but that's why I wanted to get off the phone, because I knew there was trash. I've had that phone through the washing machine. I've had it on the ground. I've dropped it.
The washing machine, good.
But
great.
I've left it, in the pocket of a phone once, and I couldn't find it for a while. So anyway, what I was curious about was the different ways of correlations between different killers, and that's what really caught my attention about this guy. And the way he got into the house and all of that stuff, that's true. That's all interesting, but it's either here or there. The guy did the killing. Now let's break this apart. And how can we protect our families from what just took place? Okay, we can separate ourselves from like the interest of what the step-by-step the guy took, which everybody is usually going to be interested in. But we need to put this guy in a category and try to dissect what led up to this and how can we protect our wives and kids from people like this in the future. And so what I'm seeing is what was in his eyes and the eyes of many other killers and these instances. And I found I had to look up something just to reference for you. And I think this would be a great reference for me to kind of share my understanding about this. It's an article from January 26, 2017 from the New York Post. And the article title says the article title says common antidepressants linked to at least 28 murderers. And, I was doing a little walk through my mind about why would somebody like James Holmes from the Aurora, Colorado theater shooting just have this zombie look in his face like this guy does. But this guy has some dangerous attributes that I haven't seen before. And I'd like to share that with you. And I think this is the most dangerous part of what we're dealing with because everybody's overlooking it is that the connections with the SSRIs, the psychotherapists and psychologists, the antidepressants, the violence that these people were capable of under the influence of these drugs too. So there's a pattern here that these people, so in this article, the New York Post article, the National Health Service medics, they wrote this out that all 28 of these murderers were on popular antidepressants, and it also uncovered 32 reports of users suffering from murderous thoughts since the 1980s. So these people were previously medicated since they were children, had pre-existing homicidal thoughts for a long time. And so, I took a look at a crime heat map from Washington, and it blew my mind because I'm here in Houston, obviously, and the murder cases out here get my attention, but they're nothing like the ones that we're starting to see.
Right.
And so, I just think that these psychotherapists, the mass shooter in El Paso that did the Walmart shooting, his father was a therapist who actually was from Canada. And that blew my mind because there was a German Nazi doctor scientist that worked out of that same hospital and worked directly with this guy's father, which was extremely dangerous because, these are patterns that cannot be overlooked. And then second was this Aurora theater guy. He's obviously on psychiatric medicine. And then do you want to hear the most alarming thing that I came across was one of the biggest celebrities in the world just came out and said something about how his own trainer was threatening him to either behave a certain way or he would medicate him into a zombie state. And guess who that was?
Crazy. Who was that?
Kanye West. He just came out and said on a tweet that he was threatened to behave a certain way or he was going to be turned into a zombie. And I know Kanye's a celebrity or whatever, but just take a listen to what he was saying. And then it's verifiable that this trainer was a Pasternak and he was from Canada. He was an intelligence agent. And so he came from a Canadian intelligence from the military. And so he's over there, and we got two correlations with Canada. So we have foreign intelligence operatives using the pretense of psychology or psychotherapy to distribute medications to people who are vulnerable with homicidal tendencies, and that we're having that expressed here through the victimization of Americans. So that's where I draw the line. And I had to change the altitude here, get off the ground and look up from a bird eye view and see what's really taking place in multiple cities over wide spans of time. And that's what I have here. We're having an influence through drugs, medications, and selection of violent participants. And look at that selection of violent participants. The professor that he had in Pennsylvania was a famous professor, criminologist professor, just came out today that he or she was the same professor that examined the BTK killer. So there's a direct 1 degree of separation from this guy, Kohberger, and the BTK killer. So this is irrefutable, and she's questionable. I would want to hold these doctors, whoever they think they are, or whoever they try to pretend that they are, I would hold them accountable and examine these people, because they were selecting people to do this for over a broad scope of time. And you want to know another interesting correlation is that this Kohberger was doing the same thing in his school, trying to select other people. He wasn't questioning people for a survey. He was looking for recruits. That was a recruiting program. He was looking for people who were out there on the verge, vulnerable, so that he could bring them in.
For sure.
You could see that pattern. So this is the sort of patternistic material that I was interested in, and I think we need to seriously look at and realize that there's a mental health crisis, not just natural. This is a motivated crisis that is being used to select very vulnerable people and then go ahead and induce them, where these people are just numb in the brain themselves and they're acting like robots.
You know, what was your name, sir?
Houston.
Sorry. Houston.
Yes, sir.
You know, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I mean, we live in a day and an age where there's a pill for everything, and I'm not saying that some of these drugs are not benefiting people every day, because they are. You know, I've known
that's
people.
Irrefutable. I think the difference between people who are taking medication every day for help is different than the people who had these homicidal tendencies and they were being
right.
Selecting those people who are at risk and then medicating those people in a way that was overdone.
Right, exactly. And you know, I was getting to that same point. I mean, I just didn't want to start attacking any thought that anybody that's taking any medication could be misunderstood as becoming a serial killer or having suicidal tendencies and things like that. Those are facts. That does happen. But you know, have you ever looked into the eyes of a schizophrenic? Have you ever seen a schizophrenic?
Yeah, you've seen, that was what was the guy's name? The mass killer back in the day, the Manson guy. That's classic schizophrenia. Right there.
Yeah, I've seen hundreds of schizophrenics in my career, and it's hard to describe, but the Manson look is a great analogy as to what the eyes of a schizophrenic look like. They don't blink a whole lot. That, you know, they're just, it's creepy, and it's you know, I can almost tell a schizophrenic just by looking at them and being in their presence for a minute. But you know, you drive a good point. I mean, there's correlation, and there's scientific studies going on every day about things like that. And you know, I'm a kind of an opponent to Adderall. I mean, I'm not knocking Adderall. It serves its purpose, but kids are getting addicted to Adderall, and it's one of the most abused drugs there are as far as pills out there right now is Adderall. Mm-hmm. So parents, you need to really consider what the long-term effects could be of the use of Adderall, because these kids, you know, I'll tell you right now, my oldest son, who's got 4 degrees from a major university, got addicted to Adderall, and he called me one day talking about how he could see every color of the spectrum in the trees, like he was on shrooms, and it wasn't shrooms, it was Adderall. It was he was having delusional, you know, thoughts, and finally got him off of it, but he was highly addicted to it. So there's,
I've been in the streets, and that's one of the high demands is Adderall, like especially for like college kids.
Yep,
And I
it's
lived in an
crazy.
area. I lived in an area with college kids, and my buddy went to college. I never went to college or anything like that, but I mean, that dude would literally hit me up when I was. How old was I? I had to be about 23.
Right.
And it was always, can you get Adderall? Is there Adderall? It's like, man, like really? This dude is always hunting for Adderall. Adderall's always been a big thing, and people always, they dug into that. But as a kid, I was on, I'm ADHD. My mom had me on Ritalin, and then had me on Adderall. That shit made me a zombie.
Right.
But for everybody else, like it sped them up. So it was like it turned me into a complete zombie, and I just didn't like it.
Well, it's it's just something to think about. I mean, Houston, you make a great point, or we could talk about this. We could get on this topic for hours. And everybody reacts differently to medication too. It's you just don't know, and you're not, big pharma is not gonna attack this. That there's money to be made. Pills are billions of multi-billion trillion-dollar industry. And, unfortunately, we could get into that topic all day long about, we have what's called a PDMP, which is prescription drug monitoring program. Florida didn't have one as opposed to most other states. So we're one of the last states to get it. And we were the Oxycontin Express, running up 75 and 95 to, your Midwest states, and out to Cali, 75 to 80% of all your Schedule II narcotics that were in the country came from Florida. But
so where do we tie this back to Bryan Kohberger?
That general vicinity, when I saw the heat map of the crimes over there, it kind of caught my attention of the spike in homicides. I've done that with Houston. I was trying to understand, the trends here, and I just looked at a national heat map, and I thought it was alarming for the spike in Washington, of all places, was the highest. And so it made me look at some other maps, and I overlaid these maps of prescription drug usage, and it just spiked in Washington as well. And so I had two correlative factors, homicides and prescription drugs usage, and I had to look at that differently. And then you were looking at these killers and their relationships with psychologists, psychiatrists, and stuff like that. And so I was always suspicious of any mass killer that has a close association with any sort of psychiatrist or person in that realm. And so every time there happens to be one, it catches my direct attention. And so that's what I did in this case, and I thought I'd share that with you. And there was an article from the New York Post that made the same claim, that common antidepressants are linked to at least 28 murderers. And so I think we're looking at something like that, but a little more sophisticated in this instance, because we have people who are coming from other countries and are influencing people. And we have to look at the word, what influence actually means. We have to look at what the word influence actually means. When you get pulled over for drinking and driving, it's called driving under the influence. And what is it when someone is on YouTube and is influencing other people? And so, do drugs have this influential quality to it? And if the drug does, and we know what the reaction the drug is going to have to the person, then the person who is giving it to the person is the influencer. You get it? So that the prescription is being written by a doctor, who in turn is the influencer of the person taking the drug. So we are having murderers influenced by the drug and the doctor. And I'm not saying your children or yourselves, anybody. I have to be real clear that there's a difference between these mass murderers and our children and ourselves. But
Houston, I believe what you're saying is there's a lot of truth to it. As far as holding doctors accountable, they for Schedule IIs, which are your oxys, your hydrocodones, things like that, and you have your pill mills, they are holding them accountable. They're busting these pill mills every day, and they're also busting pharmacists that are not using their common sense and exercising the prescription drug monitoring program guidelines. but you can definitely have a correlation to your psychotropic, meds, like you're saying. And you know what the irony here is? I bet you right now that that BK is taking a med that's being administered to him by the jail right now. A lot of these violent offenders that come in, the first thing they do is they put them on antidepressants.
Seroquel, for instance, when I was locked up, when I did my little bit of time that I did, Seroquel was the biggest thing in there.
Right, right.
Seroquel. People want to sleep that sentence off.
Why do they want to give them drugs in jail to keep them calm?
Yeah.
They don't want them acting out. But I'm hearing
That
what you're
shit
saying.
makes you act out, though. That shit'll make you act out.
It can. It reacts differently for something. Then some people it'll make a zombie out of. They're non-functional on it.
Ain't no doubt.
Some people can function very well taking that stuff. I can't. I can't even drink. If I drank a beer, I'd be drunk. I don't drink at all. I don't consume alcohol. I don't do drugs.
DA is monitoring everyone now.
But good points, Houston. I like what you were saying. You've got a point, and there's some validity to it for sure.
T-REV, is it true that the father flew down and drove him back to his parents'
That's what's
house?
been reported.
Yes, that's what's out there. I mean, yeah, Mama Fine, that's what's out there.
That came from major news outlets, not just the internet.
I am from there. It's no joke. #pill mill.
Well, the reason why heroin has come back so hard is because we're so hard on the pill mills now. People can't get opiates anymore, so heroin made a comeback. That's why heroin is back in full force like it was in the 70s. Because you don't have the access to the pills anymore because you can't doctor shop and go to Dr. Jones, Dr. White, Dr. Blue and because you got an MRI saying you got a herniated disc, go get C2s from all those doctors. You can't do it anymore. So
I'm gonna start a Q&A for Detective John. All right, Q&A. I'm gonna start a Q&A poll for Detective John. I'll read them in order. All right. So Q&A for Detective John. This was actually asked for an email by a decent amount of people. So all right. Q&A for Detective John. What question? All right, here we go. All right, so there's going to be a Q&A tab down below. You should be able to drop a Q&A. I got it pulled up right now so I can see questions. Just let me know when, or not let me know. I'm looking at them right now, so I'm waiting for the question to come through. I got the Q&A. Okay. Could he have Asperger's or autism?
Asperger's, maybe autism. I doubt it. Not at that high functioning. I mean, there's a lot of high functioning autistic people, and I'm not a psychiatrist, psychologist, or psychoanalyst. I'm none of those things. But just based on what I've learned, in my 54 years, I don't see anybody that's autistic functioning at that high of a level. And most autistic people aren't able to communicate, with people very well. He's reaching out, he's asking questions, he's putting things together. I think that's highly unlikely.
Okay, so next here is were you ever in the military?
No.
Okay. All right, Detective John, what are you expecting to be in the PCA for Bryan?
What am I expecting there to be in that?
Yeah.
Not sure. I'm getting I think cut out. What were they asking again? What am I expecting?
Detective John, what are you expecting to be in the PCA for Bryan?
In the PCA, you mean the PC hearing What do you mean the PCA affidavit? The PC affidavit, the probable cause affidavit. Is that what you're talking about? I guess.
Yep, that's exactly what they're talking about.
So basically, that's gonna the PC affidavit isn't gonna be great detail. It's just gonna say, you know, he did this, he did this murder, this murder, this murder, and what the modus operandi was, which was stabbing, and it's going to list the victims. The real meat of everything is going to be in the incident report and the investigative report. The probable cause affidavit is not going to be that detailed. Generally, it's not. It's the reports and the investigative techniques that were done. But they're going to be the PC affidavit is just that. It's the probable cause for the arrest. So I don't expect there to be every detail that we're going to see later on in the PC affidavit.
Detective John, why are you in the dark?
Because I'm in bed. What time is it?
Can his father get in trouble for not turning him in? Mama Fine asked.
If he assisted him in any way post the crime to try and deviate from any prosecution or arrest, yes, he could be held. It's not like, you know, a husband can't testify against his wife and a wife can't be forced to testify against her husband. But this is different. I mean, there's mitigating circumstances that he could certainly be held accountable for.
Talk about your most impressive and felony arrest. I'll time that one for
probably being involved.
1 minute elaboration.
Being involved in an investigation was Eileen Warnos. You know, one of my snitches actually led to her capture. One of my, you know, CIs that actually let me know where she was. That was a pretty big feather. Wasn't talked about a whole lot because I wasn't lead on that. But, you know, one of my most rewarding cases was, you know, it was an open case and I was second lead on it. And it was a stabbing, ironically. And I think I talked about this before, but, you know, no one could get the guy to confess. And, you know, I just kind of, I aggravated him to the point where he was, what'd you say?
Nothing. Keep going. No, I was thanking somebody.
It was a homicide, and there's actually two homicides. There's another one where, I'm talking about, the stabbing was you know, the kid wouldn't confess, and I picked up on the fact that, you know, he was a transient and he worked on a place called Main Street in Daytona, which is by
questions are rolling in real heavy.
Boot Hill Saloon. I mean, I could go on. I mean, but that one was impressive because I got in to confess and nobody else could. And I basically, you know, I don't want to use the term, the F term for homosexuals, but I said, you're not one of those, are you?
Do you think VK was always so irredeemable?
Irredeemable. Is that the word you meant to use?
Irredeemable. Ringing a bell?
Do I think BK was always irredeemable?
Mm-hmm.
Not really. I mean, he could have morphed into what he's become. You know, people aren't always the same.
All right. Do you think they will allow cameras reporters in the courtroom?
Well, I know the networks are going to push for it.
Okay.
You know, they're going to push for it. You know, money talks. You know, but in the end, it all depends on the judge. You know, some judges hate the media in the courtroom, but you know, am I gonna go with probably? Yeah, because this is just such a high profile case.
Oh yeah, Wendy said my daughter was diagnosed with Asperger's in grade 2. When she was retested as an adult, they said that she was she was on the autism spectrum and that Asperger's no longer exists as its own disorder. So you're wrong, Detective John.
Then I'm wrong. Then I stand corrected. If you know that for a fact, then I said I'm not a psychoanalyst. I don't just what I know. I know that, you know, this guy's
That wasn't a
not
question.
autistic.
That was a super chat. So I read it. It was all
Yeah.
right. So here you go.
But I can tell you this much.
I'm
BK
not going to
is
answer.
not
I'm
autistic.
not going to respond to dumbass questions though. I'll tell you that one. Do you think that BK had been inside the house before when nobody was home?
I believe it's a strong possibility that he was in the house. I don't know about him being in the house when no one's home. I believe that he's gained insight because intelligence on the house based on the fact that there's multiple parties and he could just walk in anytime.
Mm-hmm.
But whether he actually did a trial run and, went in while they weren't home and creeped around, hey, I don't know what was going through this guy's head, but if he's as ballsy as I think he is, he could have very well done something like that.
Now, okay, so Angel said, now that there has been an arrest, what are the chances of the 911 call being released?
I think it'll be released sooner than later, but I don't know Idaho law, and I know that the state police and the chief both stated, and they wanted to make it clear that that's out of their hands. It depends on what they're going to be allowed to release before the charging hearings and or the trial. I don't know what the laws are in Idaho. From what I understand, they're very stringent on evidentiary facts being released.
Let me see here. Sorry, what? Sorry, but bro is not. I ain't even gonna read that. Just leave Renee if you want. Thank you, Cakes. I appreciate you guys. Be respectful. Shout out to that. All right, let me get back to the questions. Here's another one. Where was that one at? Okay. Have we looked into Bryan Kohbergers' parents' backgrounds / criminal history?
We haven't. I mean, I'm most certain.
Somebody, I've got a few emails that said Dad's been to prison, but I don't know the validity that holds.
Well, go to the go to Pennsylvania, go to the clerk of the court in that county that they lived in. You can look up arrest records that way. It's public information, and then you can go to the Department of Corrections and look for mugshots. If they're recent, they're probably still there. A lot of people can pay a fee to have mugshots removed. Here, I know you can. I don't know about other states, but sometimes you can. The arrest will still be there. The mugshot won't be there.
Damn.
Money talks.
Money talks.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly look that stuff up. I'm sure there's a lot of guys on here right now and ladies on here right now that are probably looking it up right now. Hit us up if you find it.
So hold up. All right, let me go back to the questions. I'm trying to read chat and do questions at the same time. So, all right. Mr. Buck89 says the death penalty is active in Idaho. If BK gets the sentence, how long, if ever, will it take for him to be executed?
Well, he's got an appeal process. I don't know exactly. Somebody's going to have to look it up. But I know that the death penalty was abolished and then reinstated in the 70s at some point, 78 or something like that. And then I just recently learned that there is no insanity defense in Idaho, which, that's awesome because you can't get off the death penalty by claiming insanity, which most people try to do. It's all a ruse for the most part. And I don't believe this guy was insane. I believe he was a psychopath, but I don't think he was insane. I think he clearly knew what he was doing.
Thank you, Lee.
And he acted on his fantasy, and he did it.
All right, so let's go back to the questions. Guys, if you just entered, there's a Q&A for Detective John. Any questions that you got, drop them. I'm going to try to read through them and get through them as fast as we can. Okay, so here we go. What is Detective John's ultimate theory on motive for this individual at this point?
I think there's a connection. And the connection with whoever's in the house, one of the girls, more than likely. And he's had this fantasy, and he's been looking for a reason to target somebody. And he's had some kind of an interaction, in my opinion, with one of the girls, probably Kaylee. And that was his excuse to act out his fantasy of murder. I believe he's targeted, one of the girls, and, it went from there. And he's probably following social media and knows every step that girl's made. I bet you he was following her that night because she was probably on social media. He knew when she was going to come home, when she got her food. He knew everything.
All right, so
she was. Hey, remember this? Remember, she was taking pictures of her and Maddie and sending them.
Somebody wants your opinion on this for a question. No, I know what you were saying. Let's jump. I'm just trying to, because there's a lot of questions, like a lot. Emailed a Ring doorbell picture of a crazy dude seen on the doorbell or on a Ring doorbell cam in Moscow wearing a mask, creepy blackface mask. Please post it. It's from Garrett.
That came out. We've seen that.
We've seen it multiple times. I mean, somebody multiple people that once told me this was fake, but I don't know.
Oh, that almost looks like it's a Photoshop mask. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to get into that because I can't. That's a can of worms. We could all speculate on that.
Nah, I was just pulling it up. All right, now let's go back to here. Let me pop this up again. All right, so what kind of defense strategy do you think Bryan will try to use? Shane B says.
Well, the defense I would use if I were Bryan is the fact, okay, you found my DNA in that house. I was in that house. I attended parties in that house. We covered that. I mean, it's like, that's 101. And then you have to look at, what we all saw. It's like I was talking with T-REV, weeks ago. I'm like, I can't believe. Do you remember that day, T-REV, when they were showing it? And I'm like, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. I mean, I'm seeing a girl that's wearing a Tyvek suit that's got her hair hanging down, retrieving evidence, swabbing with a swab in her hand, retrieving evidence, and girl standing next to her, coughing with no mask on. She's spewing DNA all over the place. It just blows my mind what I was seeing. And I would have never allowed those windows to be uncovered. I would have covered them from the outside, not the inside.
So, all right, do you think the parents will be charged in any way?
That's a good question. It just depends on what they knew. I mean, if they're smart, they're going to say they knew nothing. But, I like I said, driving, it's nearly 35 hours, if I remember right. I looked it up from Pennsylvania alone to Idaho. I don't know what, I didn't, do the direct cities.
Ooh, this is a good question. The Eye in the Sky said, if a crime scene is contaminated, would DNA still be admissible in court?
Blood DNA would be hard to fight if his blood DNA is in there. But touch DNA, skin cells, things like that, like I talked about, fingerprints being found. I mean, if he can articulate and convince a jury that he's been in that house, he's got a defense for his DNA being in there. Now, again, if his DNA is directly on the bodies, or the DNA is recovered, they bag on a crime scene like that, they immediately bag the hands of the victims because they want to retrieve any DNA from underneath the nails or of that nature. So even a shooting case where there's a shooting and it's alleged that the victim had a gun, and all of a sudden, because on a crime scene, when you get there, a lot of times the gun will be gone. If there was a gun laying there, somebody will pick it up. But you have witnesses saying, well, this guy had a gun. The dead guy had a gun. He was shooting at the other guy. Well, there's no gun. Nobody's got a gun. So you bag the hands, and then you do a test for powder residue on the hands, and you can determine whether that person shot a gun or not.
The Texas Angel says, do you think law enforcement found knife at apartment, collected evidence after press conference?
Do I believe that they retrieved the knife?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, Chief Fry said they're still looking for that.
Yeah, I don't think they have the weapon yet. But do I think that this guy will divulge what he did with the weapon? He very well may, and he very well may not. I mean, that's kind
What
of
I mean, he might use that.
response.
He might use that if it comes down to it. He might use that to. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't even know if that'll stop that from the death. I mean, they might try to use that as a way. Oh, I'll give you the murder weapon if you know, you just give me life. But I don't know.
Well, let's put this in context.
Can that happen?
Of the last question, let's put this in context of the last question.
No, I'm asking you that. Can somebody try to use I don't know, Idaho law or whatever, but could somebody try to use? Well, I'll give you the murder weapon if you just give
He's not going to get out of the death penalty. There's no way.
That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to ask that.
Allow any pleas in this case whatsoever.
I just wanted to ask that.
They might at the most they would do is drop the burglary charge. I mean, that would be it, but they're not going to do that. I mean, you know.
Teresa also wanted to ask you this too. There's a lot of questions, bro. I'm telling you, there's tons of questions. If the Reddit 4chan posts are Sigma Chi or from BK, do you think they are intentional misdirects?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. You know, if what some believe is true, that's exactly what he was trying to do. My prediction would be, if that's the case, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying he could, if we research and the investigators find out that he was denied acceptance into Sigma Chi, you could have a viable reason to hate them and want to set that organization up. You know, Sigma Chi, everybody thinks, some people that aren't familiar with college, they think Sigma Chi was only there at that university. There's Sigma Chi's at most major universities. That's just a frat.
So, okay, here we go. Let's go to the next one here. All right, so there's a lot of questions. How do you feel, Blocky Mint says, how do you feel about the impact of synthesized, well, pretty much synthetic cannabinoids in the market, such as Delta 8, hydroxy 11, HCH, PCH?
Well, I don't know what the relevance is here. I mean, it's
synthesized. Yeah, I do. You mean like to the case? The relevance to the case?
I don't see the relevance, but I mean, do I think drugs were involved in this? No, I don't think drugs were involved in this. I think we can probably disseminate that's not a reason here. I don't think drugs are involved. I don't think this cat was dealing drugs. I don't think anybody else is doing any major hard drugs. They might smoke weed or, maybe do some coke every now and then, but that whole theory to me just doesn't make sense. I know in the beginning people were saying it was a hit, it was a mafia hit.
Does Detective John have a podcast?
No.
All right, here's another one here. Let me see. Okay. Stormy says, could phone calls between BK and his parents or friends in jail be used as evidence in this case if he admits to something over the phone?
Absolutely. They tell you that, while you're in jail, you're subject, even email correspondence in jail, you have to, there's a waiver when you read it, when you sign up to be a part of the communication with the inmate, that everything that you say, everything that you type and he types can and will be used against you in court. So yes, those are not privileged conversations. Now with your attorney, they are with your attorney, but they're not with anyone else.
What? Hold up. Dave that called has Kaylee and PFP. I was reading a question. There we go. Thank you, Rebel. Let's face it, without Detective John, we would have no conclusion. Thanks, Detective John. I don't think it was there. Hold up. What I wanted to see this one. T-REV, Dave that called has Kaylee in a PFP of one of his friends. Connection? Where'd you see that? Where'd you see that at?
What was that? Somebody had what now?
No, it's on the screen. I was reading something in chat, actual chat. I'm in the Q&A part, so I'm missing some of chat right now because I'm reading this. Now, Susie said, do you think law enforcement are concerned on BK being harmed by someone?
Well, he's under protective custody, and he's going to be on death row, so he's going to be closely monitored. I'm not a corrections, I don't have a corrections background, but I do know how they operate. And right now he's in a single cell by himself. He's not in general population. He has no contact with anyone. I don't believe he's even been allowed to make a phone call at this point. People are under a misconception that it's law. He has a right to a phone call. That's not true. Not in a case like this.
Okay,
he shut that all down.
Okay, Donna Wilson says, was the parents' house searched?
We don't know. I mean, absolutely, I would think, they would execute a search warrant at that house, certainly, because he was there. So their main goal is to generate evidence for this case, and they're allegedly still looking for the murder weapon. So if he drove from Washington to PA, and I think I saw a picture somewhere of luggage somewhere. I don't know if that was from a search warrant or just outside the house or somewhere, but certainly they got a search warrant. I'm sure they searched the parents' house, and there's a building out back too, which I'm sure they had to indicate that building needed to be searched, and all vehicles on the property as well.
All right, so let's go to the next question. Here is from Brandon Barnes. He said, is there any way he had help?
There's always a way, but I doubt it. I doubt that he had help. If anyone helped him, it would have been his dad.
All right, so G. Howard said, could he be the psychopath captured in the Ring doorbell image of the clean-cut guy wearing a serial killer blackface mask?
The one that you just showed a minute ago?
Mm-hmm.
Don't know. Could be. I don't know. I mean, that's up for debate. I mean, any photo that you see online, I mean, if you look at that picture too, there's lines across it indicating it could be photoshopped. I don't know. I'm not going to purport to be a video analyst that can point these things out. I just look at the obvious. I don't believe any of these pictures that I see until a law enforcement comes out and says it's legit. I'm not going to believe it.
Now Terry says, but I know that Idaho don't have the insanity defense from what I was able to look up and find. But she said, do you think he will try to plead insanity and will it work? They don't have the insanity defense in Idaho from what we were able to gather.
Yeah, right. And I haven't confirmed that, but someone did say earlier that there's no insanity. A lot of states don't when they have the death penalty.
Were you ever a private investigator? Dancing Queen says.
No, but I worked in the private sector. Somebody asked earlier, what I did after I left law enforcement. I left law enforcement because the private sector paid a lot more money. To be honest with you, when I started, I made $18,500 a year. When I left, I made 50 to 60 with overtime. And that was after a lot of years. And then I went into the private sector and worked investigations under HR for a major corporation, which and threw a lot of drugs, and it was a major pharmaceutical chain that I worked investigations with. And I handled organized retail crime for some of those.
All right, so let's see here. Another question is, well, I'm trying to keep it case-wise. Let's see. Do you think that TikTok of an investigator's relative could have really been made by Bryan?
Do I think the TikTok of an investigator's relative?
Yeah, the one where you can see through the laptop.
I didn't see that, so I'm not.
You never seen that?
No, I didn't.
Wow.
See that? What? Fill me in. Let me do it.
It's him talking. It's like it says he says he's a relative of the victim or one of the victims, right? And he's you can see his reflection through the laptop, and he's talking about the case, etc.
I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I don't want to comment on it. I don't really know.
Now, hold up, Detective John. Do you think BK was inside the house when nobody was home, trying to snoop, or to set a plan in motion?
He may have done a trial run, just to see if he could do it and get out, and what his escape route was. I mean, if I was gonna do this, first of all, I wouldn't have driven my car anywhere near that scene. I mean, I would have been on foot. I wouldn't have come out the front door. Too much light. I would have stayed in the dark in the back where the tree line was and the road that went up around the back. I would have made sure I wasn't going to be caught on any kind of a camera. I damn sure wouldn't have driven my car anywhere near that scene. I mean, the guy runs 8 miles. Why not? If I was going to plan this out, I would start running that route from my apartment to there, which was like 7 miles or whatever it was. I would run that route and have an alibi that I run that time every day. And then all of a sudden, bam, these crimes happen. Oh, well, I run this route all the time, and people confirm it. They see me all the time. But I damn sure wouldn't have driven my car there. And you would not have caught me if I was planning this out. I can tell you that much.
Thank you, Matt. He said, don't have insanity, but do have unfit for trial. Interesting.
I don't believe he's going to get that. He can try all he wants. He's not unfit for trial.
Thank you,
this guy is certainly fit.
Now, let's see. Do either of you feel that it's just a coincidence that the Amityville massacre happened on the same day, time, and address number, only being one number off, or did he maybe choose that day and time in reference to that massacre? Thank you, North Cali girl.
I've seen these theories. I mean, again, it's plausible considering the fact that this guy, this is his life. This is his life. So when I said earlier that this guy has got a little bit of every crime in him, he's probably, there's some of, something he's researched, or one of these crimes that he's copycatting. There's something about it he's doing. It could be addresses. I don't think that's the case. That's just my opinion, because I don't believe an address had anything to do with it. I believe, encounters with one of the girls, or all of them, all the above. I don't believe an address has anything to do with it.
All right, so let's pop to here. Hold up, let me see. Queen of Hearts, Charnel says, if incel means a violent hatred for women, what would it be called for an involuntary celibate person so introverted and intelligent but can't communicate to get a girl, like Napoleon Dynamite?
That's a good Napoleon Dynamite. We're going to compare him. I mean, can he dance? I don't know. I mean, clearly this guy, I'm just being real, man. And we thought this too. You look at Jack D. I mean, clearly you look at Jack D. And I'm not being judgmental. Please don't take me that way. I'm just being real. If you look at Jack D and you look at Kaylee or Maddie, I mean, Jack D looks like Opie Taylor, and Kaylee is evolved into this beautiful woman that probably gets hit on by much better looking men than he is, but she went for him. So I don't, sometimes it's not about looks. For me, it's not about looks. I mean, it's about personality. But there's a movie like Shallow Hal, the movie. I mean, this guy, look at him. I mean, he's nothing to look at. I'm not like judging dudes or anything. I'm just saying that guy would have no chance with a girl like that if you were to ask me realistically, do you have a chance with a girl like that? No. And he clearly probably knew that she's out of his league, but you know, maybe he had an infatuation with her based on an encounter somewhere in social media. Who knows? I don't know. It's a whodunit, or it's not a whodunit anymore. It's a why. Now we need to know why he did
Well,
it.
Rebel Yell said, Detective John, do you think Bryan thought he was a smarter guy than everyone, but he was not smart enough?
I think he's a condescending prick is what I think. And I think that is absolutely what he thinks. I'm sure if you had a conversation with him and you're a woman, he probably treated you like you were, you know, he probably was very condescending to women, and he probably, you know, hated snotty, you know, good looking women. I'm not saying those girls were, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, you know, he probably had a grudge against women like that because he knew he didn't have a chance. And introvert is a good word. Do I think he was an introvert? I don't think he was an introvert because
Nikki asked, do you think BK targeted the girls out of envy and not ever been able to fit in?
Could be the same reason why, if potentially the caller Dave was him, the same reason why he would hate the frat, you know, out of envy, jealousy, all of the above. There's all kinds of things. I guarantee there was all kinds of things that set this guy off. I mean, just set him off very easily. It's like I said from the beginning, weeks ago when I profiled him, I said he's an in-your-face guy. He doesn't take shit from anybody. He's not afraid of anybody, and he can wield a knife, and he is a bold individual. I mean, I nailed this guy because he's all of the above, I guarantee you. And what did I say too? He's very argumentative. If I said that too. I think that guy's very argumentative, and I think somebody's even testified that he's very argumentative.
All right, so let's go to the next question here, which would be, Ellie said, would you consider making your own YouTube channel?
I don't know. I don't know if I could juggle all that, T-REV. I got a business. You know, I don't know. I mean, I'm with T-REV right now, so we'll keep that going. See how that goes.
Doug says, well, I ain't actually. He said, Dr. John, why was 6 afraid of 7?
I'm not going to dignify that with a damn answer.
And Christine Micro says, this doctor that is pushing BTK out January 9th, 2022 was his professor. What's up with glamorizing all these serial killers lately?
Well, look at this channel right now. Look at this show. I mean, people are intrigued with this type of stuff. True crime stuff is, you know, it's what's happening. See, here's the problem, and I'm gonna say this. People may disagree. You know, I graduated high school in 1986, but I'm still rather young looking, and I'm a realist. Here's the problem, and don't take this wrong if anybody's younger. I'm not trying to insult anybody, but there is no face-to-face communication anymore. When I was in school, there was debate. There's hardly any debate anymore. You can't talk about certain things, and then there's certain things you can talk about. But there's what I refer to as keyboard tough guys and keyboard tough girls. Anybody can sit behind a keyboard and articulate, you know, their discontent with somebody, or send a nasty text to somebody, or even a video to somebody. But when it comes to actually sitting in front of an individual and having a conversation, people react totally differently today than they did when I was younger. I mean, we used to work things out, and if we didn't, we'd tow it up. You know, we're scrapping. Nowadays, you know, you tow it up, you scrap, you lose, and the guy that you just beat up will come shoot you in the face. And that's, you know, we don't have communication skills anymore with our young people, and I blame that on the schools. I'm sorry, but we need to have more. I think the school systems need to be held more accountable, and they need to have courses where you're dealing with you role play, and you deal with situations like bullying and stuff like that, and you actually you role play. Role playing is important, but we don't have that today. All we have is cell phones and laptops, and no real means of communication face to face. And then when the suicide rate amongst kids today is so high, because when they get out in the real world and they're confronted with an adverse situation, they blow their brains out or they take pills because they can't deal with it. This is why parents need to limit some of this stuff that goes on. This social media stuff. I mean, it's so hard to control, because right now, if I took my daughter's phone away, I could take her car away and she wouldn't care. But if I took her phone away, she would lose her mind, and most kids would. But it all starts in the home. And this guy could be, he's only 28. He could be a product of things like that. He's just, not able to deal with rejection, not able to deal with adversity. He's become a psychopath. So he's dumped himself into a passion of studying serial killers and getting into criminology. Sort of in a way, people were predicting that the killer was a cop. But if you think about it, this guy sort of was a cop. He didn't have a badge, he wasn't sworn in, but the guy was a wannabe cop, basically.
All right, so let's move on to the next question. Let me see here. Okay. Do you think things went as planned for BK 1113? What do you think could have gone wrong for him? Nice.
I don't believe that he anticipated an encounter with Ethan. I don't believe that. I don't believe that he went there.
So you think he had an encounter with Ethan?
I think he had a chance encounter with Ethan. I think it was totally unplanned. I don't even necessarily believe that he went there to kill 4 people. I mean, I think, I have a couple different theories, and one of them was that he was there for one person. If he was there for Kaylee, he was in her room, or maybe she brought the dog out when she got home, and he accosted her outside, put a knife to her throat, took her in, and they wound up encountering Maddie, and he went in a room and told them both to shut up, and he killed them both. And then there's all kinds of things. I mean, if I say one thing, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. Somebody will say I was dead wrong, and I'm just saying, what could possibly have happened here, and you're living in a college town where there's probably not a whole lot of crime.
What do you think they'll do with the murder house? There's a lot of questions. They're building up more and more and more.
That came up before. I mean, you look at like JonBenet Ramsey. I mean, you're talking about just a little girl that was found dead in her basement. We don't know what happened there, but they tore that house down, and that was a multi-million-dollar house. This place, I mean, if this guy, are you there?
Yeah.
Kind of went blank there for a second on the screen. If this guy, the property management company or whoever owns this property, if he can articulate a significant loss due to this, he can probably get monies to tear it down and rebuild it. I would find it hard to believe that he's going to be able to rent that place out pretty easily, because but then again, you got people that would rent it out just because there was 4 murders there.
Said no, they did not tear it down.
They didn't tear down the Ramsey house?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought they did tear it down. One of the houses and one of the homicides they tore down. I thought they tore down the Ramsey house, but maybe I'm thinking of a different case. I know one of the major cases they tore down the house.
All right, so PJ says, do you think BK will take a plea deal or make a big deal of his trial?
I think he'll make a big deal of the trial.
Carr says, although this is tragic, there is nothing we can do to bring the victims back. Absolutely, that's a statement.
That's a good statement.
What exactly does it mean if Bryan Kohberger does not agree to extradition as stated in the typed letter by his attorney? Forgot exact wording.
He's just trying to delay the process. I mean, he's not going to be able to avoid extradition. I mean, but his attorney can slow the process. But from what I understand, he waived extradition, so he's probably on his way back, or he will be back soon.
Does either of you feel that the time, date, and address is close to the same as the Amityville massacre a coincidence, or did he deliberately do it on that same day and time? NorCali girl asked.
Well, like somebody asked a similar question earlier. I mean, considering the dynamics here, I mean, we're talking about a guy that is infatuated with these type of crimes and these types of criminals, murderers, and there very well could be a piece of everything that he's ever been intrigued about in these homicides. Yeah, I mean, is it possible? Certainly. There's murder by numbers. People commit murders based on dates. It's a common theme for murderers to do that.
All right, so here we go. Let's go to the next one.
Serial killer.
You think he slayed that poor dog that got skinned to scare them kids?
He could have. He could have. I mean, there's all kinds of. I would like to see the photos of the dog. I mean, I don't want to be morbid, but I would like to see that because there was a rabbit that was skinned as well. But I guess the skin was peeled back off the skull, which that's indicative of bird of prey like owls and hawks. They often do that.
Oh, here. Go ahead, keep going. Oh,
and their talons are like razors. But if this dog was clearly skinned, I mean, he could be doing a little trial run to see what kind of publicity that's going to get, and he didn't get it. It wasn't like crazy in the media till these homicides happened, and people are trying to put a correlation between the two, but we don't know. We don't know who knows? I mean, if somebody skinned that poor dog, then it's and it wasn't him, then we got a future serial killer on our hands.
Now, do you think this is from Teresa Aaron Murray? She said, do you think he picked someone to pin this on and planted the knife on their property? That's a good question. That's a fucking very good question.
Doubt it. I think he kept the knife with him, and I think he put the knife somewhere where he could go get it later if he wanted to. There's all kinds of variables there. I mean, you just don't know what's going through this guy's mind. I mean, what would I do? I mean, first thing you do is you want to get rid of it. You don't want to be associated, because if they're hanging if they're hanging this case on DNA and he gets the DNA thrown out and they still don't have a murder weapon, then he's got a shot. But if they find that murder weapon and they can link it to the homicides, this is definitively the knife that was used and it was in his possession or at his house or in his car, he's a done deal. That alone will get him convicted. You don't even need DNA at that point, in my opinion. I mean, you never know in courts today, but
All right, so let's jump to this real quick. Let me go to this one. There's more here. Okay. Do you believe Bryan Kohberger's studies went on to try to find his inner self and inner strengths, noticing these traits in himself were coming to light, and he just kept feeding into it?
Oh, that's pretty much what I said you know, the other day. I'm saying it again. I believe he morphed into what, you know, he was intrigued about. He morphed into a mass murderer. You know, I think at some point something went wrong in his gray matter, and he became that which he idled, which, you know, sickeningly enough, it's, you know, he had a fixation with murder, and he may have looked to, you know, his inner self, like the person just said, to combat those feelings, and he's trying to figure out his own, you know, thoughts, and he's acted out on them now. He's done. So what's he going to do now? Potentially investigate himself or talk about these murders that are still, in his hope, unsolved in one of his courses that he's potentially going to teach one day? Who knows? We'll try and figure. He'll be trying to get his class to figure out what the psyche was of the murderer when it's really him.
Amber says, quote me, he gets off on killing.
Quote you, he gets off on the killing now.
All right, so here we go.
It, but I don't believe that's going to happen. You
know? No, maybe he gets off, like, you know, gets off.
Oh! I'm sorry.
Maybe that's what she meant. I'm not.
He might.
Sure,
yeah, I thought you meant in a court of law, but if you mean he gets off on it, you know, yeah, of course.
Do you think law enforcement had to resort to genetic genealogy? I said genetic. Listen to me. Genetic genealogy to secure this arrest, or did they rely on this? What? I don't know if he said all right. Gather DNA.
I don't believe that was the initial thing that led to his arrest. I believe that the car led to his arrest. But
you got motherfuckers in here asking for your shoe size and shit. I'm like, there's some questions in here that are trolly as fuck. I don't even want to read this one, man. I'm gonna skip that one. There's just questions in here that don't even pertain to the case. That was a good one, though. Hold up. Detective John, do you believe social medias from any of the victims plays a role in this?
Absolutely. I believe he was following. I mean, obviously, Kaylee's, you know, her own parents, I covered this before, her own parents said that her phone was her life. So that's basically telling me she's like my 18-year-old daughter, who is, you know, doing TikTok videos, Twitter, she's doing all kinds of stuff. And I've warned her multiple times, stop doing that, because you're going to be a teacher one day, and anything that you say or put could potentially come back and haunt you. You know, that's why you never want to put anything on social media that could come back and bite you in the ass. So yes, do I believe that social media played a part? Absolutely. I believe, like I said before, I believe he was probably following Kaylee that night, knowing exactly what her steps were. He might have been laying wait and he probably knowing what she was doing at the very second he was in the house. You know, that's why they're saying he was linked. His phone was linked. There was somewhere that his phone was actually linked to the crime scene. If he did that, he's an absolute idiot. I mean, I don't get it. That's why I said this may have been premeditated, but it was an impulse that he had to scratch that itch, and he did it that night, and he didn't think. Now, could that have been drug induced? What he did? Could drugs be involved with him? Could he have gone off the deep end and started doing heroin again, and just maybe he's doing meth at the same time? You know, who knows? You know, we just don't know. He looks like he's pretty strung out. He looks like he hasn't slept in days, but that's because he's on the run. You know, I'm sure that guy hasn't slept.
How long were you a street cop?
How long was I on the street?
How long were you a street cop?
Believe it or not, I wasn't on the street very long before I got moved to CID. Actually, I went into street crimes first, out off of patrol, and I was in street crimes for several years.
Bro, I
and then
can't believe I just even seen this question on the board. This person is definitely trolling. Goodbye. I didn't want to read that, man. That's disgusting. I don't even know why people would come on here and even ask some dumbass shit like that.
I just actually say it so we can hear what it is. I'm not opposed to hearing it. What is it?
You don't want to hear it. Trust me, it's not even appropriate, man.
I don't care, dude. Hey, people might find it fun. Is it funny or is it stupid?
It's absolutely disgusting. I'll put it that way. The people do not want to hear this. Trust me, it's beyond disgusting, and it's actually not even right to even talk about.
All right. Moving on, then.
Can you phrase it? Yeah, I can paraphrase it as much as I possibly can. Somebody asked what your peen size was.
Yeah, right.
Tell me that ain't trolly.
I'm hung like a pimple.
A weird troll account, bro.
Howard Stern would say.
Get the fuck out of here!
That's crazy. All right, so what advice would you give to women, especially younger women and even younger men, to prevent being a victim to this type of crime or similar crimes?
Stop posting your everyday moves on social media. If you are a parent today and you have a teenage daughter, stop her from doing that stuff. It's the best advice I could give, because a guy like this could troll and, I mean, people are characters, they do the same things every day. If you're doing the same thing every day, you can be tracked. Your moves can be tracked by the minute, and it's crazy to me that parents are not up to date with what's actually going on with their children and this social media stuff. It's horrible.
All right, so here we go for the next one. Let's see. Let me find some here. Please explain the burglary charge. People in chat think he's being charged with burglary or burglary. No, because he took something.
He is being charged with burglary. He wasn't invited into that house. Burglary is the entering of a structure or dwelling, or a car or property without permission. He's being charged with burglary because they've established, obviously, that he was not invited into the house.
If he hadn't, Regina Wright says, if he hadn't taken something, wouldn't he only have a breaking and entering charge instead of burglary? Burglary.
That is burglary. B&E is burglary.
Yeah,
you don't have to take something to commit burglary. I don't know. Some states are different. It's like you have aggravated assault and aggravated battery. People, assault is verbal, battery is physical. So a lot of places it's assault and battery, but we have separate charges for that. Some states are different. Anything when you hear aggravated assault is verbal, aggravated battery is physical.
Thank you, Detective John. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right. Let's see. I'll take one more before I hop off of here. Let me see which one I want to take. Thank you. Okay. Trying to actually find a question here. Let me hunt one down. What is your plan? Okay, here we go. Truth Seeker asks, what is your opinion on why so many young people are committing such horrible crimes, mass shootings, mass murder, family murder, this murder? P.S. I love your voice.
Because of the media. because they can get instant recognition that they didn't used to be able to get when I was younger. It's like this case. I firmly believe that social media helped break this case. Shows like this, getting it out there. You know, I don't believe that major news networks would have been able to hit nearly as many people as these platforms have reached. And you know, it's like the theater shooting, whatever that guy's name was. I can't remember his name. I mean, that guy knew he would be, you know, he'd be all over the news, and that guy was clearly a schizophrenic. But I mean, that's the main reason people want to lash out at their parents a lot too. What better way to hurt your parents than to commit a major crime and embarrass them and have it all over the news? You know, kids can be that way. I mean, you know, it's crazy. It's, you know, I had a case where, you know, a boyfriend is the girl's parents made her break up with him, and he went and wiped them out. We've had cases like that. I mean, it's, you know, but social media has created a platform for recognition, and you know, it's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. You know, there's nothing that we're ever going to be able to do about it. It's just reality. You know, that's just what we've become.
I see somebody say I give up. What do you give up on? What you want? What you want, Amber? I seen you saying something about you wanted to come up. You want to come up? You want to come up and ask a couple questions before I end?
I'm wide awake. Go ahead.
You said I'm wide awake. Go ahead. I think she's been saying she wanted to come up and talk, but I was reading them Q&As. Thank you, Rebel. I appreciate that.
Somebody said no God in their lives. You know, that's, you know, I'm a Christian, but you know, people can spin that a few different ways.
All right, Amber, here you go. Just for you. I've seen you mention it a few multiple times. Go ahead. Come on. Come on.
Oh my God!
I will come back up on live. Trying to talk for a while. Trev, I see her, bro. I was about to say something. Come back on live. She's been live. Okay. Well, hey, we'll see. Wow, still awake? Thanks. Barely.
You can see though, right? I'm legally blind. I can see barely.
Let's see. Hold up. I'm taking one more. I'm about to go to bed. I know I'm tired as can be. All right, Amber, you ready? You ready? Okay. What's up, Amber?
I'm in my car so I'm not loud because it's late here.
Okay.
First of all, somebody in chat, no, I'm not worried about clout. I like how T-REV handles stuff, and so I wanted to bring this to you before like other channels touched on it. And I know you showed my comment earlier about the Reddit thing. So originally there was this account that was going by Outside Looking, and I remember I saw somebody make a post about it, so I went and like delved into that. Well, I couldn't find that account, and I found another account called Looking Inside, or Inside Looking. And so through that person, the Inside Looking, I found the other channel, Outside Looking. And originally people thought the Outside Looking could have been possibly the killer. But now people are saying the Inside Looking channel was probably Bryan, because the last post was a couple hours before he was arrested. And I have conversations with both of them. And looking back at the conversation of the Looking Inside person, there was like some creepy, like, in hindsight, comments that struck me as really odd. Like 100% for sure that the white car that the two that I shared and another person shared weren't connected. And I can't exactly remember the reason why he said it wasn't connected, but it was like, well, why are you so damn for sure? And then there was another thing. I don't know. I can't, my messages are on my phone, but I was trying to pull it up right here. but I wanted to, nobody's really touched on this about the new channel, but I've had a lot of people reach out to me and ask me, well, did you actually DM the guy? Did you DM him? I'm like, yeah. And I've even spoken to the outside looking account since the arrest, but not, the other one hasn't responded yet. And it's, I mean, I'm trying to pull it up right now. I'll see if I'm signed in on the right one on my computer. But I have all my screenshots.
So he won't respond or nothing. It's just, ever since he's been arrested, there's been no response. And from the inside looking, you said?
Yes, no comments, no posts, no returns to anybody's DMs. And the account itself on Reddit was like very factual, and the theory was like really specific. Like his theory was the killer came in from the tree line and went through the sliding door and left it open. And then said specifically these two first, and then these two first, and then left out the sliding door and left it open. And there was just a couple other comments that were kind of like, okay. So it's, and no, not any other YouTubers have touched on this yet. This is still like a whole Reddit thing, but a lot of people on Reddit are convinced that that is Bryan. Bryan.
So I'm sorry, I stepped out for a minute, came back. So you believe that the David character that called into the show was Bryan? Is that what you're saying?
No, the Reddit. She's talking about a Reddit account. She's talking about a Reddit account from it was Inside Looking or something like that. She said he hasn't posted since Bryan's arrest, and she's kind of speculating on it could possibly be him.
Well,
could possibly be him, or it is. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's up in the air for me as far as if I think it could be, but logically it makes sense, but I don't know if my gut tells me it is. But a lot of other people have like posted enough. I don't know. They almost got me convinced that it is. But I'm gonna see if I can log in on my computer, or I can send you the screenshots of the conversation.
Yeah,
Either
go
way.
ahead, send them.
That's all I wanted to say. Also, that picture that you were talking about.
You got enough left in you to analyze it, T-REV?
You said what?
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Analyze what?
Her screenshots, what she's gonna send in.
Yeah, I can look at them. I can pull them out right now.
You don't have to tonight if you don't want to, but
no, go ahead, send them.
I'll see if I can.
Sure, other people would like to see them.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to do it on my phone. So.
What a small town girl saying? What do you mean? T-REV is so distracted he has no clue about this caller. Which caller is she referring to?
They think I'm just up here for clout. But I have my own. I'm not worried about that.
Nah, somebody said something about T-REV is so distracted he has no clue about this caller, but yet I'm over here running about 12 different tabs.
Yeah, no, and you're tired, I'm sure.
Nah, I've been looking at a bunch of different tabs. I'm looking at.
We're both engaged in what you're saying. I had to step out and go pee. Sorry, I went pee.
No, you're all right. I was fine.
It wasn't that your call wasn't important.
He said I just had to leak. I mean, I don't know how T-REV holds his bladder like that, man. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta just go. You gotta keep going. Can't stop.
I know you're very, very dedicated. You're a champ. I sent him with the wrong email. So if I don't pull it up now, I'll have to just drop off and send them to you. But you're okay, buddy. Okay, with luck. But in the meantime, I don't know if you want to spend time. Okay, cool. Here it is.
Yeah, I'd like to check it out because I keep hearing about it, but I haven't. Was he on the Moscow murders thread?
And the Idaho murder one. He was on two of them.
I actually may have seen him because I'm in that.
Yeah. And both accounts though were started, I think only like a month and a half to 2 months ago, barely. But the outside looking in, and that was one of the creepy comments. The outside looking account, his name's based on the fact he's just an outsider looking in. And at first, I thought they were the same, but it's been confirmed by both accounts they weren't the same. But the inside-looking account specifically told me, no, my name was inspired by the other account, which was kind of like now looking back, so it's kind of creepy. Do you have?
It is, man. That shit be creepy as hell. You never know.
I saw a question while we're waiting on her to pull this up. Somebody said, "Do I think that the car that was seen on the video behind the house on the body cam was the car returning to the scene?" Very possible. He could have came back to the scene to snoop it out, see and taken that back road to get a bird's eye view as to what was going on. Very likely he did that.
That's crazy. Wouldn't it have been when it was happening?
No, it was the next day, or the day of. That happened early morning, so sometime during the day they had footage of a white car coming up that back road going behind. Somebody asked if they thought that could have been him returning to the scene. Yeah, of course.
Are you talking about when with the news guy standing out front of the house and that white launcher that went by in the background on Walenta?
Right. Somebody asked.
I wonder if that was him.
Yeah, it very well could have been. Hey, curiosity. I mean, this guy's a curious guy. It was driving him crazy not knowing what was going on. So I can assure you, he at some point figured out a way to get close to the scene. And I would be very surprised if he wasn't at the vigil. I'd be very surprised that he, wasn't at a lot of these functions held for these kids.
Yeah, that'd be. I don't know exactly the date he left to go to Pennsylvania. I thought I seen it, but I would have to go back and look at it again.
Has that come out yet? I mean,
I thought I've seen it already. Man, I've read so much. I've been watching so much shit on him just to find out what kind of character he was. And
I also heard he was in school on that Monday. But I mean, I don't know how true that is.
What's on it? Talking about
but you know what? If you drive a white Elantra, you better not do anything out of the ordinary, like not go to school, because was he in school? Why wasn't he in school? He's going to try and be as normal as he could possibly be. Somebody said he thought it was December 17th. What was?
Hold on, Chico. My dog. Of course, my dog's going to start acting up as soon as I get on.
I think they're saying, T-REV, people are saying the 17th he left. Does that sound right?
The 17th?
Right.
I think that's what I read. It was between the 17th and 18th.
Right.
Left to PA December 17th, drove 4 days, spent Christmas with family.
That makes sense.
Said my eyes are bloodshot. My eyes are far from bloodshot. If that's bloodshot, then I don't know what bloodshot is.
I can't tell. I'm on my phone. It's too small. Do you want me to just read the messages to you? Or you want me to just send them? Because I'm on a Chromebook and I'm too retarded for a Chromebook.
I see zero red in my eyes.
They're white. They're white.
Whiter than can be.
So originally, I started the conversation in one of the message threads, just in the main chat, and I finally found this account, the inside looking account, and I said, I have so many questions for you. Holy hell, your channel was was a bitch to find. I don't remember exactly what I said, and then he said, he or she, this is allegedly, they said, feel free to DM me. I did. And then he actually messaged me first, and he goes, my theory, killer parked behind the house, approached property through tree line, entered sliding door and left it open. First, he went to EX room and then MK room. He exited sliding door and left it open. One fixed blade knife. Time of murder, approximately 3:20 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. Car scene on Highway 8, approximately 3:45 a.m. Now, obviously, a lot of this information was kind of already out there. But I don't know about, I guess a lot of, fanatics would have known about the door being left open, I'm assuming. And I was like, first of all, that's not what I was going to ask. Second of all, 65% of your theory's been pretty much confirmed. And then my question was, and I said, and this is when I thought the two accounts were the same. I said, why did you at the beginning, as outside looking, state things as facts as if you knew them? And he goes, I am not outside looking or connected. And then I said, really interesting, considering some of your comments seem very similar. And then this one I said, so did the person riff off your name or vice versa? He goes, I am aware of his or her theory. My username was inspired by their account. I'm like, oh, okay. And then he showed me how to get to the other person's channel, the outside looking channel. And then he goes, I disagree with there was a fight at Sigma Chi. Anyways, I'll tell you how I accessed the profile. And I said I would appreciate that. And he showed me a picture of it. And at this point, I was like, Sigma Chi is the frat next to the sorority, right? And he didn't answer that question. I just said, thank you. And then I just said, I read the majority of your comments. I appreciate that you stated the facts. He said, thank you. And then he goes, okay, which one was me? Which one was him? Okay, he goes, okay, so I have stated all along Xana was the target. And the killer was, or he goes, okay, that's my comment. Hold on. He goes, it was one assailant, because I said I think there was more than one. He goes, it was one assailant according to footprints and coroner statements. It's possible there was an accomplice. I don't believe the accomplice killed anyone. Evidence doesn't suggest it, at least. I was like, I don't really, yeah. I was like, how could a coroner speak on a footprint? Because I was like, it didn't make sense to me. And then he goes, coroner didn't speak on footprints. There are pictures of crime scenes showing footprints. Coroner strongly insinuated it was one blade. Ellie states murder weapon, not weapons. So it seems they are positive it was one. I don't believe there was a fight because it would have been obvious who the suspect was. I am not confident, though, because it's not in my theory. And my theory is strongly backed, in my opinion. And then Ellie does state suspects. With an apostrophe S, so I think Ellie knows it was one killer, but not if there was accomplices, which you wouldn't know until you got either evidence or confession. And then so I sent him a couple of screenshots. I don't know why people are getting confused, but there was a white Elantra caught on the Google Maps images, when the car goes around and records to update maps. Like it was like 3 months ago, give or take, but there's a white Elantra, well, there's a white car, I don't know if it's an Elantra, right outside of Sigma Chi, right in front, parked across the street. And it looks exactly similar to what they caught on that video. Anyway, so I sent a couple screenshots of that, and he said, not connected. I was like, well, how can you be so sure it's not connected? He goes, it was tipped in the day LE said they were looking for a white car. Probably would have heard something by now if it was connected, but I think he thought it was like a current image. And then nothing after that. I asked, about the image and about the Google car, and then nothing. And then just for shits and giggles, let's see, when was it? On the 31st, which was like right after he got arrested. I think he got arrested that day. I just said, hey, did you hear ? Just to see if I could elicit a response, and nothing.
Yeah, Friday is the day that he got arrested. And
yeah,
I remember because I was live. I got the news like maybe 30 minutes after I was live. And I was going over Ethan's post on Reddit where he said something big, like 10:59 the night prior. That's what I seen. So I was like, oh shit, all right. And then next thing you know, they announced their arrest. It first broke on New York NBC.
Didn't they do the warrant? Didn't they execute the warrant at 3 a.m. or something like that? I think
that I don't know. I
Yeah,
heard
they
that somewhere, but it's been confirmed.
executed the warrant at 3 a.m. I mean,
I
I
did.
listened to everything you said, but I don't see anything mind blowing there that no one else hasn't said. You know what I mean? It's like
It's not. I wasn't thinking that I had anything mind blowing. It's just now looking back, a couple of the comments seem pretty eerie, but there's a lot of other things that have been said in the threads as well as the other people. But like,
Right.
what struck me most weird was the comment about one being the assailant. Like, I was pretty specific. I mean, again, I haven't like delved too deep in all the press releases, but I don't really recall very much being touched on the assailant aspect. And then just the theory was just oddly specific.
Yeah,
that's again,
yeah, but so it's like you pointed out, 65%, or I'd say more, based on what you read to me, was already pretty much, the theories that were out there. A lot of people were saying. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could be him. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's
okay. So he was like going to school for like psychology and for criminology, correct?
Right.
So if you think about it, you think about the meaning behind the original account name of the other person, which was outside looking. Like, okay, I'm on the outside looking in. If you think about it psychologically, the killer would be the one on the inside looking. Especially if it was inspired by the other account of the outside looking. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
That's kind of what really, really struck me as odd.
Yeah, that is odd.
Because he would be the one inside looking.
Or like he said, the other one inspired him to come up with that name.
The inside looking was inspired by the outside looking. So he,
right,
from a psychological standpoint, would have been like, well, if you're on the outside looking in, I'm on the inside looking in. That's the way I took that. Looking back, it didn't faze me at all during the original conversation, because I didn't for a second think anything. Like I said, it's a lot of other people on Reddit that are like convinced, because there are some other odd comments. Like, I didn't really get into that because I do have 2 kids and household and stuff. Like, I don't have all the time to spend on it. Like, I would like to, but I just thought that was odd.
Well, regardless of what we think, he's looking at it. BK's on the outside looking at himself. He's analyzing himself now.
No, he's on the inside looking out.
Nah, he's looking at what he
on the
did,
inside of that fucking cell, looking out that little square.
Well, yeah, but
glass,
I'm talking about.
You know what I mean? And he's getting that fucking tray through the little slider right now. That's what he's doing.
Well,
He's from the inside looking out right now.
He's not looking outside though. He's looking inside from the inside.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
looking out the window of the jail.
Right, but right now, from a psychological standpoint, he's looking at, in hindsight, everything he did to freaking screw up is what he's doing. He's outside looking in at himself. He's like, how the hell did I mess up? How was I so stupid? Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of that? I'm supposed to be so smart. He was very careless. He did some stupid things to be as in depth as he is, and his endeavor to get inside the psychological.
I'd get arrested. I'd get arrested as a cop. I'd go in there and beat the fucking shit out of him.
Yeah,
he's gonna get his as soon as someone gets
there.
I'm
sorry, I would, bro. I'd be arrested quick. I'd have been the first guy
my
that
daughter,
like that. I'd beat him to a fucking pulp.
If one of those were my daughter, I'd figure out a way. I can tell you that much, because I've lived my life.
Sounds fucked up, but I beat him to a fucking pulp.
I wouldn't.
He deserves a lot of
it's
evil.
Pure torture. It's pure torture for these families to have to go through the appeal process of a death sentence. A lot of these poor families, the parents die before the assailant is actually freaking executed. It's ridiculous what we allow to happen for these death sentences.
Everybody, our Constitution, everybody has the right to a fair trial, all that same old jazz, which brings up the next point. He won't be in trial for the next year or two. For the simple fact, someone made a good point about the jury and the unbiased. that's going to take a while for them
That
to
was me.
find.
Yeah, that was me. I've said that from the beginning. Whenever they catch this guy, which apparently they have now, so they're going to have a very hard time finding a jury pool that will not have heard about this case. It's going to be very hard, you know. And they're going
It's okay if you've heard about it, but you have to basically be in the mindset of, okay, I'm not just going to assume this guy's guilty, like prove, you know what I'm saying? But it's.
Yeah, no
you got people. You want to know what?
Going to allow that.
Detective John, you're right on that. I'm gonna break it down why you're right on that. You got people in Ireland that know more about the case than motherfuckers
Australia.
in America. Than some people in America. I've talked to a few people where I've mentioned this case, where I go into and I do some shopping at, and these are regular people that I see, and I brought it up to them. They're like, "No, I haven't heard of it," and I'm like, "Damn, what fucking box are you living in?"
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. One of my girlfriends I was talking to about it the other day, and she's like, "No, I have no idea what you're talking about." I'm like, "How do you not know what I'm talking about? It's like everywhere."
But here's where we are. We're in the state of Idaho. We're talking about the state of Idaho in general. I mean, I would venture to say that, you know, 80% of the people in Idaho have heard about this case. You know, it's put a lot of Idaho on them. It's put Moscow. I've never even heard of Moscow, Idaho before. You know, and Idaho is not a very, very populated state to start with. I mean, it's, you know,
Moscow. Did you know this? That Moscow town is one of the best rated towns to put your kids through school, like even regular school.
Yeah, I did hear
I
that.
looked that up. It was like the second best in Idaho, or the first. It was what, like first or second best in Idaho. I looked it up.
Well, my son went up there to play in the NAIA World Series baseball. You know, he's a college, and Lewiston is really big. They have it's College World Series there. They have it every year. It's a big deal. It's a beautiful place. I mean, but again, I mean, it's going to be hard. That whole jury selection is going to take months just to select a jury. I can guarantee you.
Yeah.
If not a year. Just that.
Did you guys see the press release from the family, from Kohbergers' family?
Yeah, I've seen that. We stand behind them and his innocence.
And presumed innocence.
I've seen that bullshit. They need to go ahead and just
stop the cap.
Yeah, you'd have to pretty much, if you know, I'm a realist, and if that were my son, I'd pretty much be asking him, did he do it? You know, and where were you? You know, this looks bad. You know,
I've got two boys, and the thing is obviously, you know, it's hard to it would be hard to turn your back on a kid, which I can't really speak on that aspect because it hasn't happened, nor I hope it never will. I understand the supporting your son, but to just assume that he's innocent and go that route just to make sure that he's cleared, I would have to make sure that he was held accountable to a certain extent.
Well, unfortunately, I have a son that's made a mistake, and he put his hands on somebody and it hurt him pretty bad. He's never been in trouble in his life, but life's about choice, and I'm not supporting him in what he did. I'm not condoning what he did. I'll help him out. He just got sentenced to 3 years in prison. And I have 5 kids. And am I disappointed? I'm devastated because he's got 2 little kids. And, but he made the choice. You do the crime, you do the time. And I'm a hard ass when it comes to that. He wasn't brought up that way.
Oh my God.
So, I'm not gonna.
Damn. So he heard this.
Yeah. Just last month. Yeah, it's just you can lead your kids. You can lead a horse to water. You can't make them drink. I did everything I could for my kids, and he made a mistake, but he could have done about anything. But he hurt this person pretty bad, so. Now he's paying the price.
Hey man, well shit, we'll end it off with that. I'm gonna end it off with that. I'm about to hit
sorry.
Nah, you're good. You're good. I appreciate you coming up.
I just saw somebody said I don't talk like a detective. What did we talk about the other day, T-REV?
What?
Listen, everybody. I don't talk like a detective because, you know, I'm from Florida. You know, I'm not from the Midwest. I grew up on the beach. I'm a surf rat. They call us surf rats from Daytona. I was a bleach blonde towhead wearing a freaking uniform. I mean, no one would have ever thought I was a cop.
How many people have you stepped in the courtroom with and heard?
Yeah. I mean, I was in narcotics for a lot of my career. I was in homicide. I've done a lot. But just because I'm not some tight ass wearing aviator sunglasses with a crew cut does not mean that I didn't wear a badge and I didn't do the job. People are just I don't know why people freaking
Gator
are
Girl said I'm
insinuating.
from Daytona.
Who said that?
Gator Gal.
I went to Mainland High School. If Gator Gal's from Daytona, she knows where I went to school.
Damn. Sounds like he said. Sounds like Vlad.
I went to university.
What the hell sounds like Vlad? Oh, you talking about Detective John? Sounds like Vlad.
Who's Vlad?
Vlad TV, bro. He's big.
I don't know who Vlad is. Excuse my ignorance.
Detective John, what line of work are you in now?
I own my own business now. I have I do pavers and I have a crews out there working. I have paver crews and curbing and landscape design. So that's what I do now.
All right, so we're gonna call you Detective Vlad. Bro, I'm telling you, Detective Vlad.
I'm cool. I don't want to sound like a Russian.
I'm just fucking with you. T-REV, wait, someone sent messages super chat sticker and she wants to come up on panel. Who? Because it's 3:35 and I do got a fiance in there that does expect me in bed at night. You know what I mean?
Well, let's do one more if you want to do one more.
I'm about to do one more on my damn pillow and come right back on tomorrow when I wake up. Like I normally do.
Well, I'll be out working all day tomorrow, so it'd be in the afternoon before I could come on.
Bet. I mean, I'll probably do a double shift. Because I mean, I gotta get my call-ins popping back on. So I wanted to do a panel per se tonight and take a couple calls, but you know how it is. I'm about to go in the Discord, throw on some Ghost Adventures, sit back, watch some Ghost Adventures or some true crime shows with the Rev Game family in Discord. If you guys became a member tonight, look and you want a link for Discord, let me know. I'll drop it. As a matter of fact, I'll just drop it on the members only post. And yeah, if you guys want to join in, I'll be streaming Ghost Adventures and some other shit too, but until I fall asleep. Sometimes I'll go in there and be like, yeah, I'm tired, but then I go in and lay down and next thing you know, I'm glued watching the show and I'm like up till 6. You never know. But yeah, Detective John, I appreciate you coming on here with me tonight. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. I love you guys. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate you all. Detective Jizzle.
Yeah. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hey, everybody, have a good night. Happy New Year again. I appreciate it. You know, we've kept it going. People have questions. I love the questions, man.
Detective Jizzle and T-REV are out this mug. You heard?
Shiz nizzle.
He says shiz nizzle. All right, homies. I'll holler at y'all.
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
Yeah, I got goals. And you know what? I was trying to help a lot of people and not worried about myself, not pushing forward, not worried about my grind. I put everyone before me. And I promised myself when I woke up on my 32nd birthday that I would make a change. And I'm gonna stick to that. People need to understand that I put my energy and everything that I have in my soul into this music shit. I live, I breathe it. I got this music running through my soul. You may never know Step away, cause I see the fake. Foot up to his throat. Anybody stepping in my lane, they gon' catch the smoke. Got my goals and I'ma stick to it. I ain't playing hoes. Listen, homie, I ain't playing around and run circles around these fucking clowns. Anytime that they talk shit, they know I'm ready to go walk them down. I do what I do with the best I say this shit with my chest I fuck my mind, you get stepped on. I run the track with no legs on. Pump the gas up like the Exxon. Pump the brakes before your ass gets flexed on. The mic is my weapon, these words are my bullets. And you be foolish to try to test me, I cock it and pull it. They be hating, let's face it, they try to turn me to Satan. I got a cross on my chest, God's got my back with the fakeness. I spit my shit with conviction, you rap that shit, you ain't living. You signed a deal with the devil, I'd rather go to a prison. I'll break them down in the sentence. With this pen I was given, have it quick in the mission. My hands are certified like physicians. I'm not pausing for the wicked, I'm above and I'm winning. They just wanna see me fall, but I stay breaking down the fence. Over the years, people always want to get at me. No matter what, they try to turn me to an enemy. I had a lot of folks become a fucking friend of me. They stab me in the back once they get every bit of me. Get rid of it, I'm done, dog. Back away, cause I'm pissed off. You better stay your way. If you know what's up, you better get lost. I'm the big boss, call me Jigsaw. When they get a taste, it's like withdrawals. I can chop through any beat like a swing around place from a fucking chainsaw. Back up, act up, run them over like a Mack truck. The only time you seen a G is from that keyboard that you whack from. Homie, I've been through the struggle, overcame all of the stumbles. If you ain't made a mistake, then you ain't never see trouble.